Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better.
really big fucking hole coming right up. Big fucking hole coming right up.
Another 2 Playdays coming your way, and we're going to be starting it off strong with the Challenger League Playoffs, day number 3. This week, we're going to be starting off with 4 Titans from last week, trying to secure 2 of the spots in the upper finals. I'm Ginny, your host, and joined on the desk once again, we have the lovely Ollie and his caster partner, Demo. Hello, guys. Welcome back. How does it feel being back here after everything we've seen last week?
I'm really looking forward to tonight. I think that tonight has got some banger games in store. Already we're getting a couple of the big hitters and a couple of the favourites going up against each other, Demo.
Why am I his partner? Why can he not be my partner?
Look, he was
What's
like
that
right
about?
next. Do you want me to introduce you next time as like Demo and his partner, Ollie?
Well, it's always Demo and Ollie, isn't it?
Ollie and Demo?
Ollie and Demo,
Demo,
Ollie?
Yeah.
We gonna have this conversation?
Yeah. Is it like alphabetical order? Does it have to be?
I don't know. What do people call us? 2 geezers on the
Maybe
desk.
we don't want to know. Maybe we don't want to find out.
Yeah, but maybe we don't want to find out. Yeah, I guess that's what we're going to be sticking with. We don't want to find out. But last week, we did find out who's going to be dropping to that lower bracket and also who stayed in the upper semifinals, which is what we're going to be looking at today. Now, we initially did have a little prediction in terms of what we expected to see. And we're going to be starting off strong with ACEND against TENSTAR. This is what you expected, didn't you, Holly?
Yes, I believe so. This was, I mean, last week was fairly unpredictable, Ginny. There were a couple of games in there that...
Was it, though?
Maybe didn't play out the way that we thought they were going to play out, but we still got the same result in the end. And I think we've still not seen the top of any of the teams inside of the games tonight. You know, we could pick apart little things that everyone did badly last week. We could maybe put that down to first Playday nerves. This is where things get a little bit tighter and a little bit sharper.
Well, we have WYLDE against MKERS coming up as a second game of the day. And WYLDE, if anything, 2-0 against LAN Party Hotel. They showed what they're capable of. MKERS, on the other hand, it was a little interesting one here. Demo, how are we feeling about that matchup?
WYLDE, I personally think, were probably the best team that we've seen throughout the last week.
Absolutely.
I think they were straight on the money, knew exactly what they were doing. A couple of hiccups here or there, but everyone had their fair share. It's just, I think, WYLDE looked the more complete team out of a lot of them. I don't know how much credit we can give MKERS. I think that's a really difficult game to judge just because of everything that went into that. I don't really want to linger on that all too often. We'll look towards the future now. But yeah, I just think that game today, I think WYLDE, they probably wouldn't expect it, but I think they're coming in with a massive amount of confidence considering who they're up against.
Yeah, and we might not want to look to the past, but we kind of have to do that this time around because WYLDE against LAN Party Hotel, I think this is one of those games that we all expected to be going in WYLDE's favor, but we thought that LAN Party Hotel would have a bit more of a fight.
Absolutely, and we were almost surprised given the lack of fight there. It was as all these are, best of 3, but we only saw 2 maps, which was fairly unusual given the context of the rest of the games that week. Obviously, the MKERS Jailing game was also best of 2, although with the way that it went, it could have been a best of 5 with how long it played out. For me, LAN Party Hotel, they just looked a little bit light.
Yeah, I think for the most part, LAN Party Hotel, you can sense they're new.
Yeah.
A couple of rookie mistakes here or there. I think giving away the opening pick was a big one for them. They tried to find their footing, I think, as we've seen in the second map, but really for Clubhouse, I just think that WYLDE were just on it from the word go.
We really complained about their attacks as well last week, and it was something that shone through in a lot of the games, wasn't it, Demo, where we were talking about the teams and their ability to be able to attack and how they can pick up those rounds. It's obviously a really good indicator of how mature a team is. Every team can defend, not every team can attack, and that was something that we kind of heavily criticised LAN Party for. They only were able to get 1 round on Clubhouse on the attack. We switched things over to Chalet. It was a little bit more competitive, but still WYLDE. This is where they showed us that extra gear, and it was good at the time because up until a point, they'd just been playing Silly Siege. They were firmly in Texas Town, and there was no 2 ways about it. It wasn't necessarily bad because it was working for them, but they took a time out and they came out with some very well-structured rounds off the back of it.
Yeah, they adapted well, I think, was probably the biggest thing for WYLDE, and I think that's been the main thing for me that has really impressed me is how quick WYLDE can figure things out and, oh, this isn't working, okay, that hasn't worked, what can we do?
Yeah, and MKERS, on the other hand, they were very much down 5 rounds on that first map against Jailings. They did manage to bring it back. We then go into that second map, and there were a couple of hiccups, put mildly, unfortunately. MKERS does come out on top, but if anything, even in the post-game interview, it was very obvious that they were not happy with the way they played. There were a lot of mistakes that they want to be ironing out, specifically coming into today.
I think for the Makers Jailings game, for as much as we can sit and talk about, you know, some of the circumstances, the rehost, the issues that some of the players were facing on the night, I think that a lot of people would have expected Makers to come away with this in a much more convincing manner, Demo. It was a very, very big struggle for them to pick up rounds, even on Skyscraper when things were just fine. We were just playing a normal game of Siege. There was nothing really to be said about the circumstances. And I think that was a bit of an alarm bell for people because we were like, is this the same Makers from last year?
It's the same worries. We big up this team, and it's just not what I think it should be for the caliber, because we know what this team can do. We've seen the players, but it doesn't come across that way. Again, I think Jailing's very hard done by. Do I think it should be Jailing's WYLDE today? Perhaps, but it is what it is. What more can we do?
It is what it is. That's definitely one way to put it. Makers, however, they're going to be up against WYLDE, and that was one of the teams that we were all very much impressed by. That was one of the teams who were like, okay, so far they're looking the strongest in the competition. So Makers, they need to prove themselves, and a lot of things that they need to be figuring out, ironing out today specifically. So I guess all we can do is wish them the best of luck, just for every other of the teams that we're going to be looking at today. But let's just start off by looking at the matchups. We have ACEND against TENSTAR, and that is then followed by WYLDE against Makers. Now, ACEND last week, they struggled on the attack. But again, they have a couple of players that showed up, and we're going to be seeing them again today, aren't we, Ollie?
Yeah, for ACEND, I think it was a reasonable first play day. They went up against Death Row. They came up against a couple of obstacles. We criticised that attacking play style that we really didn't see the bottom of. But overall, they managed to get the job done. Going up against TENSTAR today, honestly, I think these are two very well-matched teams at the moment with the form that they're in, because not so much on the ACEND side of things, but certainly if you look on the TENSTAR side of things, there's a heavy reliance on one player, which we maybe go into a little bit later. But if you look at the ACEND side of things, there's a heavy reliance on that clutch factor. A lot of players being credited with a lot of clutches, which is great, but it also means that you were fighting from a couple of man down.
Both teams, I think, were very slow. I think in that first opening game between the two French sides, I think it just took a while for the teams to really get into that matchup. But then ACEND, I think, whenever Deadshot, he starts performing, Disciple of EFAC, of course, as we know him to be now. What apostle is he? What one? Is it the main one? Is he a John? Is he a Paul? Is he a Matthew? What do we think? What does he look like to you?
No idea what you're talking about.
Do you want to see what they look like? We can have a look at the rosters, see some pictures, some gamer poses. Maybe then we'll have a better chance of identifying what some of these players look like. We'll be starting off with ACEND. Again, pulling out the stats from some of these players. Unfortunately, we only have two of them. So what do they look like to you, Demer?
Well, we've not got Deadshot, but alas.
Revan's there, but he doesn't.
We've got Revan there.
He doesn't. Does he?
Revan, of course, the coach played for, I think, one Playday inside of the group stage, so potentially just missed.
No, but Revan didn't play last week.
No, I'm saying he played inside of the group stage. Maybe he just wanted to come back down because we know how many times Revan has been inside of the
If Enemy's there, Revan's there.
Put me in.
We just couldn't do him like that. We couldn't leave him out. But I think the upshot really for that ACEND side was that, you know, playing against Death Row, we saw the best of the fraggers, but we also saw the best of the supports as well. I think Cactus on the side of ACEND was fantastic. He had a huge clutch round, and it wasn't the only thing that he did, was it, Demo?
Did a lot of things. I think the backbone of that team is where Cactus really shines. Cactus, if you don't know, ex-professional for a very long time, has played in multitude of teams. Most recently, what Wolves is now. He used to be in that side before then being replaced by Mowgli. So, yeah, Cactus, bundles of experience, the backbone of the team, plays the operators that nobody wants to touch as well, which I think is probably a good thing for Cactus. And there we go.
And we're back.
There's Deadshot.
Well, we've got Deadshot back up now, and we've got him back there at the 116 EPS. He had a great game. Entry was something that ACEND didn't struggle with too much as a team. They were very good at getting that opening kill. They weren't always fantastic at converting that opening kill into a round win, but you're in and around the conversation. Deadshot was doing his job there in terms of that opening, and we can see there just the cost that Cactus was able to achieve as well, 73% cost. It's not something that you really expect out of the sort of solid support player to be hitting almost second in terms of the rankings for the whole game. And I think that just goes to show how much depth this side has got. You know, they've got a strong top, they've got a strong front line, strong back line, and they've got a good in-between as well.
Well, they're going to be going up against TENSTAR, another team with a quite an interesting roster. Specifically, we've pointed out Jax time and time again. So looking at this roster, looking at the statistics, how they performed last week specifically, what should we be having an eye out for?
There's one man there, as you can see, 149 EPS. The rest of his team not even hitting 100. Nobody else. Yeah, it is looking like a one-man team. We know there's more depth this side. We know how good the team is, where everyone is, but they were very slow on out the doors against Unlimited. They were letting rookie mistakes, I think, catching them by surprise. They drop an easy map in Clubhouse. And if it wasn't for Jegs having a massive round, probably the biggest round we've had off the season so far, yeah, it would have been a dead game, and I think the Unlimited would have taken it 2-0. That's
my biggest worry for TENSTAR is we've got Jegs sitting at plus 19 across the best of three, and we've got nobody else positive, and that's a big problem. You can't be sat in a situation where you've got Jegs by far and away carrying the team, clutching rounds, 1v5, whatever it might be, because the team needs to be there. We can't be constantly relying on Jegs. But again, first game nerves maybe, into a best of three format, things could be a little bit different this week for TENSTAR.
Well, it was very much different for WYLDE because they just came out swinging. They absolutely dominated their game against LAN Party Hotel. So again, these players, we're going to be seeing them up again today. So looking at their roster specifically, what should we be keeping an eye out for?
It's always a tricky one because, again, I'm a big believer of really anyone on their day can show up. I think I think TENSTAR in ACEND today, I think any player can pop off. Like you mentioned, top to bottom, I think both these teams are very strong from the support all the way up to the entry. You can also take a roulette wheel. Obviously, you can go with the natural candidates, but take your pick.
I think for me, for WYLDE, you want to be looking at somebody like Jay. Jay didn't have the most fantastic game last week. He was someone that really struggled on that entry. He was often getting himself caught out playing above the rest of the pack. Yep. I'd like to see that sort of dragged back in a little bit. But again, you look for consistency. Everyone was positively rated. Everyone came away with a plus KD. So as a team, they're really putting in that full team performance.
Yeah, and the last roster that we're going to be having a look at today was going to be MKERS. It was very shaky. They still, they're still here, so they can still have a chance to prove themselves, and if not, they will drop to that lower bracket. Again, for that roster, how is it performing?
Again, it's not a clear indication from what we've seen against J-Lings. I really don't know how to sum up this team. Honestly, I think weak. I don't think that they've shown how good they can be. I think that, again, very slow out the door. This is the thing about some of these teams. You cannot rely on having a second half charge. That's not a good way to play Siege. Just think, oh, we'll get them in the next half. You want to come out blitzing out the first half, taking these 4-2s, these 5-1 splits. Have the advantage, have the momentum, bury the team you're against. And I think that MKERS, again, what happened. Don't want to touch on it, but today they need to come out swinging against WYLDE, because I know for a fact WYLDE, they will bury teams 100%.
Yeah, and it felt like last week in general, a lot of the teams kind of had a slow start. It took them a while to get into the groove of things, but we have some clips maybe where we can highlight some of the mistakes, but also some of the good things that were performed.
Yeah, certainly can do. Want to take a trip with me?
Yeah.
And we'll just have a look. I've got some rounds where we're going to be highlighting some of these really strong clutch players that we're going to start to look at, and hopefully we'll see them perform today whenever they are playing. First game is going to be between WYLDE, and it's going to be against LAN Party Hotel, and this is a player from LAN Party Hotel that we're going to be highlighting just in the clutch scenario. It's a good opportunity for me to not only talk about these clutch players, but also it's to talk about some of the mistakes that I think attacks have been making, and that's also a frequent thing that we see a lot of the times as the attackers are struggling. Because at the end of the day, a clutch is you're hoping that teams misplay to give you an advantage, and that's kind of what a clutch is. You can only play what's in front of you. First round we're going to be looking at is WYLDE, and this is whenever they are going for their cash room attack. They do a great job at having this man advantage. They're sitting here 4 versus 3, 40 seconds to go. They've got their garage control. First mistake that immediately comes into me is this is where teams just start to slip away, and they start giving away foolish picks. This aggression right here on the red stairs. This is going to be your first culprit of the players I like to describe as they're taking a bit of a wander. And the wonder that happens for them is just going to be an insta-kill. WYLDE, a little bit confused with the comms. I don't know what they were going for, an early push up towards red. And then from this point again, they managed to get the man advantage back in. Plenty of time to go still, 20 seconds. Now if you're WYLDE, you're mostly just looking at getting the plant down in the default position. But however, smoke grenades we know are going to be an issue from the man on the top red. And you know for a fact the other one's going to be inside of cash. So WYLDE, this should be just easy for them. This should be generic. But as we know, a couple of bad things happen, a couple of misplays, but the clutch potential, a 1 versus 3 for a smoke. We see this happen so many times. Very fortunate to get the kill with a smoke canister. And then from here, it's just heads-up gun skill. Realistically, from Hunt Baby, he does exceptionally well. He is able to solidify the 1v1s and then an easy clutch going into it. Next clip we're going to be looking at is as we move into the French game that happened, which was, of course, between Defro and ACEND. And a similar thing, again, where I feel as though teams do so well on the attacks with getting that upper edge. They're able to get that man advantage toward their side. And then the wonders start happening. There's a herd of them just wandering about the place. You're sitting here again, 30 seconds. You have a 2 versus 4, essentially. And one thing I have to add as well is, look at Defro. They still have lots of utility. They have nades. They have EMP grenades. Elbow wall isn't even open. You know, there's generic misplays here happening for them. And this is the wonder. It has to be the Thermite. What? Where is he going? Why are you not waiting for your teammate to try and assist you? Push down highway. Try and use that communication. He should be peeking whenever the flashbangs are going, not before that. And then from that point, again, we're highlighting Cactus. The big man with a big gun just solidifies a 1v2, takes the individual engagements. That's twice now you've seen individual engagements that has really suffered with the attacks. And whenever we talk about individual engagements, this is the granddaddy of them all. If I've ever seen it, it has to be the Jegs 1v5 for me. Obviously, Jegs clutched up. Like I mentioned, as a clutch, you have to play what's in front of you. But what he was playing in front of, I don't want to go there. It is just single 1v1 gunfights. Takes the first guy who's swinging out a fountain. Here comes the second guy. What's he holding? I don't know. Another one comes around. There he is. I don't understand how he's been able to do this. I mentioned it before. Dunlimited should have killed the game from this point, but this gives you the opening. Jegs, again, takes his gunfights, wins it because he's just that little cracked finish kid. We know that. We know what he can do. So, yeah. Again, you can start to see the big clutch players who will just take the advantages wherever they get them, but at the same time, there is some real issues with the attackers, and again, it's that overpeaking. It's the teams who are just wandering about the place. They need to solidify these rounds because it's crucial. If you want to play in the top tier, there'll be tougher teams like that who will punish you even more so than what the CL teams are doing. Let me get that straight.
Well, thank you for that very valuable input demo. That was actually quite interesting to see. I love the touchscreen thingy. But we're going to take a small break. We're going to be back with the first game of this evening, and that's going to be ACEND versus TENSTAR. Welcome to the first game of playoffs day 3, ACEND versus TENSTAR. If anything, one of the most exciting games for us, potentially, that we're going to be looking at today. So let's just dive right into it. Starting off with the competition. We're looking at ACEND, going to be looking at TENSTAR. Both of these rosters have done incredibly well for them to get here today. So we're going to be starting off with TENSTAR here. Looking at that roster, we've already highlighted the players, we've already highlighted what to look out for, but as a collective, as a whole group of 5 man, how have they been performing? What can we expect?
Well, I mean, Ginny, good point. You mentioned the 5-man team. I want to talk about the 6-man team in this one. I want to talk about Kenny a little bit because I want to know just how much work has been put in the back room this last week, because I don't think that TENSTAR will have been happy with that performance. Obviously, they got the win, but they didn't actually get the job done in the fashion that we would have expected them to. 2. They came in as favourites. Yes, there's a little bit of NPL bias here, but they beat Heroic to win NPL. So I think that TENSTAR will have put in quite a lot of work over this last week. They'll have going to know who they've been going up against now for a couple of days, so they should be able to tailor that just a little bit. And I'm hoping, Demo, I don't know if I'm just on copium here, but I am hoping that we see a better TENSTAR today than just another Jegs highlight reel.
You'll need to, because I think ACEND are a much more well-rounded team than what Unlimited were. Sure, I'm not saying Unlimited are a bad side, but you can certainly see that there's issues with, I think, Unlimited, again, highlight at 1v5s. ACEND aren't going to let that happen. No way are ACEND going to let the same issues that Unlimited happen. Let TENSTAR get away with it. Again, TENSTAR need to come out today, guns up, ready to go. They need to have that strong opening half because they cannot afford to go a map down.
Well, last week for both ACEND and TENSTAR, it was individual players that really showed up and just took the games by the reins and just made it their own. So looking at those two individual players, just comparing them in terms of their statistics, is there one which we could potentially be favoring?
I think there's two boys.
I think there's a couple of players that we could maybe bring up for this.
Okay.
A couple of alibi a couple of players that are rather good at wandering, as you like to call out the bad and the dangerous wanderers. Demo, we want to highlight a couple of guys that have got it down to a T. Deadshot and Jegs, there really is no other two to call out here if you want that flashy fragging gun skill that both of these two players provide. I think one of the big things there that you can see is a direct comparison. Demo is their main defender. A little bit of an alibi crutch potentially, which we do see is becoming a little bit more prominent. But where I wanted to draw a little bit of attention here is in that opening kill. Deadshot, very proficient in that opening engagement. Jegs on the flip side wasn't having the greatest time of things, particularly had quite a slow clubhouse last week.
Yeah.
And then just railed them the next two maps pretty much. Not only on Border, which we know he had two incredible performances and 2 rounds where he just literally won it for his team, but even on Chalet, it was a 7-1 stomp as well in that final map. And that's where TENSTAR, I think this is where you need to get off to a good start. Look at what they do whenever they do win a map. Look what they do with the momentum behind them. Why not just go and clean up house? Just go and 7-0, 7-0. What's to stop you?
Good question. Well, last week, however, we saw Chalet, we saw Oregon, we saw Clubhouse, and we also saw some Border. So those are the maps that we've seen. 2 similar ones here from both of these teams in terms of the Oregon and the Border. They both played on it. Are we expecting to see that again this week around?
I would expect to see fairly similar maps to what we saw last week. I think that players and teams are going to be going for almost little counters and stuff. And you've got to have a little bit of longevity in mind. You want to try and keep something back as well, because obviously going further into the competition, you maybe not going to want to leave all of your cards on the table, and you might want to save a couple of maps for a little bit later on.
But then again, what are you hiding? And this is the big show, is it not?
It is the big show, but there's still a lot of games to be played.
I think Chalet's going to be an obvious one tonight. I think both teams will think, you know what, we're better than them. No, actually, we're better than them. It'll be a bit of an ego challenge on Chalet.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a Chalet. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Border.
Okay, well, we have Azox that's going to be playing today, so that's something that we do need to keep in mind here. And looking at that piece of information, how is that going to impact the performance, do you think?
Same team as last week. Is it not? No change? So there shouldn't be any...
Azox played last week,
Yeah?
Yeah.
So you guys, I guess, same team as last week. No changes, nothing. But in terms of performances, in terms of maps, we're not going to be looking at them just yet. But let's keep this discussion going in regards of what we expect to see here. You said there's quite a few play days left. However, if you do win today, you have the upper finals and then straight over to the grand finals. So realistically, do you really want to be hiding that many strategies?
You don't really want to be hiding anything. You might try and hide one map or something like that. The benefit of winning today is that you actually get quite a large break, because there's then there's a lot of lower bracket games to actually run through, and you can sort of sit back from the sidelines and just watch everything unfold. And you'll only be playing in a couple of weeks' time, so you will get a little bit more of a reprieve there. And both teams will certainly have that in mind. I think for me, the big talking point for this one is TENSTAR going to come through as the more well-rounded side today? Are we going to see what we know them to be capable of, or are we going to start to see that crumble under what has ostensibly been quite a machine sort of approach from ACEND? They've just ran the same things time and time again, and it works for them. And there's a reason, because they have that strength top through bottom.
Yeah, it's, for me, for ACEND, French side, we know how structured they can be. I think, the French region, they're always very clinical with their siege. It's that more methodical play style. We're not seeing no Helios Gamings. None of that is happening, which is good to see. We've evolved from that period. But no, they're a strong side. I think you have to give them respect. Again, we've mentioned Deadshot before. Jags ain't going to have, I think, the same freedom. I think that'll be a really good challenge. I think that 1v1 between them and the open engagement can really decide things. It's so difficult whenever you lose that opening man. It's so difficult to really play from that 4v5 from the back line. So probably for TENSTAR and ACEND, it's if you lose Jags, if you lose Deadshot, I'm looking at the second entry then. I'm looking at who's stepping up to fill the shoes.
And when we're looking at ACEND specifically on Oregon last time around, they would get that opening pick, but on the attack, they would still struggle to get onto the site. Was this due more to the fact that it was maybe like the nerfs or the first Playday? Were there a lot of mistakes that just accumulated together that need to be cleaned up?
I think you've potentially got to give credit to Death Row in that regard. I think Death Row played a good Oregon, and ACEND maybe didn't favour that map as much going into it. In terms of, you know, specific play style, ACEND have got that frontline backline that we like to talk about now.
Yep.
And if we're pitting the two front lines against each other today in Deadshot and Jegs, then a lot of it really comes down to the backline because there's not loads separating those two. They're both very capable players.
This is the thing I think with ACEND is they had obviously Deadshot was doing really well, but everyone else as well, I think, was putting in a good shift.
That was the thing. It was Cactus, it was Azox, you know, Rakos,
it was a full team
everybody was doing well, yeah.
It is very blatant to see that if Jags didn't do what he did, nobody was showing up from TENSTAR. The other four players were quite weak. They were weak, and that's what we have to say. If it wasn't for Jags pulling stupid numbers, where would they realistically be? Probably in the lower bracket.
Well, they're not there today. However, we do have the maps ready, though, so we're going to be able to decide, well, not decide, at least have a little bit of a gander at whether or not it favors a specific team. So Villa, Chalet, and Skyscraper, the only map that is the same this time around is Chalet. Everything else has been a little bit of a switcheroo.
Villa scares me.
Villa scares me
okay.
a little bit.
Okay.
We haven't actually seen TENSTAR play a Skyscraper yet inside of Challenger League.
It's usually a hidden map that we see the odd time. We obviously did see it last week. But other than that, again, it's still a very rare map you'd see inside of Europe as a whole.
I think maybe that speaks to the confidence on TENSTAR. You know, are they feeling like they need to bring out the big guns now tonight? They need to bring out that map.
Against tier 1 teams in that.
They will know exactly how to play Skyscraper, but the fact that they're bringing it out here leads me to believe they recognise how important this game
and Border.
Potentially how tough. Yeah.
So
how tough this game could be.
Speaks volumes to that.
Yeah, it speaks volumes to our confidence. And looking at the picks in the back bands, we are now ready to be heading into a game. And we once again have our great casters, Webbett and Gibson, on the desk. So guys, take it away.
Thank you, guys. And here we go. TENSTAR against ACEND, the best that France has to offer, taking on the best of MPL Weapon. You're a bit of a TENSTAR lover, so you're looking forward to this one.
Oh, there's no hiding it. I'm absolutely on that TENSTAR hype train. I cannot wait to see what they do. And they are the kings of MPL. They are the champions of it. And ACEND, one of the strongest offerings the French region has provided in a long time. Stylistically, these two teams line up absolutely perfectly. They are both structured. They both have a very, very similar kind of core philosophy. And as the Des touched on, this is going to be a battle of second entries. If Jegs doesn't show up, who's going to be there for the side of TENSTAR? If Deadshot's not going to be able to have that same impact, who is going to be able to stand up for ACEND? That's what I'm looking at in this matchup.
Well, that's Azur's job when it comes to TENSTAR, to have that impact on the game. And when you look at the story of these two sides as well and how they've got here today, this time last year, TENSTAR were getting ready to play in the second tier of their nationals, and you look at then the changes that ACEND have made. They lost who was probably the best player inside of T2, and they had to change 2 members of the roster to fill that void, with Cactus coming in and obviously Deadshot coming in from that school. So to me, the fact that ACEND have been able to change their style so quickly goes to show how well coached this side is.
They went from a side that relied on that kind of special moment, that one individual spark, and with that spark moving off to BDS, they've had to find a new structure, and they've done a very good job at it. Villa is going to be our first map. We'll jump back to us for a brief moment, and that's going to be one that this is like a Marmite for a lot of teams. This is either you love it or you hate it. Not a lot of teams will bring that as their first pick. It's not going to be the main map for lots of teams. It's going to be kind of in that middle of the pack. And how do you feel this one's going to fare stylistically between these two teams?
I think it's actually going to be a very good map, and TENSTAR are going to really benefit from having WYLDE on the team here. His previous side, Villa, was one of their favourite maps to play. We heard in the past about the impact that he had in MPL finals, playing on Cafe, being able to come in and call the shots on that map. So to me, I think they'll be happy enough, but there's a reason why ACEND have brought us here. And with the fact that they've completely changed their style since they've made the change, you know, obviously don't have EFAC making those big plays, they're going to be able to really set up this map and play it. And as you pointed out, stylistically, inside the upper bracket, these are the two teams that you would argue are the most similar, and to me this has 3 maps written all over it.
Oh, absolutely. If I were to be a daring prediction, I would say ACEND and Tenstar will likely both take their own map choices. I mean, that's a bit risky to say without even seeing a round being played so far, but I do feel that this has a 3-mapper written all over it. Of course, this is going to be our upper bracket matchup. The loser of this one will fall down to that lower bracket, so they will have that extra lifeline. Our band's now rolling out. ACEND will be the first to go, and to the surprise of absolutely no one, I can imagine, it will be that Nuck on a map like Villa. Look how expansive that map is. Getting rid of Nuck is, well, I think almost mandatory at this point.
Yeah, it's pick and choose then for TENSTAR, who they decide to get rid of, and they'll get rid of Sledge this time around. So it's not an operator we see banned all too often, but that's 4 nades off the board with it.
Was just about to draw that point. That is 4 grenades taken off the board. That means Azami gets super powerful, and expect that, the force of ban of Azami. TENSTAR tend to ban her away as well, and to no surprise, there it is. Again, this is an interesting one with that Sledge being pulled away. That means all hard breaches are intact. Thatcher, who makes it through typically now in the current climate, is available. So this will be likely a Valkyrie ban, but with all those nades brought away, and that will be a Valkyrie, to me this indicates that I think TENSTAR don't want to risk nades below. That's simply what it is. They'll let 2 nades exist. That will be used for utility clear. Maybe one will be sent up from below. But with Villa, with all of that floor, on the top floor being exposed to up nades, taking away 4 sets of nades, or 2 sets of nades, it's very, very smart from a strategy point of view.
Yeah, and now Deadshot's going to bring the Wamai, which is an interesting one because his value has really increased tenfold now. Nades aren't going to have as big of an impact. In the past, sometimes you would see teams doubling down, but this time around, we're not going to see that. But I see that you've spotted a Thorn in that lineup as well.
So we've actually seen 2 trap operators being brought out now. Cactus on the Frost, and to me, that's not really a surprise. Look at the site we're going at. Lots of window jump-ins are potential, but a Thorn's not really a common choice inside of most levels of play. The easiest example to draw on is during, I mean, would have been around a split of the Charlotte Major where Astralis utilised Thorn to try and force gunfights in a very aggressive style. And to me, this rings out that ACEND are going to try and fight TENSTAR's entry points. That's why you bring a Thorn. You toss down utility on the site. You just want to create those pressure points where you walk in and you're forced to either take a gunfight or retreat or take damage. And that's what she'll be used for in this situation. For TENSTAR, I think their lineup looks pretty solid, but we'll see 2 picks away. Bring out a Finka and a Lion away from that Glads and Capital.
Yeah, well, it's not like a Frost or a Capcan where you expect maybe to get a sneaky kill. Wouldn't you take a Thorn as, like you said, it's to try maybe corral the attackers or force them to move into a different position. So it'll be very interesting to see how this plays out over the course of this round. Big thing to point out straight away is Rykos is playing over by the study side, and it looks like this is the area of the map that TENSTAR are going to approach from.
TENSTAR immediately look like they're going to go for a full map clear. Drone spots out Rykos instantaneously, and this is going to be huge. Now, they've spotted a lot of this pressure. They now know they're going to be dealing with a roam clear. How will they adapt and change? To fight this frontally is going to be a very difficult thing with reinforcement for a little bit of extra cover as well. A Gone 6 detonate down below, and Jegs lurking, trying to catch anyone who's brave enough to rotate down those stairs. We'll draw attention, there is that proximity alarm on the main stairs, so if Jegs gets a little bit brave, they'll very much know about it, and that Thorn is dangerously close, but he spots it out just in time, and the pressure from 90 window will force this Thorn deep and further back, and Jegs might be able to capitalize upon this one, and he will do so. That picks up, that's the opening pick, and once again, this will be a stat line to track, as TENSTAR with a 71% conversion rate on that opening pick.
Yeah, missed opportunity for Rykos there too on the player on 90, who would have hoped to at the very least get that 1-for-1 trade, but now TENSTAR have the numerical advantage, and this is where their style of play kicks in. We've had them monikered, Trade Star in the past, because once they get the numbers, they up the aggression slightly, because as their coach says, well, never mind, I was about to say, they can lose that kill, and it still puts them in a 4v4, whereas if they trade it back, they keep the numerical advantage. But Deadshot does a great job.
C4 tossed out and does lots of damage onto Azure. Was that a missed upnade, perhaps? He's seen one drill lost out of his inventory. He tosses the second to no avail. No direct information feeding him, so he's just relying on default positions. But look at enemy. In a little bit of an off position right now inside of Memorial. They don't know he's here. I think that drone watching him might be there to try and stop this roam presence. They can send one player on Jegs to watch this, of course. And it'll just be a game of cat and mouse down below between these two. Minute left in this round. TENSTAR have decent amount of map control, but they need to start getting a little bit more direct pressure and clear enemy down below.
Yeah, Enemy is going to just bide his time there. If he makes any noise at all and someone's on the flank watch, they'll hear, because Jegs is sitting on those cams now to pass that information to the rest of the team if needs be. But the attack has really stalled down, and ACEND have done a great job of doing this. So we've got ourselves a little bit of a standoff over here by Wolf, as ACEND are holding one line of the fort and TENSTAR are holding the other. The next pick in this one is huge. The Lion and the Stun Grenade will single the push to start, and Jonka will get the opener.
Azure will now try and creep up the Astro stairs. 30 seconds remaining in this round, but Enemy's going to emerge from the depths and find that one. 25, and now all hell's going to break loose. They're going to try and battle on the side, but that's going to be YZN getting one, but he finds himself instantaneously trading a 2 versus 2. The UMP rattles away and finds one. Looks for a second and gets it. 2 now, and Jonka gets it down to 1 versus 1. 14 seconds, and he's going to try and stick this case. He has a lot of time to do so, and his position's not known right now. He should be able to stick this out and has the shield to work with as well. He'll pop up and hear the player up close and personal, and he'll try and battle away. Pistol out, secondary required. Well, this will be a very difficult one indeed. The UMP does not hit lightly, but he spots the head and wins it. Jonka gets it, calms the nerves of TENSTAR and gets the very first round. I have a feeling, get ready for lots of rounds to come down to the wire just like that one.
Yeah, and decision was made, and he will go ahead and clutch that out. Didn't go for the reload because didn't want to risk losing the time on making that happen. But the defensive utility worked against them. It gave him the perfect place to plant that diffuser. They got the information that the player was in master bedroom. You've got a shield looking that direction, plant directly behind it, and really use that defensive setup to your advantage once that case goes down.
The big scare for TENSTAR in that round was Enemy emerging on Astro stairs, getting that flank on Azure. Azure comes up that stairs, and that's meant to be that pressure relief valve. He's sent in to cause chaos, get a pick or two and lose his life in that battle, but do the damage and create space for the rest of his team. Enemy shut that down, and TENSTAR still full committed. They had absolute faith in what they were doing, and they managed to get it down. Now, it came down to a 1v1, but I will give credit to Jonka. He played that absolutely perfectly. Nice little shot with the secondary as well to get it confirmed, and we'll move to our second site of AVG.
And look at the way they've set it up as well up in the early stages. You've got a Rooney putting those laser gates over towards Trophy, and inside of Study itself, you've got the head holes that have become very apparent in recent games, but you've got barbed wire on both points of entry. You've got the Evil Eye in there as well to provide you lots of intel. And looking at this lineup that TENSTAR have, they've got the utility to clear from that side of the map, to clear from Study, but I anticipate we're going to see them coming from this master bedroom side again. It's not really the TENSTAR way in the early rounds to try force it direct to site.
No. I think they've got a good set of utility to actually try and go somewhat route one, quote unquote. They have Zenoxo on that Flores, and he can use that to clear utility with relative safety as well. No mutant play, so yeah, he's going to be able to get those drones in reasonably easy. Now, of course, you have to avoid them getting shot, but a little bit easier done. Now, someone's not going to peek wide inside of Study to try and catch out in the danger. Someone might catch you from that balcony. Azure will make his entryway inside of Laundry, and he's going to be playing on a self-made island right now. He's going to try and deny any roam presence, and he's just going to act as that little X-factor later on the round. YZN will drone ahead for him, and so far, bar for Enemy, it looks like everything's free, and Enemy's going to go all the way down to the basement, I believe, at least play on this lower platform of red stairs.
Yeah, and he's got the barbed wire on red as well that can signal the push from him to push up if needs be. So for anyone at home watching, Azure, the entry IGL for TENSTAR, if you really want to call any specific player an IGL anymore, because everyone has an impact on the game when calling shots. But still, we're just biding our time. One thing Azure does have is the fact that he is Iana. He can use those replicators to work out where where that player is. And with a player playing on bar as well, holding from below, they're investing a lot of resources on main stairs, Whippet.
Second gas canister already used, and realistically TENSTAR have not exerted a tremendous amounts of pressure here. They clear the camera down below, or actually an Evil Eye that look here. Very good use of utility there, shooting open a small opening and using that Gone 6. Third toxic canister now tossed away and through that head hole. Maestro very fun, nearly finds himself decapitated. The nade primed and already gets sent on up, but to no avail. Cactus will re-peek this now with relative safety, and he'll try and catch one. Second nade getting cooked up and ready, as Enemy will now emerge from the depths with a minute left to go. That nade will connect on the Cactus, and Azure will find the opening pick of this one, but keep an eye on Enemy because he might be able to make a huge impact on this Oryx.
Yeah, Cactus wanted to play whack-a-mole there, but it ain't going to happen. Enemy will jump out, but there's nobody home as YZN just dips into cover. Zenoxo will take down Enemy as suddenly this defense is starting to fall apart, but YZN will be DBNO. A fight coming up the stairs. Zenoxo gets that one as well, as now we see the members of TENSTAR aggressively pushing towards site. This is their bread and butter. Technical 4 versus 2 until they get that res inside of Study, but they're not going to force the issue just yet. Zenoxo will get the triple, leaving it all all down to Deadshot. The man who's going to step up, he gets the head of Yonka, and it's a 4v1. He gets the head of Zenoxo now too, but Azure will shut that one down. TENSTAR get the second round, and it has been a very dominant display so far from the MPL side.
I mean, this was a very, very textbook TENSTAR round. They pushed in. Azure goes in by himself with a drone ahead of him, set up by YZN. They try to clear control, act as an X Factor, slowly but surely paint themselves a picture with a good drone network of what they need to deal with, and they deal with utility very intelligently. Look how they cleared that Maestro camera. They knew it was inside a study, so guess what? Make a small opening below it, use that Gon 6 on Capital. Perfect use of utility, and the fact is, when they had themselves in that 4v2 position, they didn't rush in, they didn't get over aggressive, and while Deadshot was able to find 2, TENSTAR played the numbers game. They, for what we call them, trade started them way to that victory. They didn't let anything go for free, and absolutely textbook from them. A retry, second bite of the cherry now for AVG for Ascend, but how do you adapt the change around that one? Because TENSTAR aren't going to show you the same stuff either, because, well, they flashed us a Glaz, but Zenoxo is deciding to bring out the Ash instead.
Look, we've been around the scene long enough to know Zenoxo will beat us with a Glaz pick every single time. We had a big chat one day about Zenoxo picking Glaz, only for the very last second to just use the repick to pop off
I
it.
forgot about that one.
Yeah.
You reminded me. You brought that memory back from the depths.
He does it every single time, but he will be playing on the Ash. But once again, Zenoxo's not the player you would normally identify as your primary entry. But look at the lineup. Jegs is on Zofia, you've got Azure whipping out Iana, you've got yourself Ash as well. It's a very aggressive and gunfight heavy lineup that they're taking.
It's a very in-your-face setup, and to me this is, well, look at the spawns as well. They're going to go for a full floor clear now, at least put a little bit of direct pressure on the site, but I imagine they're going to go from Master Bedroom, Astro side. And this again is a good lineup to do so. Keep an eye on what Yonka's going to be able to do here and where these settlements are going to get OUs to open up. What's he going to try and breach open? Because, you know, again, it's not necessarily one of the most necessary things to have a hard breach on this site. Nice thing to have. Will be intriguing to see what he puts pressure on, of course. And the drone network getting established early days, and almost the similar picture once again. This time, though, Azure will drone for himself down below and trying to get that solid information.
We've actually got 4 active drones going on right now from TENSTAR as they look to clear this map as soon as possible. It puts Jegs on a bit of an island scenario as he enters through the map, but look at the double stack on red stairs here from the side of Ascend. You've got Rykos and Enemy playing there. You've got Azox locking down the other stairs. So really, they're giving that whole side of the map to TENSTAR for free. But what that does is, if it takes them too long, well, never mind taking too long. Jegs will get the opener onto Enemy, and that should free up half of red stairs. But I think that Evil Eye just got rid of the drone, and this player could be completely unknown.
Rykos is not known yet, but I'm pretty sure with game sense that TENSTAR are going to be able. They would have heard him like shuffling around here, so they're going to know he's there, and they're going to try and squeeze him out. And the angle set up inside of living room will mean he can't swing wide to try and fight this, and a perfect nade gets sent, and Jegs will be sent in to clean up that one. Deadshot will swing wide, it doesn't even matter. Jegs shuts him down. The Finnish superstar goes huge once again for his side, leaving it in a 5 versus 2 with a minute left to work with. Cactus will vault himself up on the maps and become a sentry turret with that ALDE in hand. He has 81 rounds that hurt to send down range, but a lot of TENSTAR to deal with, and they have lots of time to work with. Don't expect this to be an explosive conclusion, as TENSTAR will wait and use every moment they can to figure out what they can do and how to break down Ascend's last stand.
Man, players from Finland are so good. If you need a win, grab a Finn. I always say it, but now Azox, playing on 90, will need to try stem the bleeding here. You actually need to maybe get a bit aggressive here if you're Ascend. You cannot let TENSTAR push all the way to site, but they've got Cactus playing inside by the couches now. He's keeping an eye on both sides. YZN will take down Azox, and are we about to have a flawless round? Yes, we are. YZN gets the kill, and just like that, TENSTAR race out of the traps to a 3-0 attacking lead.
If you ever want an example of a clinical clear on a map like Villa, which is notoriously difficult to have a full clear on, that is the perfect example. TENSTAR, the level of coordination we just saw from them, this is a world-beating side, and, you know, there was questions to be asked of this roster in the last Playday. You know, was it just Jegs being able to perform? Now we've seen the rest of the team, they've warmed up the Challenger League playoffs.
Yeah, they've all got 3 kills each. The whole of the team are just having a nice impact on this one, as that rounds us up to a lovely 15 kills after 3 rounds to get us a 3-0 lead. Now, the big problem I have for that round for Ascend was they had a clear plan. They wanted to draw that line from red stairs towards 90 and say, you shall not pass. This is the area of the map we want to hold. They put 2 players on red stairs to stop that from happening, and my big problem is when TENSTAR got that opening pick to the player who was playing bottom red, the second player just stayed still. They didn't move, they didn't react. There was no, right, I've lost this player, I need to get aggressive or I need to fall back. They heard the wall being opened by a player playing inside of that area of the map, so you knew a nade was going to be thrown, but he still stayed put.
I think to play a little bit on the devil's advocate of that one, you hear a wall getting opened up, you're going to first assume it's an angle to lock you down. TENSTAR is a good, intelligent use of utility. Okay, we have nades, we can stand there and clear it. They pushed behind it. They didn't know they got that down, so that was just designed to clear space. Jake kind of was gifted that finish. They had no idea that was going down, and I think they were just doing it more for space. I have seen, though, ACEND do like to toy with the idea of using this basement, as Zenoxo is down below as well. He hasn't checked the other staircase, but he'll just take what he can, and, well, he's already pushing aggressively inside a pantry, and TENSTAR, well, they're going to waste no time at all. Zenoxo knocks at the door. He very nearly finds one player deep inside of Onion, but with 2 minutes left and already knocking at the door of sight, ACEND, it's time to make some adaptations, be a little bit more fluid, as Azure will now walk in the main lobby, and he could be huge if he catches these players on that rotation.
Yeah, they're trying to put pressure on this defense from multiple angles. Will it turn ACEND into diamonds, or will we see them turn it to coal and not be able to fight back? YZN just peeks through that pantry window, as now, with a minute and 55 to go, they begin to establish some sort of control on the top floor. But it is a very turtle-based defense that we have from ACEND, and looking at the roster with the pulse, they have a C4 in the back pocket.
But they only have one C4.
Well,
none. I mean, normally you see a team bring a second or a third C4 with this, so you can clear this and continuously pressure this. You've got impacts you can use. I guess you can shoot through the floor, of course, but that freebie, that essential, that kind of denial of control from that C4 is gone, and Azure just lurks in the corner. He'll wait, and Azox will put this barrier down, and that's going to ring the doorbell, and Azure's going to take that freebie every single day of the week and catches him absolutely napping. Opening pick for TENSTAR, and this is the last thing ACEND would have wanted, as their record's so good at converting this one. Gumine will give away Cactus's position. He'll fall further back to the basement. Deadshot's there to help trade him away. His enemy moves and relocates outside of sight as well, but TENSTAR have forced ACEND out of their positions, and now with a minute left to go, it's going to be a little bit of a hunting season, and Jake's going to get one yonk of his own, but Jake's gets shut down. But 2v4, and TENSTAR have all the time in the world to capitalize on this one.
It's too easy. TENSTAR are just going right through ACEND like a hot knife through butter, and with Deadshot pretty low HP, enemy is going to get one. It's a 2v3, but both these players are low. Deadshot will find the head of YZN to bring us back to a 2 versus 2, and now they can breathe. But once again, keep your eye on those HP meters. Enemy is going to get taken down by Azure, as the suppressed fire will make it a 2 versus 1. Deadshot on red stairs. Azure knows exactly where he is. He's going to chuck it down, but Deadshot will just vault back up inside. But is it too little, too late? Now is the execute. Zenoxo will plant that diffuser, and Deadshot now becomes the attacker himself. Spots one head in the distance, is not able to hit it though, as he only tags the shoulder. And now for TENSTAR, you can just john it out. You can go prone. You can wait for him to push this way. Deadshot, you'd back him in a 1 versus 2, but not against TENSTAR. This is a well-coached side. Azure sticks up, gets the kill, and TENSTAR, well, ACEND, this is not the same side we saw play against Death Row.
This isn't even the same TENSTAR that we saw playing against Unlimited. This is a side that was, I think, a little bit woken up by that performance that Unlimited put on. This is... I mean, Kenny put it up on social media saying that the team have put in a tremendous amount of work for this game. They likely saw ACEND as one of the most difficult teams to get over in this bracket. And 4 rounds, uncontested on the offensive side of Villa? Well, if that's a statement piece and a half. The MPL champions absolutely tearing ACEND asunder. But can they keep that momentum rolling?
And I don't think that for ACEND that it's necessarily an experience issue. I don't think it's a skill issue. I just think TENSTAR have come in with a better game plan, because you talk about experience. Well, you've got Cactus on the side of ACEND. He's played inside of Tier 1. Then you've got Deadshot, who is pretty much new, but is incredibly gifted. Enemy has been in CL for a long time. Then have a look at TENSTAR. They brought in Yonka. He played inside of G2 for a while. They're full of experience from top to bottom as well.
I mean, you got to look at this roster. Both these rosters, they're full of experience. And these are, I mean, you look at TENSTAR. This is, I see the future of a lot of big names in Siege. The obvious one to draw to, of course, is Jegs with the performance he's done. But I mean, would you be surprised if you saw this roster, you know, competing at every sort of level. The way they play is so good and clinical on their day, and it's been their day so far. 4 rounds in a row, Ascend yet to find an answer. They'll go to trophy. Can they find that opening round? They need it now because realistically, to keep themselves in this, to avoid the deep water, they need a 4-2 split. They need the next 2 rounds, otherwise TENSTAR are going to absolutely run away with this matchup. And this is Ascend's map pick. You know, this was the game that we thought was going to be the 3 mapper of the day. And this is so far looking like TENSTAR domination.
It is, and TENSTAR now have got more than enough rounds in the bank to win this out on defense. They've got 4 rounds on attack, and Ascend, could they be on the way to a complete whitewash on 1 split? Well, it's looking that way. They've shown me nothing to say so far that they can pull this one back. So, 2 minutes left to go, and once again, there's no presence whatsoever on the map. They've drawn that line of sand over by SET. SET is the line.
But, I mean, Ascend in the previous round, last time they defended us, they had a decent pressure up there. They just misplayed it, and Jeg's timed the push up perfectly to break that roam away. They've given all this control for free. TENSTAR essentially can knock at the door and do everything they want. There's no time crunch here. It is going to be a game of trying to get that opening pick and just lining up what you can do. And TENSTAR are a team that's so good, so patient, so effective in these moments. You begin to worry if Ascend have made the right call in doing so. They'll set up their flanks and they'll secure them. Azure down below's got 1 nade to send up through those floorboards, and they even have a Nomad to try and secure this as well. TENSTAR, all the time in the world, all the map control in the world, and a great drone network to go. Ascend, they're going to have to hunker down and play an absolutely Herculean defense to try and survive this one.
They're playing like turrets. They're all looking at the same angle towards that side of the map. They're standing still at the very furthest back point that they can get to and covering the same angle. If Ascend can identify that and start to put some impact from below, this could be a big problem. Cactus will just about get away with that one though, and maybe a couple of months ago when nades were more powerful, that would have been the opener, but Jegs will waste no time whatsoever and take down enemy. There's the lion scan to see. Well, I like that lion scan because it actually stops Ascend from reacting straight away to that pick.
It can act as that 3-2-1 as well for lots of teams to try and coordinate, but with 40 seconds left to go, the opening pick now sits for TENSTAR. Jegs will look for one more. YZN's going to put that pressure on with that cut-off inside a master bedroom. They're playing a very dangerous game with Amps the Devil so close to each other, and Jegs will take a little bit of damage, but here comes the pressure, and Cactus, you need to win that one on the stairs. He's letting his team down a little bit, but that's going to be one now. Azure falters, but Jegs will find a second one on the dead shot, but Cactus pops up, finds 2. Azox finds one of his own on the YZN, and just like that, Ascend make that Galilean effort, Herculean effort, shut it down, and they get that sentry gun defense to work for them. But TENSTAR, they were given so much control there. You got to question if that was the right call. They got the round, of course. They need one more for that 4-2 split, but nice to see Ascend have a pulse still in this game.
Well, they adapted. They saw the way TENSTAR were attacking. They realised that they were losing their ones off on the roam game, so they said, do you know what, we'll set up on site. We'll put, as I said, the turret. We'll have multiple players facing the direction TENSTAR are coming from. And I suppose it just got to a point where every TENSTAR player, when they were pushing, were in a 1v2. So it was very difficult to win the round from that point. So we go back to AVG. This is the last defense that Ascend are going to have here on Villa. And I'm looking at the setup. They're taking very similar lineup again to where we were here before. You've brought yourself the Maestro. You've got yourself the Aruni to put down those Aruni gates. Plus you've got the camera to get intel. Will they play a similar defense that we saw where it will be a turret-based defense, or will they once again try to maybe front up against TENSTAR? If I was Ascend, based on the way the game's going, I would maybe go for the more passive approach on this defense.
I'm going to have to agree with you on that one. I don't...
You're agreeing with me?
I've agreed with you a few times this playoff stage so far.
Don't like it. I feel weird when you agree with me.
Oh, okay, no, I completely disagree. I think they go for a massive extended roam. They should probably be in the TENSTAR spawn fighting them. Well, I mean, I think almost close enough. He'll get that drone off the beginning. I mean, realistically, when we see teams hunt for drones, it's often kind of in their benefit to do it in the early stages, of course. TENSTAR are a team that likes to have a solid drone network and uses it to massive advantage, so taking one off the board, not necessarily the worst thing. No big extended roam. I think, as you predicted, a very similar setup once again. They'll draw that line by red stairs, so you have more control this time towards main stairs. It's only going to be one player, that Wamai, holding on the red stairs. He has the perfect kit to do so. He can reinforce that position with those magnets, as you see him do, but he's left alone. No one's there to trade him, and realistically, TENSTAR already know us and like to play with a setup here, and with no direct support, you begin to feel that pressure might be a little bit too much to hold.
But they've adapted. They've brought the Wamai on the stairs this time around. It's a little tweak, a little change to what happened last time, and it means that that when the nade is thrown, if it is thrown, it'll not quite hit pay dirt the way it did before. So, 2 minutes left to go, and ACEND need to just make sure they don't get itchy fingers, they don't get itchy feet, they don't start moving around, you know, because sometimes teams move a little too much in this scenario. Their job is very defined. They got to do it, and now we're seeing the first use of the smoke canister with 1 minute and 40 left to go.
A very early deployment of that toxic canister tries to buy a little bit of space, and at this time though it's way more targeted and a little bit more effective. TENSTAR now forced to go all the way towards Wolf and pressure in towards that Azami, or into that Azami. No, oh my god, there's too many uppers at A. I always forget how to pronounce them. Oh, Rudy, there we go.
Yep.
Finally got it.
It's the bane of the caster, Aruni, Azami and Amaru.
They're all the same sometimes. It's hard. It's hard to find the words for it sometimes. Azu will now rotate down below inside of library, and he's going to push up main stairs later on. That's going to be his intention. He's got a nade primed and already. The Maestro on his camera. Is the Cactus going to get unlucky again? No, he's going to get lucky again. He's going to survive with just a little bit of damage taken, but realistically, that's going to be a detriment for TENSTAR because they've just showed their hand.
Yeah, and as Ox has reacted straight away, he's moved to main stairs knowing that there's a small chance the player will push from there as he leaves library. Deadshot playing the verticality again the opposite way as well. So I like the way ACEND are making mid-round adjustments this time around. The second one of those toxic bays are going to be thrown just by Zombie to delay any aggressive push. But you look at this map, there's so much verticality created in and around site, but all of TENSTAR now are beginning to go for a more horizontal approach. Azur getting ready to push through. Stoddy will find Jaeger, but Jaeger will find his head as he will fall. But there's YZN to trade it. YZN takes down Deadshot as well. And now the diffuser is going down. Shots coming from afar. No clue where they came from this time around. But there's Yonka and YZN getting involved as Azox takes down YZN, ending his reign of terror. But with 40 seconds to go, it's a 3v2. Rykos will peek around the side. He's going to get taken down by Xenoxo, leaving it all down to Azox. And well, this is mission impossible now, as there's the kill from Xenoxo. TENSTAR with a 5-1 attacking split.
Out of the gates, absolutely sprinting from TENSTAR. What an opening half on Villa. On the offensive side, which is traditionally a little bit more difficult to get your rounds on, they come out 5-1. They are 2 rounds away from closing out the opening map in this series already. It feels like we've just started. We've just started this game. I was so excited for TENSTAR ACEND. And it looks like already the opening map's coming to a bit of an end. So early.
Yeah, TENSTAR loving life on Villa.
This is the best I've seen TENSTAR in a very long time. This is a team that is so clinical, so on the same wavelength. ACEND, while they've adapted, they've changed. They've only been able to scrape themselves a single round. It looked like it was going to be close in the opening round when you came down the Yonka in a 1v1. But ultimately, TENSTAR have been in complete control. And on the defense now, they'll mold this map exactly how they want it. And they might be able to grind this game to an absolute halt. Do ACEND have the answers?
You know what this tells me as well? In that lower bracket, Dunlimit are going to be a tough nut to crack for anybody when you saw how good they were able to front up against TENSTAR. So I'll actually say it, that is the best attacking split that we've seen so far in CL. Just narrowly beating out maybe the J-Lings one against Oregon on MKERS, where 4-2.
Yeah, it was 4-2.
But it was just as dominant. Like, to me, this is a very dominant display from TENSTAR, and now the shoe is on the other foot. What can ACEND do on the attack? It looks like it's going to be that very standard whole map clear we're going to see as Rykos and Deadshot will look to clear out that ground floor by Kitchen and send maybe up Astro Stairs or Red Stairs. And TENSTAR like playing the extended roam defense. They've got a player playing inside bathroom to not necessarily get the kills here, but it's all about eating as much time as possible. If the player on the roam doesn't get a kill, but eats up maybe a minute of the clock, that's job done.
It's going to be a difficult one, though. Instead of Master Bedroom, look at the amount of pressure arriving. Doesn't even matter. Xenoxo shut down, and that secondary roamer now has to fall back and fight for their life. It's going to be Jegs. You don't want to get too aggressive chasing him down, because it is Jegs. He will have Yonka in close support, though, but that do could be called. That logic bomb now rings off in the back pocket, and he has to fall back inside of Kitchen. He's got a C4 though. If he times this perfectly, now with no information, it will be sent out in the blind. But if he can land this, it could be a huge detriment early to ACEND, but I think he'll fall back. We see him running further deep, and that will be kind of the intention. Live the fight another day. A C4 pre-placed, and we'll wait for the call from Jegs to detonate that one, as Jegs now repositioned himself on the platform of Red Stairs.
Yeah, while Jegs' heart rate sits at 60, let's go, there's a player there. It'll be low, it'll be very calm call from him when it comes, but Yonka can play this position in the library and fall back through main stairs because of the way ACEND are attacking. It's easy to fall back. There's nobody holding that cross on that side of the map. So, We're inside a minute and 20 seconds. Jegs is going to push up now through red stairs and pre-aim this angle. Looking towards the Zofia. Is he going to swing around Wolf instead? He's going to swing, but he gets taken down by Deadshot.
A 3-layer crossfire to shut down Jegs, but that gets that danger zone gone. They've cleared it, and now they have to worry about 90. That's going to be Yonka. Now he's got an SMG-11. Not the best at these longer ranges, but you want to back him with it. He has to try and grab one pick and fall back to site. The drone will spot him, and he'll decide to not take that engagement. He will not have the element of surprise, so further falling back deeper in the site as Azure tries to recontest that control of Study. Cactus with his DMR in hand will try and scan and look for every position possible, and this Jaeger so close, realizing he could have sprayed through that one. The smoke grenade will detonate and he'll play it on off angle close to couches. A logic bomb could be his ultimate detriment, but that's not existing, and oh, so close. YZN now knows a threat is there, but 2 players are trapped inside of Study. 1 shotgun up close on Map's door. This is very dangerous for TENSTAR.
Yeah, but I don't think they know Azur's there. I think because of the distraction it works, and Azur will get the kill on the enemy. But there's Cactus with the DMR. Swing from Yonka will be taken down by Deadshot, leaving it all down to YZN. There's one. 3 versus 1 now, but ACEND have set themselves up in a very good position, but YZN's going to get another. And suddenly we're in a 2 versus 1 post-plant scenario, but Azox holds it across. Much better attack from ACEND as well. That's 1 round back, but there's still a long way to go.
A long way to go, and I really want to say that round was almost as perfect and as dominant as what TENSTAR done. When we see that roam presence from TENSTAR, it immediately got identified and figured out very well from ACEND. They got Xenoxo in the first 40 seconds, and there was no trade from TENSTAR. Normally, you see TENSTAR at least try and contest it. Jegs falling back. A wise choice in that position. You don't want to fight against 4 active guns, so he falls back, and they try and reshuffle, restructure their entire defense around these new front lines forming. The player, Cactus, cutting off that position side of Study, was able to have complete control, while Azur got 1, couldn't find a second, and with that Dokkaebi locking it down, the round was essentially game, set, and match from that point. For TENSTAR, if you're going to extend that roam, you have to play a little bit more together. You can't give that opening pick away for free. You need to find that trade.
Yeah, well, that's the way ACEND played. They hunted in a pack, looking to identify those ones, and it worked to perfection.
Look how Jegs swings wide and to try and catch a player, and Wolf gets caught by 3 crossfires. They were waiting. They were trying to kind of rely on that feeling that Jegs might get aggressive, might overswing, and might find himself out of position. They've done so perfectly, and we'll see this setup now. We'll go to Trophy and Statue, set up now by TENSTAR, and very similar strategies, very similar structures, at least in lineups and strategies from what both these teams have brought out. The big, of course, kind of flashing beacon is Cactus on that Ying. To me, that indicates a little bit of intention to go aggressive and direct when they have the opportunity to do so, when they have a little bit of extra control around the map.
Yeah, and Ying is a scary one to play against, especially when there's no Warden on that defensive side as well to be a direct combat towards it. So,
I mean, they've got a Jaeger and a Womai.
It's a lot of utility.
It is. I mean, you have 4 Candelas, they all get burnt away from what's available. Already I heard 1 ADS detonate, not sure what at least caught that one out. And YZN, he's going to be isolated inside of Walk-In. He's going to lock himself in this position, and he's got essentially no way out. Lots of utility, and the first Candelas are sent in already. And judging by the fact he's queued up outside of Astro Window, I might expect him to get a little bit aggressive here. C4 pre-primed and ready, pre-ripped, I should say. And he's just going to wait for the time being to hold it on, as YZN looks to be toying with an aggressive peek. Denies him the Flora shown as well.
Well, he's the concierge in this situation now, looking to guide them and meet them on the way in. But here comes the swing, and Azox gets the kill, and the smoke will just go a little bit too late to help out his teammates. So 5 versus 4, ACEND attacking much better, and that was so close.
He manages to cross inside of bathroom there. Cactus takes a little bit of damage. He's had free movement there. That's what Cactus is there to do, to stop that. And he's just been able to do it. TENSTAR look to try and fight them directly, and the entire push from ACEND has been direct so far. All the utility, all the positioning is all going to be hyper direct in this case. All 5 players outside the master bedroom, and TENSTAR with 1 player down as well. They need to find this pick. This Rotero drone will burn up and detonate on that desk, meaning that cover is no good. You can't use it anymore. And whoa, what a shot from enemy. Finds on the Yonka. Reikos gets one on Xenoxo, but Azur fires back and gets a trade. 4 versus 2, minute left to work with. Can TENSTAR find something from this round?
Going to just play that bullet, but Jegs will find one, making it a 3v2 as those Candelas will just begin to pop and corrupt the vision of those TENSTAR players. So Azur, playing the verticality, takes a lot of damage into the back as he realizes a player is on master window. He's a little bit pinned in this position. There's nowhere for him to go. Cactus will get the shots through the wall, and it's now all down to Jegs. Jegs finds one, and that's his second of the round, but Azox shuts him down. And ACEND have begun to not only show a pulse, but they're really starting to kick back here on attack, and this is much better from the French side.
If Jegs wins that fight against Yana, that's the round. That was the round. That was the one fight he needed to win, because you have that Ying that needs to rappel in, and how exposed is that when you're trying to fight with an angle? TENSTAR feeling a little bit of pressure now. They looked like it almost looked like they could absolutely blow ACEND out of the water, and they're struggling, and it's on the auto defense side as well. Now, recent climate does favor the offense a little bit. This map favored the defense historically. Timeout's been called. Good decision from them. Time to reset. Time to get Kenny on the horn, figure out what he can do, and just listen, breathe, relax, try and compose yourselves. And I mean, TENSTAR are mental warriors. They can go to the deepest of waters and find a way back, and realistically, if they're not in the deep water, they're still in the shallow pool.
But this timeout will not just do benefits for TENSTAR. ACEND, after the poor start, have begun to get some momentum, and some people like to say that timeouts ice the team. You know, they stop the team with momentum, but I think that ACEND are going to use that opportunity to have a talk as well and really reinforce the positives that they've had over those last 2 rounds on attack. And once again, they're actually using TENSTAR aggression against them. They have decided, well, if you're going to get really aggressive against us and hope to win your ones, well, we're going to make it a 1 versus 2, a 1 versus 3. And TENSTAR, as mechanically gifted as they are, they can't deal with it.
I'll draw your attention to Cactus on that Ying again. Now, Cactus is in that support role. Does not play in that traditional entry, which is what you normally see. You normally see a flex grab on 6-picked away. I was about to say they were likely going to 6-pick away anyway, because they were using that Ying for a very specific reason. So they'll swap away. They'll also bring out Dokkaebi again. They've been using fantastically. Enemy will grab that role. For TENSTAR, it is going to be, how do you adapt now? What changes do you make? And considering that we see 3 bodies stacked over towards Master Bedroom, they're expecting ACEND to do the same attack once again, and they're going to try and fight this a little bit more effectively with more utility committed, more positions held, and I mean that Banshee as well set up that mute jammer in the bathtub, trying to choke out information, give every roamer the best advantage they can. So I think a good adaptation from TENSTAR so far.
So it's a 4 versus 3 over on this side of the map straight off the bat. You've got Xenoxo there, you've got Jegs there, you've got Jonka there, all playing in and around this position to meet them up front, but Jegs will get the opener, and that will slow down this attack a little bit as he's able to play Master Bedroom. Deadshot will take a chunk of damage there too from this position.
Actually. I think he actually impacted himself on that ledge, but this is TENSTAR now fighting ACEND directly. Before Jegs got that pick, you saw the player in basement watching the entry down below as well. They are just trying to slow down the initial entryway from ACEND, make every inch of that map difficult to control, and they've already began the fall further back. Xenoxo is now retreating towards main stairs, and they've essentially given this control for free. But because Jegs got that pick, and they asserted some pressure, now ACEND have to worry about it. But enemy, once again, that Dokkaebi will lurk towards his study's balcony side and will try and control that flow from this position.
Well, you think of the map as checkpoints. Once you could get these couple of checkpoints controlled, then you take control of Study Balcony to hold the flank, to make sure that if any players try to rotate through Study, you can have that impact. Now, information is being passed across with those pings, as Jonka's just a little wary that somebody might come through basement, but obviously they don't have the silhouettes that we do. He has to go by just game sense alone, and he's a little bit worried about it. Azure keeping an eye on main door as well. For ACEND, you've still got so much time. It's 1 minute and 15 seconds. That is a long time on attack, especially when you look at the amount of information they can still gather. What's that? They've got 2, 4, 6 drones plus Iana. They can get so much information.
They've sacrificed control of Study here. They've fallen and redirected to a front line setup. They've got a Cactus on Repel on 90, and they're going to open up inside of Vault. But without control of Study, this is a little bit difficult, because you can play in there and fight a long angle deep towards Map's doorway. Jegs is complete control here. A second Logic Bomb comes out, and keep your eye on Jegs. This Finnish superstar is going to shut this down in this position. He has every bit of control he needs, and they've got nothing to force him out. And Yonka's on the flank as well. This could be absolutely huge for TENSTAR, and ACEND might have just set their own trap. A C4 lurking, but doesn't matter. Azox will get that nade, get that opening, and get us to a 4 versus 4. Yonka's position is now compromised, but Jegs doesn't matter. He swings wide. He gets one to enemy. The C4 misses, doesn't connect, but damage already done. 17 seconds, and Azox will find one to Yonka. That could have given them an opening, but time so narrow, so thin, so slim right now. A second nade primed and ready down below, but they have to get this site down. They have to get this case planted, and Deadshot's giving them the avenue, giving them the access. Azure shuts it down, but Cactus gets traded as well. Jegs left alone against 2 and gets 1. Can he find himself a 4K? Can he find himself a clutch? The case goes down, and Jegs, no! Dead shot, shuts it down! ACEND, scrap and brawl the way to a round.
And that all fell with Xenoxo on the shotgun, playing by that hard wall. He gets 1 kill there. Not even 2, just one of those players shut down. That does not happen. And that is just a very good direct push when it came to the shove from ACEND. So they've started to claw their way back. Attack has been king on Villa. Can TENSTAR get to match point, or will ACEND level the sides and whip it? If ACEND win this round, you love to point it out that if it goes that way, we're going to see every single round in regulation after what seemed like a very good start from TENSTAR.
4 C4s for TENSTAR, by the way. Remember when I mentioned that ACEND, they played this side, they played with a pulse, and they had 1 C4? While TENSTAR, they took that personally. They realised that, we only had to deal with 1 C4? We had complete vert control for absolutely free. Let's bring 4. Let's just say, if you want to open up that floor, no, absolutely not. We'll open up holes of our own, but you'll be sent back to observation screen. I like this a lot from TENSTAR. It's not really a high-risk strategy. It's all about getting good, solid information, and I love this from TENSTAR on the default cams initially. This will give them a good read on what the preparation from ACEND will be, where the primary forces have spawned out, and they've even got themselves a Mozzie Pest to work with.
Yeah, and Azure is the conduit in this round. He is the information superhighway for TENSTAR. It is vitally important to keep him alive as long as possible, so you keep a couple of players playing off of him to keep him alive, and he can feed that information back and forward where the push is coming from, where the players are, and try to use those C4s. Now, very important thing to point out, by opening up that wall from the window, that is one little bit of rotation that has been shut down, and they'll leave a player keeping an eye on that. They're looking in towards Laundry as well, and YZN needs to be very careful not to get over aggressive, which is exactly what the members want, but YZN will swing and take him down. As he says, Gibson, you don't know what you're talking about. He backs himself, and he gets the opener. Azox, though, look at how quickly he's got himself up towards Pantry. He's on the door, and I don't think they know. They've got no clue. He's in sight, and now Azure needs to pass the information. Azox gets 1, but YZN shuts him down with a second. Deadshot takes him down to make it a 3v3. Deadshot makes it a 3v2, but Jegs from the top rope comes down and takes down him, so it's a 2 versus 2. Cactus now, and a very important 1v1, but Jegs will win it, making it a 2v1. Enemy outside the map. Now, Habana, 3 speed, 1 drone, 3 flash grenades in the back pocket, and without Pulse left alive, this is all going to be down to gun skill alone.
They don't know. Jegs has no idea. He's just going to walk on in, and these flashbangs will give away his position, but Jegs will play himself passive, and Xenoxo nearly finds that pick, but that gives the information. Now Jegs have been sent on the hunt. He now knows the threats inside of China, and he'll be able to hold this angle. He'll walk in absolutely free, and Jegs gets TENSTAR on the map point.
That's a momentum round right there.
That was huge.
And it all comes from YZN's confidence. Now, I love the way ACEND played that round, though. They lost the opening pick, but then instead of being like, okay, we lost the opening pick, let's slow it down, they says, you know what? We're going to cause a little bit of confusion. We're going to actually get more aggressive having lost that opener, and it almost worked out. Deadshot in Laundry with a huge double kill. Pushing up through was Azox in the kitchen, but whenever they need him, they put up that bat signal for Jegs. The light goes up in the sky, and not only did it go up in the sky, he came down from the top floor and landed right on top of Deadshot to take him out.
14 and 6 for Jegs, by the way.
That's no surprise.
I mean, that's actually, that's a...
Deadshot 12 and 9.
I mean, both the players we expect to show up in those categories have done. That's a light shift, though, for Jegs, let's be fair. He's just a... That's passive Jegs. Yep. I'll just get 14. Doesn't matter.
See, this is the thing, though. I've spoken to so many teams, and
You've spoken to Jegs? Man of few words.
No, he's a man of few words. I asked to speak to him, and he was just like, no. And his team was like, you asked the worst person to talk to, because Jegs, he's not one for doing interviews, but all the players, every single team, if they could pick one player and CL as the most dangerous player, all said Jegs, and that's why.
You know what Jegs do so well? The lucky charm. Get the heads off the statues.
He only clicks heads.
That's true. I mean, he's got 14 of them so far. He did a good job. But
I watched the Desco. His headshot rate wasn't 100% with it. He only got 10 heads.
Okay, well, it's probably not going to be 100%. I'll think, once again, he's in this same position inside the master bedroom. We've got a shield on the bed, and they're going to use a nade to clear it. They're actually going to send it over the top and try and clear him directly, and they'll force him out of position, and they'll force a lot of his HP off as well. He's got someone there for coverage. He's got a teammate to back him up. The body system's in full effect. But this roam from TENSTAR, it's going to start feeling the pinch. You got one player repelling on Astro, and the primary forces pushing in from the master bedroom balcony. Well, Jegs, you have to try and fight a very difficult fight with very low HP.
Yeah, and he's just keeping an eye low for a second to see if any drones were going to come in to shut down that network. But it looks like ACEND have decided to change the push. So they got involved in that fight over on the far side of the map. They've realised that Jegs has been a bit of a problem, so they're going to rotate now for the study side. You're going to get Deadshot on one balcony. You've got player repelled on the other. And now for TENSTAR, it's how quick can you identify it. But Jegs, oh no. Do they know, Jegs? He thought about peeking, but no, he's going to fall back.
I don't think anyone was actually exposed to that window, so even if he did full commit to a wide peek, he would have been fine. He wouldn't have got anyone. They probably wouldn't have found a trade onto him either. But this entire redirection, this re-push towards study is a good call from ACEND. TENSTAR were not set up directly for it, at least in terms of where their player positions were. But Azur, in a very strong position, a first toxic cancer tossed in, that Rotero drone will force him out of position, but he will not lose composure. That ADS stays locked on the next potential target, and he will reseat his position on the main stairs. A second canister will help give him cover, and he'll try and peek this Zofia. Deadshot doesn't know how tantalizing close he is, as Azur will drop down prone, and we'll wait. We'll play the patience game. This opening pick could be critical, and Yonka falters. First of all for TENSTAR, but that's going to be Jegs who gets one. Azur finds one of his own, finds himself traded, but indeed no will be Jegs. 3 versus 2 now, and technicality to revive will connect as well. 40 seconds, TENSTAR, 3v3, can you hold the line?
Well, that smoke actually allowed Jegs to get res, so he's probably got more HP than he did before he went down. So we're here on match point. This is it for TENSTAR. Can they clutch it out now? ACEND still with 25 seconds to go, but Deadshot is pushing up. They're only going to get the case now, and they're going to have to go up through main stairs. Deadshot waits for the buddy to get behind him. YZN with a shotgun in hand is going to hold one doors, and Oxo will hold the long angle. He misses the opportunity to hit the shot, and now Jegs will use that information to swing, and oh no, he's going to miss that opportunity. But there's the case downs, and Oxo gets the kill, and well, this should be job done. Clock will hit zeros, defenders win, and TENSTAR clutch it out. But my oh my, Jegs almost fumbled the bag in that one when he swung study.
Oh, uncharacteristic peek there from him. Swings wide, thinks he's going to get that Dokkaebi for absolutely free, and guess what? Doesn't. But TENSTAR get victory on ACEND's map pick of Villa. What a performance that was. A opening and dominant opening half from them, and ACEND fought and clawed their way back into it. It looked to be a very strong run from them. Oh my. TENSTAR, a very typical TENSTAR game. They can never win in a clean fashion. Always has to be a little bit scrappy towards the end.
Yeah, and it was a very good performance by TENSTAR at the start, but you got to give a lot of credit to ACEND. They played themselves into form in that game. They started really slow, but then they were able to identify and adjust on the fly and make the changes that they needed to claw themselves back in. But as always is the way with TENSTAR, there's one player who pops up every round, gets himself a double, gets himself a triple, and you just can't plan for that.
Yeah, you can't. You cannot just plan around one player being as influential as Jegs has been. He popped up time and time again and was always able to make that huge impact. But I can't wait to see how the desk will break this one down, so we'll go to them after this quick break.
TENSTAR was supposed to be hitting the ground running if they wanted to secure this best of 3, and that is exactly what they did on ACEND's map pick. But before we talk about TENSTAR and how incredible they did on the attacking side, I want to discuss the operator bans because, yeah, that did have a little bit of an impact, didn't it?
Mm-hmm. We saw a distinct lack demo of the old frag grenade. Are you gonna get me sorted out? Thank you.
That's why you guys are partners.
That's my pet hate in broadcast. I see a cable. It's my pet hate, and
I lost my clip.
Two over there, they're culprits for it sometimes as well.
I lost my little clip. What can I say? Yeah, we saw a distinct lack of nades in the operators. And it was obviously a bit of an intention, wasn't it, Demo?
Yeah, you see Sledge, Nuke bans happening. Nuke is a bit of a given. It's always a go-to ban for really every map inside of the meta, not just because she has nades, but because of the gadget. Whereas Sledge is specifically targeted for the nades. In the current meta, there's only 4 operators who get nades. You remove 2 of those, you're left with then Iana and Glaz. No one's playing Glaz nades. No one's even playing Glaz and Villa, right? So you're literally limited to just the Iana, so you're only seeing the 2 sets of nades. And we've seen there wasn't the same influence as what you naturally would see in Villa with the nades from below. It had to be very targeted, had to be very specific. Look at that.
Yeah, we said
there's Jegs.
Every single individual from TENSTAR had to be showing up, but once again, it's Jegs that comes out on top.
Yeah, it was a big battle, to be honest, today between Jegs and Deadshot, as we kind of predicted.
Both of them, yeah.
Both the heavy hitters, both of them having big swings in the way that rounds played out. But Jeg speaks for himself, doesn't he? What a fantastic game, or what a fantastic map 1 he has had today. And almost in contrast, a little bit, could I say, to map 1 last week, where he started off a little bit slower. It seems as though he's almost at full pace already.
And this is the point I made. TENSTAR had to come out today all guns blazing.
Yeah.
And they did that. Look how dominant that first half was. A little bit shaky in the second half, albeit, but still, that's the way they needed to start. And everyone played well today. Everyone had something to do, which is the difference that they didn't have last week.
Yeah, and it also felt like TENSTAR started off initially really found their footing, and then they made it a bit too difficult on themselves, and they lost a few rounds, but then they were able to get it back. So, like, what's going on?
Bit of a worry. It was a bit of a worry, I think, going into that second half. You can see that the static defense that you should be playing in Villa, they kind of scrap that, Ollie, it felt like at times.
It's kind of funny because we opened this segment with let's talk about the operator selection, let's talk about the bans, let's talk about the nade bans, and then both teams decided, oh, I know what we'll do.
Let's extend.
We'll roam. Let's extend. Let's not play behind deployable shields. Let's not play behind utility. Let's not bring Flores and mute and that sort of things to have that nice little sort of combination, whether you've got the mute jammers on defense to defend against the Flores drones, because that's the only real way of destroying the shields now. Yeah, we saw a little bit as a face played in there as well, but the defenders were extending and ascended it in their defensive half, and TENSTAR started off doing it as well in theirs, and we were sort of maybe giving TENSTAR a little bit too much credit, Demo. We were saying, oh, it's big brain, you know, they're going to ban the Nook, you ban the Sledge, and then you play your defense really sort of anchor, you play those sentry positions inside of sight, and we didn't see that for the first couple of rounds. It took them a while to get onto that.
Yeah, and Demo, you even have a clip. If anything, you were like,
there's a round. There's a round specifically. And again, it comes back to, I think, TENSTAR just makes it so difficult for themselves. So difficult. And you probably could have also looked at the previous 2 rounds also. Exact same situation. TENSTAR on Villa, especially for this defense, for this bomb site specifically, it's all about being able to anchor down. And we mentioned before, with the bans, you look at the bans, you don't have to worry about the Sledge. You don't have to worry about the Nuke. 2 staple picks that we see inside of Villa. You're only worrying about the Iana nades. That's it. So realistically, you should just sit in sight behind your shields. You're not going to really have to worry about nades. And even I think TENSTAR, they were set up, even if there was nades from below, they were extending downstairs in towards living room. You'll see that there's a lone guy downstairs, this man who's just been killed. It's going to be that mute. He was downstairs anyway. He can stop those nades happening. TENSTAR were really set up and ready for it. But the game plan didn't come across like that. It did come across very swing heavy. It looked as if there was panic moments where they just decided to hold an angle. Look at this round, right? 3v3, you have 10 seconds to go. There's one guy downstairs who's doing nothing. Azox, we just seen him, he got a kill below, but he's literally offering nothing else to the round. He's out of play. With 10 seconds to go, he's doing nothing. The other 2 players, both stacked up against each other, and all they have is 90. That's it. They're not going to go towards zombie door. They're not going to push here because they know they don't have study control, so Jegs can shut them down all day of the week. All they have is just pushing 1 corridor, and that is it. So surely you'd expect, okay, they can do this. There's no vault wall. They have to walk through one doorway. What's probably the best place? Where would you say is the best place to play, Ollie?
If you're
defending that,
you want to play tight up to the breach.
On the breach, you reckon?
Well, that's where Xenoxo tried to play.
I don't think you play the breach. I think if you're Xenoxo, you're tucked in towards the bar. That's going to be your best angle. You have a good bit of cover. You can dance around the bomb chassis if you need to. What does Xenoxo do? There he is. He goes close, and this is, again, if Ollie says play close to the breach, don't play close to the breach. If Ollie's saying it, don't do it, okay? And as you can see, Xenoxo played close, got blasted away. All map pressure lost. It's a 1v2. Sure, Jegs gets the trade-off. Even Azar, I think, down in main stairs shouldn't happen. Yeah, and then sure, Jegs, we know he's playing that well, but he can't play that well. Loses the 1v1. A moment like that where I think TENSTAR, you play safe, you play static, you don't look for those kills, you don't push into those angles, it's going to give you a better chance. 100%.
Well, they didn't play static, but they did win ACEND's map pick, and that was the first map here, Villa. So whether or not ACEND is going to be able to copy that success onto TENSTAR's map pick, which is going to be Chalet, we're going to be finding it out as we're going to be heading over to our casters, Gibson and Wibbit.
Thank you very much for that one. And TENSTAR, well, they made it a very TENSTAR game indeed, where they started off dominant and they let their opposition in. Demo put a good point. They make these rounds difficult for themselves at times. And Chalet is a little bit of a different beast than it was to Villa. It's a map that can be difficult to have fluid rotations on that defense, and the offense can shut it down. We saw very few defensive wins on Villa. I think we might see a very different story here on Chalet. I think we're going to see two different coin sides on this one, Gibby.
It'll be a fun one to watch. And would you dare say that last map was more TENSTAR at points?
It was the most TENSTAR type of game I've seen in a long time for them. Domination, they start off really strong and they begin to make small, little independent mistakes that cascade, that lose rounds. I mean, if Ollie says play close to a breach, don't. I guess I think good lesson from Demo in that one. But it's going to be a different story, different map, of course, and we'll go into our bans. I wouldn't be shocked to see if we're going to see a Nuck getting waved goodbye again. But TENSTAR taking their time with this one. They're building some anticipation. What are they going to go for? Is some internal dialogue happening? Or are they just building suspense for us?
Somebody's just AFK for a second having a drink. It's what happens in this phase. They're like, oh, I'm sure the rest of them will ban. Thermite will be the first one to be gone, and that's a very interesting ban right there. Thermite, of course, the operator who makes the biggest hole in a wall that you can possibly make.
One of the least utilised Heartbreachers at the minute.
Look, there's probably a reasoning behind it. There's maybe something that ACEND do, but I'll be very curious to see how it plays out, but I think that there is a bit of method behind the madness. No surprise whatsoever to see Nuck gone. Now, what does that do? Sledge is in play this time around, so you've got more nades to play with. These are the bans we expect to see. We'll probably see an Azami, probably a Valk again, or else it could be the Mira ban. It's really pick and choose your poison. Azami is going to get removed. So
it will be Valkyrie.
Yeah.
It probably won't be now that I've said that. That's the type of luck I have. But you would think on the run, of course, of how things have been, you should expect the Valkyrie to be gone here. No, it's going to be an alibi. Well, a Thermite alibi ban from the side of TENSTAR. That's targeted, that's directed. I'm considering that this was the map that they decided to bring. And if I know anything about TENSTAR, of course, they have that wonderful coach, Kenny, who always wins the map bans. I don't think he's ever lost a map ban. Absolutely ever. So I think going to Chalet, they clearly had something pocketed in the back pocket for us, and the bans to me ring out to that. They have banned away an Alibi and a Thermite.
Yeah, and Alibi gone as well. You saw the fact that in the pre-show, Deadshot and, by the way, I'll say Jegs, they like using Alibi from time to time. So, you know, you're taking away the strong arm of one of your players and a player on the other team, but I think it could be addition by subtraction for the side of TENSTAR. So we get kicked off going to Bar Games to kick us off, and this is a site which I think a lot of teams have now gravitated to as the primary site on this map. My oh my, how times have changed when it used to be top floor basement. Now we'll see sides prioritizing the ground floor, and in reality, I like it.
I mean, this is a difficult site to attack and break down realistically because you're left with lots of puzzles to solve across the entire map. Some teams extend to control all of Office and Piano. Some of them just focus on locking down that position inside of Library. Now, I mean, we saw, a very unique TENSTAR strategy of that Xenoxo on dock, holding on the Library in that position where two incendiary darts from Capital were sent. Now, one of them did miss. He only had to survive the second one. But with that reworked dock, he was able to lock that position down in particular and just survive. So he's a little bit of a merchant in this position, not bringing out his French operator this time around. But for TENSTAR, this is going to be what we expect to see from them, and I don't think the counter strategy is going to come out in the opening rounds from them. They're just going to, I think, feel out what ACEND's going to do.
Yeah, and ACEND don't tend to bring Capitao very often, so I think he didn't really have to take the dock this time around. But this is a position that Zenoxo has made a little bit of a name for himself playing. You play that position until you pass away. You stay there as long as possible. And, you know, Jegs' position here is a vital one as well, as he looks to control all of Mezzanine and just keep an eye. We'll spot that drone as he hops onto one of his own. But with a minute gone so far, ACEND are only now beginning to enter the map from that far side. It's very slow as enemy. With the case is actually the front line, but by opening up that wall, he enables the team to just throw utility over and clear that shield on Ivy.
So they've opened up a very high angle here, which means they're going to be able to try and fight. This is almost a one-way, giving an advantage to the side peeking from Master Bedroom, or from Office, I should say. Lots of utility, very early expended to clear that shield on Ivy, and as there falls back, Zenoxo has been released a little bit, and he can get more freedom inside of Library. That nade goes soaring down Ivy stairs, gets the pick, opening on to YZN. And look at how aggressive Zenoxo is, but we have the benefit of silhouettes. No one's there, and they don't know this. So TENSTAR are lacking a little bit of information for the time being, and they're just going to try and play reactive. Now, you still have that player of Azure on Ivy stairs, but no shield, no utility to help him, and the teammates in close proximity aren't really locked in to lock it down right now, and I say that as Jegs on Mezzanine with that FMJ could have absolutely critical impact.
There is a frost mat on that window, though, that has not been removed just yet, which could have an impact as we move later into that round. And they've given up library control now. There's nobody playing there. They've realised that the push isn't coming, so Jegs is going to focus on this angle. Jegs will win the fight. Azure will find Rykos as well at the same time, making it a 4 versus 3. And now Cactus will just open up a line of head heights himself from that double window into sight to just make Bar a more tough place to play. There's that frost mat. It has now been cleared.
30 seconds, and 30 seconds left in this round, and ACEND realistically don't have a significant amount of control. They have to dive bomb in. They got one player outside of Mud, one on Mezzanine balcony, and as time ticks in, there's going to be pressure in this one, and Yonko will take down Freebie, that headshot every single day. Well, that's going to be Cactus. Here inside of Mud, he'll get one to Azure with that DMR, but Jegs is still alive, and he's going to get that case. Zenoxo cleans up the rest, and that's going to be Cactus, and TENSTAR, while not flawless, absolutely shut down every single thing ACEND tried to send their way. I mean, perfect defense. Almost perfect. They lost a few players, but they had every answer needed to suppress what ACEND were doing.
And that frost mat had a big impact on that one. The player didn't jump into it, but they jumped through the window, aiming at the floor, and Azure was able to get the kill. So one way or another, it enabled the player on Ivy to pick up that one.
Down if you do, down if you don't. You've all done in, you try and fight the player down below. It's a difficult fight to win, and you're going to get stuck in a pog mat, and you're trying through that pog mat, you try and gamble that you're not going to get peaked. But guess what? You're going to get picked. Yonko will find that pick and shut it down. TENSTAR get themselves an opening round, and kind of similar script to what we saw in Villa. TENSTAR start off strong. They'll probably get 2-3 rounds here. That's how they go. But will they be able to keep that tempo, keep the momentum, and manage the game as ACEND begin to adapt and change? Or will it be a very similar repeat to what Villa was, where dominant TENSTAR half, dominant ACEND half, and TENSTAR just crossed it over the line? Because that's how they play. That's how TENSTAR get their victories. Never clear-cut from them.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see where Wamai is going to play this time around. Usually we see them play on Solarium stairs and hold any utility coming in through that Solarium window and then coming in from Trophy as well. So it looks like Yonka's actually going to play inside Master Bedroom, but it is going to do a very similar job. You put down those discs, you stop the utility usage coming in from those areas of the map, and if you treat this site almost identical to the way you would treat it if top floor was the site. You know, you defend it that exact same format, because if you get vertical control on kitchen or bar games, normally you end up winning the round from that position.
ACEND will make their entryway, at least initial pressure from main lobby, mezzanine balcony, as well as library. So they'll try and pinch these players upstairs as drone sent in. Jegs will claim that, add that to his tally. And just tentative moments for ACEND. They don't want to commit early. They're trying to open up as many windows, avenues, and cut-off rotations as they can. Azox is the only player actually on that library balcony. He's been left alone, so he'll solo drone or drone for his teammates. But ACEND are pretty thinly spread right now, and they have no real direction of what they're trying to achieve. Cactus will rappel up to that balcony, that double window, and we'll have 1 on solar, 2 on solar, so that's what's going to be the primary entry. But they've wasted lots of time to come to this verdict of what they want to do.
Yeah, Yonka's still in position playing that angle. Jegs is nearby as well, so he can be reactive to any push that comes that way. So Jegs is holding this area of the map for the player pushing in through library, or he can fall back to help the rest of the push. There's the little bit of noise, identifying it coming from this direction, and Yonka will push up. YZN will get one, Yonka will get the other, and then Rykos will pull one back on the Ash. But is it damage already done? Xenoxo will make it a 4 versus 2 now, as Enemy is just staring through trophy window. But is it beginning to slip through their hands now from this situation? Enemy misses the opportunity to take down Oryx as he dashes his way up Solarium stairs, and there's the Xenoxo swinging round to make it a 4 versus 1. And well, for poor Enemy, you're pushing inside, the draw or the camera will spot exactly where you are, and you just feel like TENSTAR, especially a Kenny coach team, are not going to give Enemy, you know, these 4 1v1s.
No, they won't be aggressive. They will play this. I don't want to use the word boring, but they won't get it flashy.
You're boring.
With it. How dare you, Gibby? They'll shut down. Enemy will get one. That's the Noxo, but guess what? There's a trade. Oh, put that one on a cost for Yonka. I mean, this was another absolutely stellar round from TENSTAR. Another clean shot. That's 2 really clean shots from him in this round. They were, once again, nearly perfect on their defense. ACEND took a long time in that round to decide what they wanted to do. They initially looked like they wanted to put pressure on side of library. They left one player there to act as that pressure relief later on. But when they went in to get control of Solar, try inside of Master Bedroom as well, they just didn't win their fights. TENSTAR were better regimented, better held on, and they locked it out. They absolutely played it perfectly. ACEND, 2 rounds down, no answer, and they haven't looked close to finding that opening round here. This is a very similar story once again.
I just love the way that TENSTAR are playing that body system, though, because you look at the position of Yonka. He was there to hold library, but the minute that the call was made that Solarium is where the push is coming from, he sprinted straight back into Piano and Bathroom and was able to tag team to win that round out and get those important kills. Xenoxo, a player who's having a pretty good start to this one, 3-1 as well. A lot of you may remember Xenoxo from his time in GSA, spent a little bit of a while with that Ovation roster. He's been a very good pickup for TENSTAR.
I mean, Xenoxo's came into this roster, and he came into TENSTAR at a turbulent time for the roster. They had just finished, you know, the first split of MPL, and they didn't look like the side that a lot of people expected going into that event. Now, I mean, given like the 6 months he's had to grow in this team, has become one of the most integral parts of that side. And we finally see that Glass getting picked up, and this is the most nades that we've seen brought out in a long time. We've got 6 available. We have the Honor, the Sledge, and the Glass all bringing those HEs, so they're going to try and clear what they can from those nades. And I mean, a Glass out smokes is an interesting, so at least they do have the Ying to send them in, but YZN is not going to be very, you know, not going to be passive around that breach. He'll try and contest it best he can, and well, a Dance with the Devil, he'll come off, well, no better for it, no worse for it, and the first bits utility sent in from that breach.
Yeah, you get the feeling that whenever TENSTAR picking players, they want people who are confident in their ability, and now Cactus with the Glass will spot the little illuminated figure. Jegs takes a lot of damage, but he's getting in a gunfight here and towards Big Garage. Oh, he's pushing on up. Bazzer gets the kill as the dynamic duo work together to make that a 5 versus 4. So Glass, both of those smokes are gone, so you've essentially lost the ability to use his utility, and now smokes are going to get tossed back the other way. He's only got 1 nade in the back pocket as well, and this one looks like it's going to be thrown to destination unknown as nobody is in position. Doesn't get the bulletproof cam either, and well, you just feel like they didn't really take advantage of Glass and what he brings, because it is a very niche skill that he brings.
You know what this is actually singing to me? Is that Thermite ban, right? ACEND wanted a bigger opening, a bigger breach, and guess what? You can't do that with an ace. You have to wait for those Samus to detonate. You risk them getting impact tricked, and none of them did, but it wasn't a clean breach. They couldn't vault in, they couldn't sprint in, they were forced to vault. So the Thermite ban has come to bite ACEND just a little bit, and they were very much trying to go. Look at the mess of that breach. That's not a pretty sight. You can't vault. You can only vault in the very left-hand side of it, and they're still toying around the idea of an enemy's lurking outside of it, less than a minute to work with, and well, they're gonna kind of look for scraps at this point. They have to find 1 pick at least, and TENSTAR will make that difficult to find.
Yeah, and they're just delaying again. Those toxic bays are going. It's just going to eat up another little bit of time. Jegs has taken an absolute beating, but that ain't going to stop him as he takes down Rykos. And now Azox has only got the door to enter from. Cactus will creep through, but Yonka playing on main stairs finds that. Enemy will look for the trade, but Yonka's just better as he adds that one to the tally as well. On the swing, TradeStar coming in, and TENSTAR go 3 rounds to the good and just dropping down from the hatch again. And this is why why you leave that hatch open on defense.
This is the best form I've seen TENSTAR in. This is so well machined, so well coached and drilled, and I mean, we questioned. We were like, oh, Thatcher ban or Thermite ban. Oh, that's a little bit interesting. That's a little bit wild. And back of my mind was like, it's probably for that basement defense. And lots of teams like to play aggressive from that basement defense. You like to be able to get that breach open, send smokes and utility in, and try and force your way into the plant. So for TENSTAR, flawless rotation. All 3 of their sites they have been victorious on. They'll reset that rotation now, and they'll go to Gym and Bar once again. They were very effective here. Once again, Ascend couldn't find a way to solve the puzzle. And, I mean, they were very good at clearing the shield that Az are setting up right now on Ivy shield, or on Ivy. They just didn't capitalize upon it. And they had Jegs with a mezzanine. They didn't shut him down at all. So, time for adaptation from Ascend.
And just keep an eye on the little things that TENSTAR are doing. They're opening up footholds inside so that the player who wants to toss utility over the breach that'll be opened up high can't really do it and from a very safe position. But this is the point last game where Ascend began to show shoots of life. This is where they began to adapt to the TENSTAR side of play. So I want to see Ascend begin to make just little tweaks, little changes. What can they do to stop this TENSTAR defense? Now, you gotta make sure of one thing, you're always switched on. Those frost mats, as a competitive player, Frost and Capcan, is probably the 2 most frustrating ways to go down. Oh, that's better. Azox.
Hey, that was aggressive. I mean, if you had struggled with dealing with the time, this is going to be Ascend absolutely trying to come out of the traps swinging aggressive as they can. They found 2 early picks. Yonko, though, will get 1 back for the good with that C4 sent up. And already, TENSTAR a little bit more compacted, feeling the pinch and feeling that pressure. With Zanoxo gone, that control, that position in Library now lost. They have to try and fight a little bit harder to hold on to this control.
A little change in tempo from Ascend, and it works out really well. They've opened up the spot now, so YZN is a little bit trapped in this position. Rykos looking towards that long angle as well, towards Ivy. Can he make something work from this position? But I feel like Ascend are going to be able to capitalize as Cactus takes down Azure. 4 versus 2. Yonka and YZN significantly better from Ascend already in this round.
A duo that you want to back in a clutch, of course. YZN has one of the most flawless clutches TENSTAR have ever seen instead of MPL finals. That drone sent in will surely spot him out, and the Lion Scout will keep him in place. A pre-fire sent towards that window in case anyone daring enough to vault on in. Minute 30. Lots of time for Ascend. They can slow the tempo back down now. Use their drones. Use what utility they have left to isolate these players of TENSTAR. But YZN will get one to Cactus. Looks for a second one swinging wide, and now with 1 pick being the difference, TENSTAR are back in this round. Ascend, if you lose 1 for free, you might have just given away an easy round.
Yeah, and Yonka's going 6-0 as well. He is feeling it, this map. So Ascend, don't let TENSTAR regroup. Don't let them crawl their way back into this round, because that's what you're currently doing. There's a minute left on the clock. You've got 2 drones, but Yonka will just get aggressive as he goes 7-0 now, making it 8-2 versus 2. And all of a sudden, momentum has swung back in the way of TENSTAR. Deadshot gets into sight. Rykos will take down YZN. So it's all down to Yonka, who's down in basement. 43 seconds to go, but down comes the case, and they've got a drone network set up to spot out Yonka.
Case goes down. So 44 seconds, 42 we hit critical, and Yonka left alone. Just over half HP, an SMG-11 and a shotgun. 1 player crosses line of sight, and that drone will get taken out. Ryoxy has fallen all the way back outside, as well as Deadshot. So essentially, this round is over for TENSTAR. It will be a Herculean effort. Deadshot spots out 1 above. That will be Yonka. And I have a feeling his first casualty will be arriving in this round. He'll drop on down the hatch. He'll try and scrap his way, but these players are so far behind. There's no way he gets it. He looks for 1. Can't find it. Deadshot shuts it down. Ascend get themselves the very first round. And the way they done that was essentially going to TENSTAR. I see your structure. I see your strategy. I raise you aggression.
Well, players don't, especially players like Zanoxo, don't expect you to vault through that window in the first 10 seconds of a round. Well, not the first 10 seconds, but you know what I mean. The minute they got up on top of that balcony, they vaulted their way on in, and that caused problems for that whole TENSTAR defense. It was, once again, Ascend showing that they have what it takes to adjust and make changes in the middle of a game. And with it being 3-1, they've done it at an okay time as well. You're on attack. They've still got time to pull 2 potential more attacking rounds out of this one. But it's very important that they don't let the good strides they made in that last round go to waste.
They have to keep the pressure on. They've got to keep the foot absolutely planted on the gas and do not give TENSTAR room to breathe. That's when TENSTAR tend to struggle. I mean, throw your mind a little bit further back, Gibby, to a game we actually got to watch of WYLDE versus TENSTAR in the open qualifiers. The very first open qualifier for this. TENSTAR felt the pressure when WYLDE played in their signature style, where they were aggressive in their face. That's where TENSTAR were uncomfortable. If ACEND can imitate that just a little bit, they might be able to have some more success because their style is not working here. This is where you need to have someone say, all right, let's try something new. Let's go to the next page of the strat book. Let's find a new way in. So they've been making changes, and that first one of that extra aggression, that extra tempo worked out perfectly. Can they find themselves a second round with that same mentality?
Big round for ACEND this time. If they can keep that mentality going, enemy will drone out Jegs' position and keep the drone in the back pocket as well. So that's a good bit of information. Jegs will eventually clear it, but he is holding a long angle through that hatch just to catch any sleeping ACEND players. And Oxo has a very important job here because Jegs is focused down through the hatch. So it's all down to Oxo to keep his teammate clean.
No one's really pressuring him for the time being, at least. They've seemingly rotated down and thinking about entering inside of Bar. Cactus will make himself an entry avenue down inside of Snowmobile, give himself that access. He'll try and push in from it. Again, they've somewhat faked the setup here a little bit. They've done what you would do structurally to what you would be defending Bar, and they've went and held Kitchen. And with Azure locked in inside of supply room, he's essentially got all of this corner of the map under his control, or at least influence. He can go up that hatch if he wants to as well, and be very potent later on in this round. He can be that backstab, as we've seen lots of teams use that Oryx in as, well, ACEND now entering down below, trying to push in and get control of the lobby, and they've ignored the top floor completely here.
Yeah, it looks like they've seen what is in the back pocket, so they've decided to change the way that they've approached. It's once again adapting on the fly from ACEND, but you get the feeling that it's starting to maybe stall out just a little bit. All 10 players left alive inside the server with 1 minute and 15 to go. Azure has been holding this angle, and Jegs has been holding that one for 2 minutes straight now, and right on cue, Jegs will begin to move. Now Azure, he hears the footsteps, he's going to get taken down. Azox finds one, and there's Jegs, not able to get the refrag, and that could be the little bit of an opening they need, but Yonka takes down Deadshot as he continues his impressive game. 8-1 now for the XG2 man.
I mean, we talked about how ACEND had success being more direct, more pressuring on the TENSTAR, and they've completely lifted off that pressure, and they've given TENSTAR a round they like to play in. It's been slow, it's been methodical. Azox on low HP from the early fight with Jegs as well. Left to try and scrap with that one. Under a minute now, 30 seconds in this round, and YZN gets himself absolutely beaten up. He'll watch a long angle, but he's got a lot to worry about for the time being. An execution now arriving from that lobby, and Cactus in West Main could be the linchpin for this. TENSTAR still have verticality as well, and if you push in to try and get that case down inside of Dining, you're going to get caught out by that one, and they don't have a lot of time. They've got no time to clear it, and they still have to worry about this flank potential. YZN will get one. No, Yonka gets one. Yonka gets two. A quad kill for him. Give him the ace, surely. YZN gets claimed, but that will be Jegs who shuts it down, and TENSTAR, that's a round they would have taken every single day of the week.
Cactus was the key to that round in that position. And
I'd say Yonka was the key to that round.
Yeah, but for ACEND, he went down. That's why they didn't win it. Yonka was able to clean that one up, but you feel like ACEND are getting themselves into very winnable positions and then stalling out. 14 seconds left, and they were going for the execute. That's not even the 20-second meta. It's not enough time for anything to adapt at all if anything goes wrong on your attack.
I have to agree. I mean, so far, I've been keeping track of this little conversation, this little running joke they've had. Yonka's rolling back the years. He started off as 33 years old on the opening map. Now he's only 30. Rolling them back.
Look, he's going 11-1-1. That's not a bad performance by the man. And what is it about TENSTAR? There's always one player every single map or every single game they play that just pops off and has a game that just goes against what their normal stat line would tell you.
It's the depth of the squad. I mean, you look at this roster now. I mean, ACEND, super well-rounded as well. They are the most dominant team out of the French region, of course. Most dominant team out of the MPL region. Both of them going kind of a little bit of a brawl of national champions just a little bit here. I mean, TENSTAR, you've got Jegs. We know how good he is. Azure, absolutely one of the best players in Europe right now. A little bit underrated, in my opinion. Yonka, former G2 man, popping off in this game as an Oxo, has his days as well. Super critical to this team, and YZN, absolutely huge impact. It was the most recent addition to this team. TENSTAR, talent absolutely everywhere, all throughout that ranks, and once again we'll see the impact of this Thatcher ban, or this Thermite ban, because, well, they're relying on those Selma charges. One's being tricked, and they can trick another one as well, and that's going to be a problem because you don't give yourself that easy access. That Thermite hole, absolutely huge, all utility goes in, no problem, and you can walk on it and try and plant. But now I think they're going to abandon this plan a little bit.
And there's no plan B either. You don't have tin cans. There's no real other opportunity other than Ace to create an avenue of entry in the site. So they're going to realise what's happening on the main breach, and they're going to completely change it round. Rykos will stand there for a few seconds to get a kill. He does jump on in and takes down Jegs, making it a 5 versus 4. And that'll free up a little bit of map now to play. But there's still 2 10-star players playing on the top floor. And this is a map where in the past we've seen players on the top floor in these basement defences coming in and being the bane of the attacking side. So, ACEND, let's see you work that untraded kill and manage to take advantage. Azure will take down that drone, but there's a player upside down repel, but I don't think they know Xenoxo is just chilling in the hot tub.
So they don't know about him at all. Now, if they push up to clear him, that's a problem, but they don't need to. They only need to worry about what vertical angles are opened up, and if they have constant access on what Azure's doing, they don't need to worry about that necessarily. Now, they have the Ella on roam presence as well inside of bar, holding on the pressure inside of lobby, and Xenoxo's been left alone to play on an island, as YZN is going to have a bit of a gauntlet ahead of him. The boiler breach has been opened up. He's got 2 shields to work with now. A nade sent in, and that's going to be Xenoxo finding one on Isox, as YZN might have to make a very big effort here. Big club moment from him. That's going to be Jonka finding him second, finding another one in this round. Deadshot falls, and it's going to falter now for the side of ACEND. 2 players fall absolutely in unison. Azza gets one of the cactus, leaving it a 4 versus 1 enemy all alone. 50 seconds, but doesn't even matter. I think now they know exactly where he is, it's over. TENSTAR will carry this round to a pretty comfortable victory. It's going to be a 1 versus 3 though.
1 versus 3 with 40 seconds to go. No drones, apart from the one that Deadshot is using, which doesn't really give a lot of information, and YZN will just take him down through the breach. And, well, once again, it's the fact that there doesn't seem to be a plan B for ACEND. They couldn't get the main breach open. They'd already wasted one of the Selma charges. Then they open the Selma charge on that wall, meaning you have to vault through the wall in over by the generator, and they're forced to take a timeout because they need to fix it.
So I was actually about to say, before that graphic popped, I was like, ACEND are yet to take their timeout.
Sure
I was. I know what I'm talking about from time to time, allegedly, I think.
Yeah, look, our observer even just said in her ear, does he? Like, I don't know.
Sometimes. I mean, I think TENSTAR might win the map.
Oh,
that's a daring one at this point. I mean, I predicted them to win the series, so I mean, who knows how this one will go. But ACEND, you'll use that tactical timeout now. Now it's time to figure out how things are going to go on the defensive side. Once again, TENSTAR have a dominant one. Once again, a 5-1 split. But ACEND have fought back from this already. They've done it on Villa. Can they do it here on Chalet? TENSTAR seem to be very strong here, so I don't know how that one's going to fare. And Bar Gaming will be the side of choice. Strategy, at least in terms of lineup, looks the exact same. And TENSTAR, Xenoxo won't be on glass by the end of this one. He will 6-pick away. I guarantee it, by the way.
And this will be the one time that he doesn't, because it's Xenoxo and we'll talk about it. But there's Azure thought about taking the blitz this time around, but they're bringing the Lion, they're bringing the Sledge. They've got 4 nades in the back pocket. You've got Jegs on Zofia, which can be enough at times to win a round by itself. But I'm looking at the side of ACEND and what they are doing to counter it. Yep, just as Xenoxo will 6th pick away, going on to Iana, so he still has nades. But back to my point about ACEND, what are they doing to counter it? Well, you've got smokes from Deadshot. That will slow down the attack. You've got yourself a Rooney with the DMR, which means you can open up long angles that you can play with and punch open those lines of sight, and also slow down the defense again. Frost has the exact same impact, and then with the ADSs and with Wamai playing on Ivy still, oh my god, Yonka, give us a second to talk. It was a chosen route.
What? Not the round to do it, enemy. Okay. Decision making in that one, not top notch, I would say. I mean, I respect it. You've got to try something in this matchup, but that ain't it. And Yonka will take that one. 13-1, by the way. Rolling back the years even more. Is he 29 now, you reckon?
Thereabouts.
Yeah.
But once you get over 25, you kind of forget. I can attest to that one, as Rykos will play this position in the corner that we have seen the only Zenoxo plays several times in the past. So if anybody should know how to clear that position, it should be him. Now, we're seeing that utility of multiple flash grenades being thrown upside down, repelled from Jegs, takes down Deadshot, meaning that the player in the corner now is completely isolated. They've lost that crutch of the player playing on top mez. Rykos will potentially move to a different position. But Azok's credit to him, he's trying to push it. Rykos will move back on top of Ivy now again, but TENSTAR have opened the door. 5 versus 3. Cactus is back on site. 2 players playing above. This is looking very, very dangerous now.
ACEND have just taken 2 fights that they didn't need to take. They didn't need to take that opening pick. Why is enemy out that window? It doesn't make sense. Deadshot swings wide to try and get Jegs off the repel. Not necessary. You can wait. You have a little bit of time to work with. And, well, now, guess what? Jegs or Yonka now will take another freebie, another invert repel on this double window, another wide swing from ACEND, and TENSTAR will take these freebies. ACEND, you cannot give them up like that. And that's 5v2. Minute 15 to work with, and TENSTAR absolutely running through this defense. Rykos gets 1 back on the Zenoxo, finds more damage to other players, and while that nade will land, and as Lester leaves himself and DBNO outside of lobby, he can get recovered, but it will take time away. And that's a good thing for ACEND. They bought themselves a window.
Yeah, better.
Oh, Jegs.
Timing just a little bit off there, but it's better fight selection from ACEND for those last 2 gunfights that we saw them take on. It is back to a 4 versus 2. Rykos has taken a bit of a beating in this round already, but now they need to just be very smart about which gunfight you take on. Azur playing on top mez, having jumped in through Fluke window, will have a look down towards bottom main, but it's time to hold. TENSTAR, 30 seconds to go. 1 pick could just completely tear apart this round for ACEND. But both players playing in tandem, side by side. 20 seconds now. We're getting closer and closer to 0-0s on the round, but still TENSTAR delay. Still they wait. Whip it, I don't know what's going on, but Jegs will find the opener. Cactus pulls 1 back. 10 seconds now to go. What can TENSTAR do? Azur will begin placing the case. Cactus is able to find 1. It's a 1 versus 2 scenario now, but Jegs knows exactly where he is. And down goes the case. Cactus makes it a triple. 1 versus 1. Azur knows where he is. Azur steps up, misses the head. Don't peek, Azur. Stay still. Never mind. Get the kill, because Gibson doesn't know what he's talking about. But TENSTAR move to map point. But I don't think we're going to see map point Monty.
I hope not. Don't even summon a map point Monty. No, don't.
But it's a thing.
Don't do it. No, Gibby. No map point Monties. I refuse.
I agree. I don't want a map point Monty.
Don't do it.
Don't.
No one. PSA. Don't map point Monties. Never. Never do it. Absolutely never. But I mean, Cactus. How close? How close to yet another heroic clutch? He's the guy you want to back in those situations for ACEND. And I mean, TENSTAR essentially gave him 1 by 1 engagements to let that kind of open the door for that moment. TENSTAR now find themselves on map and series point. ACEND. This is desperate measures. This is what can you do now? Because your back's against the wall. The lower bracket is calling. Time to show us what you can do. Chomp down a bit. What determination do they have as a side?
Upper bracket final for TENSTAR if they win this round. It's as simple as that. They win this round, you go to the upper bracket final, and you keep another one of those lives in the back pocket. Now we're looking at the setup. 4 changes, 4 attacker repicks coming in from TENSTAR as they identify what side it is, so they elect to completely change the lineup. Now, I'm looking at it, but this is a very aggressive lineup again. And I think TENSTAR could go hyper aggressive and try something, because they've got 5 match points to play with.
Don't even summon the map point advantage curse. Don't do it. Don't get that 1 more round mentality even thought about in this situation. But you're right, ACEND have brought a pretty aggressive lineup of Valkyrie in play. That will be enemy. He's not lobbed himself out a window in the first 30 seconds or first 5 seconds, so already an improvement on the previous one. He's got those cameras, 1 still in back pocket, but he can try and work around that and get that C4 pick if needed or required. They have an Oryx and they have Cactus on that dock, who's after that good effort of an attempted clutch, gets himself promoted.
So we move into this 2 minutes into the 2 minutes to go in the round. Azure, Rykos jumps out and he's going to get taken down by the Claymore, and that's a freebie for TENSTAR as we get up and running. Yonka will be looking to add to his 14-2 that he's got on the scoreboard so far. And Azure, he's pushed into basement and he's just paused for a minute. Now he'll make that EDE call to freeze those defenders in place. An enemy is going to get taken down by YZN as he looked to elect as that was coming from below. And all of a sudden, you've only got 3 defenders left to play with. Is this going to be a TENSTAR performance by TENSTAR Whippet, or can ACEND begin the climb, the ascend back into this map?
You know what, TENSTAR, I've seen them, fumble a few bags in my time, so let's hope not. And I don't think Jegs has any intention of that one, nor does Azure. 2 kills in a round for Azure now, and it's all going down to a 5v1. Azox, to keep your team in the upper bracket, has to find an ace clutch to do so. I'm going to be daring enough here, Gibby, and say it might be a TENSTAR round. Don't get me wrong, there's a chance, but drone sent out by TENSTAR. This is systematic them. They are not going to give anything up for free, and Zenoxo finds it. A flawless round to close it out, and TENSTAR, what a showing from them. Absolutely clinical, and they topple ACEND, and they move themselves to the upper bracket finals.
Yeah, and it was a very good performance by TENSTAR. They're in the upper bracket finals now, and as it stands, they still have 2 lives to go inside of Challenger League. Now, if you're an ACEND fan, if you're an ACEND player, coach, or you have any involvement with that team at all, it's not done. You've still got another chance. You go down inside that lower bracket where there are quite a few dangerous teams beginning to assemble down that side of the bracket as well. But for TENSTAR, it's job done. They're showing why they were the most dominant side inside of MPL since they picked up this 5 as a roster, and they're really starting to make a push for Challenger League. And once again, this is a side that started the year in the 2nd tier of the UK National Series.
MPL on top, simply put, but I can't wait to see our desk will break that one down, so we'll go to a quick break and see them after.
Well, as Whippet put it, NPL on top, and that's indeed the case as TENSTAR advanced towards the upper finals, beating ACEND 2-0. What an incredible feat from their end. We saw them already on that first map on Villa. We were like, okay, TENSTAR, they're looking good. It's ACEND pick. And then we go on Chalet, and they bring out some interesting bans.
They really do. TENSTAR looking fantastic today. They look great on Villa. They looked even better on Chalet. Of course, we've already seen ACEND play Chalet once inside of the Challenger League here. They didn't do very well against Death Row, and I think that TENSTAR used a lot of the information that they were able to glean from that VOD to really take advantage of ACEND here.
Yeah, TENSTAR very, very good on Chalet. We make a lot of comparisons, Ollie, with this team to the M&M side that we seen last year.
We do.
Again, more of it, I think, striking through where we knew M&M were just conquerors of Chalet. Same's happening this time for TENSTAR this season. They just look untouchable. Like you mentioned, the bans have been a big thing that we'll get into later as well. But no, TENSTAR, it's the exact way that they needed to respond after a bit of a rough first day. We know that it was very difficult for them. So for them to come in today and knock it out of the park, straight in, no mucking about, job done.
Yeah, and that's something that we said about TENSTAR as well last week, specifically the fact that they have that really strong mental. They're just able to come back from behind and just have that opportunity to just break open every single thing that you throw at them. And that's what they did today against ACEND. We were a little worried, but again, they performed incredibly well. So 2-0 against ACEND here, is that a statement?
I think so, yeah. I think from the shaky TENSTAR that we saw in week 1 to a TENSTAR that was still making mistakes on Villa. It wasn't flawless by any stretch of the imagination. They played really good Siege. It could have been an even cleaner game for them to then come out and to drop this statement on Chalet. They're going to be sitting fairly comfortable now in that upper bracket.
Honestly, they are the team. Honestly, and
at this point, yeah.
We have another match still to go. We still have 2 other big teams that will be playing, but honestly, from what I've seen today, unless either MKERS or WYLDE come in and blow me away, which I think is going to be difficult.
Okay.
Honestly, I think right now TENSTAR, they're the team to beat.
Well, Zloxo is ready for the interview, so let's have a chat with them and figure out how they're feeling after their win against ACEND. 2-0, congratulations. How does it feel?
Thank you very much. It feels absolutely amazing. We kind of anticipated this a result, obviously, like if it's what we're hoping for. But it turned out way better than we thought. Bit shaky on Villa, but we closed it out.
Yeah, let's talk about Villa actually, because you guys got off to a really good start. It started a little shaky. You then were able to go back. So what happened there?
I think like we had obviously the big lead. We just kind of threw it away a bit. Like we weren't prepared as much for the aggression they were dealing to us. And also we had like a couple of rounds where we just panicked a bit too much and like crucial information like wasn't in the head of most of the alive players. For example, on the Aviator, where they like 290 and like one a zombie, I think. And like I called that they can go through Vault, but Joe knew, like YZN knew that like they couldn't go through Vault. There was like very crucial information which kind of sunk in all of the comms we were doing. So like we had to calm down a bit and like then we grabbed ourselves again and closed it out.
So what do you do as a team to calm down in those situations to make sure that the comms are all calm and collected?
Just from the outside, it's Kangaroo Kenny taking a timeout to tell us like we are panicking way too much in like these late rounds, like information is not getting through. And then in these situations, we as players always use the Michael, inspired from Rogue. It's basically a freeze call that everybody calls nothing anymore. And like the guy who calls the Michael is like the guy who is the most important information which needs to get through immediately. So there's like a hierarchy with this call. So we get these important informations through.
Well, thank you so much for the insight. That's very interesting. Another insight that I kind of want to look into is the fact that you guys picked Skyscraper as the final map. We haven't had the chance of seeing it, but how comfortable are you there? Why did you guys pick it?
I mean, it's kind of a moment where we just say, let's just go for it. I don't want to say too much, but like, okay. You never know. Maybe we are terrible at it or we're really good.
No leaks, nothing.
This has to wait for another day.
Okay, I guess maybe we'll figure it out another time. But you guys are now in those upper finals. Maybe we'll figure it out then, maybe not. But we still have one more game to go, and that's going to be WYLDE against MKERS. Who do you want to play against?
Ooh, it's both kind of. So like basically, MKERS, just because they kind of clapped us on the very first Playday with a 7-1, it was humiliating. Oh shit, for us. So we just played terrible and they played really good. And just WYLDE, I mean, it's a bit of history for me as well with like with WYLDE / SSP back then. I mean, I'm looking forward to both. May the best team make it through.
Well, love to hear that. Again, congratulations on your win. Enjoy your evening, and we'll see more of you guys in the future.
Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Well, you heard it here first. They are very happy with their performance, and they don't want to leak anything about Skyscraper.
You can kind of understand that, can't you? You're asking the hard-hitting questions there. You're really trying to get down to the root of the problem. I think he did really well to avoid it, to be honest.
Yeah, he's like, hey, you never know what.
She's not too far off Milosh, because he does that a lot as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
He'll just say, oh, you know, tell me about this strat. No, Milosh. No, we'll not. I think the same happened for you, Jenny. Oh, why did you do Skyscraper? I'm not telling you that.
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe not good. Well, looking at the map summary, however, we said at the beginning that in terms of TENSTAR, it had to be not just an individual performance coming out from Jex. And looking from the statistics so far, it looks like that's exactly what happened. They really said, demo, we heard you, we listened to you, and that's what they did.
Good, I guess. They win or lose, I don't really care. They can do themselves.
You don't have a favorite team, you don't have NPL bias.
The thing that stands out to me in this is it's almost like Jegs who? Yonka? Almost a live game from it.
Oh, life game.
14-2.
Say it again for the people in the back.
This is a player that has been, he's been around the block, played on GT, played on numerous different rosters, and see him come out and have a 14-2, 100% cost. It makes you feel good, doesn't it?
Listen, it's the full team today.
It really was.
It's not just Yonka, it wasn't just Jags and Villa. Everyone showed up. It's a complete different turnaround than what we've seen on Monday. And like I mentioned, this is the team that we expected to see.
Does that make it a little bit more difficult to identify the MVP of the match in that case?
It's going to be Yonka. He
It
definitely
is.
deserves it. I mean, look at
that one.
Look at that for an EBS as well.
What gave it away?
89. That's just how much he has overperformed there on Chalet.
That's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at that smile.
That's like the gamer pose, but like elevated because he's smiling. Yeah.
That's it. He's just happy to be here.
You're not happy to be here, Ollie?
I'm really happy to be here.
No, you're
of
not.
Course.
You have to work with me again.
Yeah, you don't look too happy.
Well, yeah, it's casting a little bit. That'll be good fun.
Sadly.
Oh. Sadly. Okay.
Get to cast more race. I can't wait.
I can't wait for the clip that you have for us, though.
I do have another
A
one.
bit more insight.
I've got another one.
And another one.
This one's not as long because I really only want to focus on like one specific detail. And again, it comes back to the operator bans that we mentioned. Villa, very big with the 2 nades being banned away. This one, on the other hand, is going to resolve around that ban there. The Thermite ban. You may be thinking, oh, they went for a Thermite ban. Okay, fair enough. You've been able to remove a hard breacher. Good thing there's more of them in the game, and that really shouldn't cause ACEND too many issues. But in reality, it does, especially for this basement defense. Look at the lineup that ACEND have went for. We have the Ying, we have the Glaz, this screams Snowmobile, rush in, plant the bomb, create chaos, use the smokes, yada, yada, yada. Everyone's seen it before. Everyone is used to it by now. The first issue comes with trying to go for this push without having the Thermite. The thing about Thermite, where he differs compared to Habana or where he differs compared to Ace, is he makes massive openings, massive walls you can really open up, whereas Ace and Habana, they're a lot more smaller. Ace is kind of in between that. Habana, very, very small, the hole that she makes. But again, Habana and I would say Ace both suffer from the same thing, and it's impact tricking. If I actually just rewind it here, you can see that the Selma is going to get opened up the first half, and then immediately as soon as that gets open, look, an impact was tossed at the exact same time. So it's neutralized the second part of the Selma charge. Sure, the right side gets open, but that's not really a worry for TENSTAR. It's all about denying the kind of walk-in hole, which is what Thermite gets you. Whenever Thermite opens up the wall, you're going to have just simply, you can sprint in. With the Selma charges, you need to use 2 of them, and they both need to connect with each other. As you can see this time around, it's not connected. They miss the Selma charge, they mess it up, and that causes so many issues because you don't have those large openings, you're not able just to run through. Yeah, and it causes them all kinds of headaches. TENSTAR then, they just simply go on just to sit back and relax, and the whole idea of ACEND trying to play with that Glass, trying to play with the Ying, just gets crumbled because they don't have the Thermite. So it's a lot more of a heavy-hitting ban than what you actually might expect.
You know what? Every single time we do the Telestrator segment, it goes really flawlessly, and I just want to ask, how long have you been practicing?
I wouldn't say I'm the best at it. Just do it.
Demo loves the Telestrator. We sit in the green room that's like, we'll see a clip and I'm like, clip it and ship it. That's the one. Like, get it boxed off. I think that was a really good example. It also led into some of the site choice and that TENSTAR brought as well. They were more than willing to go downstairs to that garage for that exact reason. It was Wiseden in that clip. It was Yonka in a different one. All of them having, a good idea of that impact tricking.
Even the alibi ban as well.
They just played into it so well. The alibi
was
ban,
another one.
Yeah.
It's specifically banned for Deadshot. We know that Jegs, yes, he does like an alibi, but he roams in smoke.
Yeah.
He's a roaming smoke and chalet, so it doesn't hinder TENSTAR. It's certainly, I think they done it really well on the op bans. I think they nailed it. Yeah.
A lot of research has gone into this, and again, what else do you expect from a team like TENSTAR? But now that they're in those upper finals, there is another team that's going to have to join them, and that will be the winner of WYLDE versus MKERS coming up next.
covert specialists' best tools are secrecy and fear. We are the boogeymen of the military world. When we come for you, there's nothing you can do. Going radio silent. We're the best suited to deal with the worst. Our only directive is to achieve our objective. No questions, no red tape. The intel and contacts we acquire are more reliable than any big dog in a suit. They open more doors than any warrant. Say goodnight, desgraçado. Someone has to get their hands dirty to chase the rats out of the darkness. We are Ghost Eyes. We find our enemies in their homes, and we make them disappear.
Well, is WYLDE going to be able to make their opponent disappear today? Because they're going to be heading up against MKERS. And if anything, WYLDE was one of those teams that absolutely hit the ground running, 2-0'd their opponent and went to bed early.
Well, for me, I would have said that WYLDE had the best performance of Challenger League so far, up until the TENSTAR game we had just seen. But WYLDE are a very dangerous side in their own right. Now, the big thing I noticed in that operator lineup was the fact that it looks like BZ might be stepping in for this one. And that will have a very big impact in this game, because BZ is a fantastic player, but it looks like he's in there in place of Corey, based on what we've just seen.
Yeah, and they're going to be up against MKERS, and maybe they don't have another player, you know, subbing in for one of their core members, but they had a terrible, terrible game match last week, if we put it mildly, to be honest. MKERS was one of the teams, just like last year, we expected them to be the absolute favors. They got a really big lead. They were sitting very comfortably, then kind of not, and then we go into the second map, and it was not what we may have expected.
It certainly wasn't the match I think a lot of people wanted it to be. And massive kind of shock almost for MKERS coming in from this one. They looked nearly untouchable in the group stages. Yeah. I mean, and my big critique was I always thought they were a little bit reliant on prep. They hadn't shown a lot going into the group stages, and TENSTAR and M&M Academy had shown a lot. J-Lings was a difficult team to prep for. They're so fluid, they're so reactive. It's a difficult team to prep for, and we saw that. They struggled. They looked to be a beatable side, and it's unfortunate because, you know, almost similar story last year. They came in as the favourites, and very quickly their kind of run of form changed, and it was a difficult match. It was lots of stop-start, and I mean, I've got question marks about that roster now.
Yeah, and it's also very difficult for players to kind of like get into that headspace when every single time you're kind of like, you have to stop, you have to wait. And, you know, once you get the momentum building, it's just like put a dead end to it. So again, it's not the easiest match to be playing, whether it was for MKERS or for J-Lings, but the outcome is the outcome, and we are here today. WYLDE, on the other hand, up until TENSTAR today, they were the only team that had 2-0'd their opponents. They were all the team that were like, yeah, okay, we got this. This is easy peasy lemon squeezy. But again, against MKERS, one of the teams that when we interviewed them, you could just tell by the player they were not very happy, they were not very satisfied with how it ended, so they're going to be looking to step it up. Those WYLDE have what it takes.
Well, I think J-Lings exposed a lot of weaknesses in the way that MKERS play that WYLDE will 100% be able to take advantage of, particularly when you look at the early stage of the round. Like, if you think about the way WYLDE play, I like to call it wild time. From the very first minute of the round up until about 1 minute and 30 seconds is wild time. That's when they do a lot of the very good things that they do. And funny enough, when you watch MKERS whip it, we'll talk about it a little bit later, that's maybe the time when they're weakest in a round. You know, they're getting set up, they're getting players into positions, and I think they don't react very well to sudden change. You know, there was a round in particular on Villa or on Oregon that Whippet will touch on again, where one pick that J-Lings got completely dismantled their whole defence. So look at Aces or the likes of Jay to be the one to maybe try get that pick for WYLDE.
I mean, as Gibby was saying, I mean, MKERS are a fantastic team when they set up and have everything play into them. But J-Lings were able to take massive advantages and capitalise on small little openings. I mean, the round you're talking about there, Akwi swings wide on Oregon and essentially gives side up for free. Quick walks in with all of his team, and they just cascade in and they just have complete control. And when you're playing against a team like WYLDE, who have that go-for-the-throat mentality, if you make those small mistakes and you make enough of those small mistakes, you are going to find yourself losing a lot of rounds, whether it's attack or defense, because, I mean, WYLDE don't hesitate. They look at an opportunity, they see an opening and go, let's just take it.
It feels like last week, potentially, we haven't really seen MKERS in their true full potential form. It could be true for a lot of the teams, because even TENSTAR last week, they struggled a little. Today, they came out swinging. So in that regards, MKERS in their full potential here, do they have what it takes?
This is actually a hard one for me to say. Because it was a difficult map to judge with a lot of start-stop and how J-Lings countered them, it's going to be, I think, a real kind of opening. This is going to be their first showing, I think.
Yeah.
If all things go smoothly, this should be a realistic interpretation of what they'll play like as we move further into the bracket. And this is stylistically the worst matchup for them. You're going against WYLDE, a team that takes advantage of all these small mistakes. If WYLDE's in form, which, as Gibby will love to highlight, they are a big game club, they will show up on a day like this, and that's when you're going to find problems.
Yeah, and also individual players from both of these teams have had that opportunity to show up. So looking at a bit of a comparison here in terms of the players that we should be keeping our eyes on. I'm going to hand it over to you first, Gibson. From WYLDE's perspective, what should we be looking at when it comes to ACES?
Well, you spoke about it being a big game club. Well, Aces is the definition of a big game player. He's been around for a long, long time. In Pro League, his KD for his career has been incredible. But look at the way that he started the knockouts for Challenger League. 5 opening picks. He's +9 when it comes to that KD ratio as well. And the cost is at 82%. So that 82% for a player that plays his role means he is either getting a kill very early in the round that changes the whole momentum of it, or he's getting traded instantly.
Yeah.
And that is why I think that on his day, he is one of not only the best players in Challenger League, but the best players in the world on his day.
Okay, well, Lolo's going to be having to go up against Whippet.
While Lolo certainly isn't inexperienced, he's been and seen a lot of competition in his time, and a very similar role to Aces as well. A little bit lower on that overall cost, but still always popping up for the side of MKERS, always making an impact, whether it's early, mid, or late game. Expect that name to pop up, and has that ability to find clutches as well. I believe has 2 1vx's so far, and is a reliable resource for his team to lean into if they need it.
If they need it, and also depending on what maps we're going to be seeing, because again, they are going to determine how these games are going to be played out. We're going to have a bank, we're going to have a cafe in Oregon, and a clubhouse. Cafe, first showing here in CL.
This could be incredibly dangerous now for MKERS, seeing WYLDE on Cafe. We have seen ourselves what they can do on this map. It's a map where there's so many direct ways to get into the site, whether that's through windows, whether that's through, straight in through the door and getting the wall open. This, to me, is a very good WYLDE map that we can go to. They've only gone there once in the groups, and they have a 100% record when they go there as well.
Oof.
But before Whippet talks about it, to me as well, Bank being banned is no surprise. WYLDE it's been an insta-ban for them. Anytime they get the chance to ban it, they do. So that tells me they're hiding something. And if maybe the MKERS performance against J-Lings was a bit stronger, maybe that's when WYLDE could have pulled this one out of the bag. But I think last week, the way the game went, WYLDE may have just took a little bit of a breath.
There's also the fact that Bank is a pretty strong map as well for MKERS. I mean, if we look back to the groups and how well they played against TENSTAR, they made essentially that map look easy against that side, and we've seen how well they played against ACEND, so that's not an easy feat to get over. I also am intrigued and a little bit excited about that Oregon, another map that WYLDE have an exceptionally high win rate on. You wouldn't imagine that you go to a map that's super linear, super structured, and that would suit WYLDE, but they seemingly just keep putting on results after results, and those first 2 maps, the only maps that are guaranteed, at least in its best of 3, look like WYLDE may have won the map ban.
Oh, so we're leaning heavily towards that Oregon Cafe pick in favor of WYLDE here?
100% record on the 3 maps that we're playing for WYLDE so far in CL.
It's not looking good, bruv.
Mm-hmm.
It's not looking good.
It's looking so strong for WYLDE. I mean, we don't really see map bans go this one way a lot of the time. I mean, WYLDE have, in this Challenger League, 100% on all the maps. Like, that is a ridiculous one. And the fact that MKERS would have known that coming into this, and they at least would have known that Oregon was a massively high pick. And, I mean, WYLDE, they have got themselves in a very good position, but can they make the most of it?
So, they knew that it was 100%. We know that it's 100%. You at home know, I hope. Well, If you didn't, now you do. But does that potentially mean that there's like some big brain 5-head strategy that makers are just like pulling out, you know, like a Uno reverse card here?
See, historically, you would say this is, you know, brains versus brawn game. You know, WYLDE are known for just being absolutely chaotic. But as I pointed out before, they're actually a side that play sneakily structured. The way that they play doesn't look that way. But if you look at the positions of all their players, there's a lot going on between the ears of these WYLDE players. And I think that makers will need to work very well to stop WYLDE from getting momentum.
I agree with that one. I mean, this is a difficult one because if it wasn't the map picks to go this direction, you could make more of a justification. And we haven't seen a lot of makers outside of groups. I mean, yes, they got a victory against J-Lings, but there's that little kind of asterisk around that about how that game played out. As you said, though, WYLDE are kind of deceivingly structured. I mean, the way they play is aggressive, but if you watch, then they see opportunities, the way they react and rotate around maps, and they love to do it on Cafe. I mean, Aces has had a wonderful track record on this map, being so difficult to shut down when he roams. If makers give him any freedom, it is going to be an absolute nightmare to contain him.
So when it comes to giving WYLDE that freedom, or if in the case of makers here, you want to make sure that that freedom actually doesn't exist, what can makers do to make their time just a little bit more difficult?
The first thing is you're going to have to try and ban away a Nook and bring lots of anti-roam. You need to be locked down on how you watch your cameras. A Valkyrie is going to get banned away, but you need to have a good drone network and good eyes on flank watch. Even have someone dedicated to it physically. I mean, a Nomad Gridlock, they're not necessarily the most popular picks, but they will help lock that down. If Aces, if Jay, if Kaneo get this freedom, you're going to have a long and very difficult day on a map, especially like Cafe, which is the first one they play.
And WYLDE, on the other hand, they want that freedom. They want to have AC just running around doing AC's things and just, you know, having a good time, because who doesn't like that? So WYLDE, in that regards, how can they set that up?
Find the blind spots again. It's something that WYLDE do so well. In particular, Aces seems to know where that one spot that a camera isn't going to be looking will be. In Cafe, the places that you expect WYLDE to get a lot of successes in that roam game will be red stairs, will be white stairs. We've seen Aces do a lot of very good things there in the past. So, and the best thing about it is it's not even by hiding in normal spots. Whenever he was there in the group stages, he hid right at the top of red stairs, underneath the hatch in the one blind spot, and was able to get in behind and win that whole round for WYLDE. So, for them, find the shadows, live in the shadows, and win from there.
Wow, that's quite a good piece of advice. Live in the shadows. Don't do that IRL though. Just in game.
We're gamers. We live indoors.
You guys
we
need
live in the
some
dark.
sunlight.
Yeah,
you live in the dark?
Yeah, we live in the dark.
You do? Do you open the curtains at the hotel, or do you just leave them shut?
In the day, we open it for a little bit, just a little.
How
bit.
long is a little bit?
When I'm away, when I'm in the studio.
But then you're not getting any sunlight. That makes no sense.
What's the point? You live in the shadows. You get though. You know, you get powered. If you let him out in the light. He's like an Energizer bunny. You got to keep him in the dark or he gets too energetic.
Too much energy is dangerous, you know. That's why I come to the studio. I'm covering no sunlight. That's why I can stay a little bit calm before these games start off.
Okay, good to know. No sunlight for these two. Sunlight for you guys at home? I don't know. Is there even sun at this point? Like, it's very foggy here. So, but looking at the maps, looking at the teams, individual players, we kind of have a holistic picture of what we can be expecting on these maps. So I want to go into terms of favors. We kind of said it very much, you know, WYLDE is most likely one of the teams that we're going to be looking at in terms of them walking away with the win. But for that first map, if makers can do it, could that potentially turn the tides?
For me, I think that WYLDE would have been the heavy favourites going into this one based on last week until we saw the roster change. BZ is an incredible player. He's got lots of synergy with this team because he's been on this roster for a long time. But you're losing Corey. And Corey is one of the poster boys of this WYLDE side. So I would have thought it might have been a 2-0 to WYLDE.
Okay.
But I think having seen the change, I still think that they may edge out a 2-1. But if ever there was a chance for makers to win this game, now is the time. Before
Ripit speaks, disclaimer to Twitch chat. If you guys lose your channel points based on the predictions that the casters are putting out, they are not legally responsible for your channel points. It's your own choice. Go ahead.
A wise decision before I even... I actually kind of lean to agree with Gibson in this one.
Okay.
With Corey not being available tonight, that's a little bit of a question mark. BZ's not played an official for a long little bit of time. I believe he kind of was subbed out of that roster around August time when Kaneo stepped into the team. And it's, he's obviously still with the roster, understands how they play, has a long-term kind of commitment with them. But it does mean that they're not going to be at full force, and that's going to be Ace's kind of duo gone. I mean, Aces and Corey, they've been together for a long, long time, and that means there's going to be a little bit of a lack of synergy, and it might take a few rounds or even a map for BZ to get back up to speed. So I would have went 2-0 if Corey was available, but now I'm going to say it's going to be a 2-1. I think Makers have a map in them now.
Okay, so we're still leaning towards Wild. We're just not leaning in terms of it being a quick 2-0 as we saw last week, which I think, considering the changes in the roster is absolutely and completely fair. Makers, on the other hand, if anything, the sheer determination that the teams does seem to have, the fact they came in favorites last year, they're coming in favorites again. Is there a way, is there a possibility to make this a 2-0? Yes, no?
It won't be a 2-0. I'll say no. I don't think it'll be a 2-0. If whichever side wins this, it will be a 2-1. And I'll add the caveat that I think that Makers probably have more tape to improve what went wrong for them last week than what Wild would have.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that one. If Makers win, it won't be a clean 2-0. This is going to be a difficult game. I mean, stylistically, Wild will still be the same. There'll be maybe a little bit of warming up with having BZ in this official. But they have that potential. Again, they are a team that came in. They were the favourites for a very good reason. It's just how well they prep for Wild, and what will Wild do? Will Wild subvert that? Will they play in a style that's going to be completely counter to what was prepared for? Because I personally think Makers are a team that when they have tape on you and they know what you're going to do, you can't beat them. They were so clinical. I mean, a lot of people draw from that game in the group stages, the first one against M&M Academy, where they were attacking in Oregon. They were so clinical, but they just knew what M&M were going to do. And that's from prep. That's from all of the backroom staff putting in the effort, putting in the time, and the players doing a great job executing upon that.
Okay, well, I know you guys are typing caster start game, and I'm here to inform you that they have actually found the start game button, so they're going to be pressing it right now, and that's why we're going to be heading over to Demo and his partner, Ollie.
Hello, Ginny. Thank you very much indeed. We are going to be covering Game 2 here tonight. This time, I'm your partner, Demo. Earlier on, you were my partner.
As it should be.
It's swings and roundabouts. Got things straightened out now. We're going to be looking here at Makers versus Wild. Now, is this going to be, I know this is extremely early to be calling this, but is this going to be another one of those occasions where we have Makers going up against a team, and if they do get a win, there'll be a small asterisk next to it, given that we aren't seeing the full 5 for Wild?
We usually call that a fraudulent win.
I mean, tell us what you really think, Demo.
Well, ask the question. I'll give you an answer to anything you want to know.
Ooh. Next week's lottery numbers?
Right, well, I'm not a magician. Oh. Sorry, hold on. Let me get... Hold on. No, can't find my crystal ball.
Not got it.
Can't find it. Oh, well. Tim! Where's Tim's head? Where is it?
Maybe next week. Let's see what Wild choose to remove here. Going to be kicking off with a little bit of cafe tonight.
Yes. It's been a while since we've done a cafe cast.
It has. Cafe is... I don't see it as being a very popular map anymore.
It's definitely in the lower tier in terms of playability. I think it's just... Right. The thing about Cafe is where it differs compared to pretty much every other map is it's all about kills. It's all about kills. Strategy plays very little part about this. If you win your 1v1s, that's it. A lot of long angles, a lot of fighting from distance. And also, I think Cafe, it's not an easy map to gain control of as an attacking side. I think it's one of the most difficult maps to actually get into.
I can't wait for the day where we see an alternate way of getting into Cafe, whether you get spawned on the roof or whether there's just some
There's no real exterior walls, and sure you can say, oh, but Garage has an exterior. What's that opening into? What? Something that a doorway would give you? Wow. Ooh. Okay, so bans. Azami being banned out makes a lot of sense. Azami is very strong in the piano room of the map. You can play there anytime you want to. You can set up all those pocket reinforcements, essentially. But they're concrete, still have to be needed. Can't, tricky stuff to deal with. But Mira's also open, Ollie, which I do worry about for Cafe, especially top floor.
It's pick your poison, isn't it? Valkyrie or Mira? What do you want to get rid of?
I would personally go rid of the Mira. I think Valkyrie is, yes, it's annoying, but there's a simple counter IQ, as we know.
Well, we've got one of your favourites here.
Yeah, Wild's lost immediately.
For anyone that's not familiar, Demo is a big, big fan of Tachanka.
No.
Big Tachanka fan?
No.
Now, this is the reason why Tachanka is, or one of the reasons why Tachanka is brought, because of how easy it is to open that wall. But I'll be honest, BZ, you're not selling it to me.
No, I hate this already.
Took a little bit of time.
I hate this.
Now, do you want to talk us through the reasons why you don't like Tachanka, or would you like me to
I've seen this a few times, where teams will bring Tachanka for the kitchen.
Oh, goodness.
The biggest issue I have with Tachanka is, what does he offer that Smoke already doesn't give you? Right? Sure, he can open up a lot of angles. He can just open up an entire wall. Sure, fair enough. The fact that they've opened up that wall, it's essentially WYLDE are trying to play the bomb site without being in it. They are playing just to go for the off-site holds, hold in towards bakery if they can, hold in towards restaurant, VIP side of things, hold all of that. It's going to stretch them very, very thin, and this is the issue where I think WYLDE's going to struggle against MKERS. Is the MKERS can segregate one player and just rinse that one player by themselves. It's a Jenga. All of it will just come crashing down. That's the issue with this setup from WYLDE, is that they are spreading themselves very thin. It's just, do they have enough butter to go on the toast?
Especially when you look at the lineup that MKERS are bringing. We've got the Ying, we've got the Blitz. Those are a couple of really big disruptive operators. We've got the Lion coming out as well. Sorry, going to get himself straight in. Great cover there, covering him off from the bottom of those red stairs. Can immediately get himself on in, but is taken out. Giesler is going to be credited with the first kill. Sorry, didn't have anybody working on his shoulder, and MKERS now are having to fumble a little bit. Is it going to be a desperate push and a desperate attempt? But the Candela's kicking off in the distance. Zakwi makes his way in, eventually finds one back as a trade, but that initial burst of energy hasn't quite had the impact that MKERS desired.
Yeah, losing the Blitz to a bit of a foolish peak. Don't know why the Blitz decided to ADS, give himself up. Oh! What a shot from Jay using the SMG, and that's not an easy gun to hit those long-range shots with, Ollie. The recoil isn't favorable at those long distances. Sure, it's good up close and personal, but wow, you have some good gun skill to make that work, and Jay keeps it moving, Ollie. Does get eliminated. 2 versus 3. Lolo pushes in by himself. Gemini is not there to assist. Tachanka's got a kill. I can't believe it.
Well, Gemini's got a lot of work to do now as we hear the Molotovs getting sent off in his direction. Not sure how much information he's got here. He's certainly got the kit if he wants it. Finds one onto BZ. We'll be able to recover the diffuser, but Aces, he's made the rotation there into Coat. Can find that nice long angle that we saw used previously. WYLDE holding strong there. MKERS, I feel like they skipped a few steps there, Demo. They went for a 3-2-1, and not everyone was in the right position at that right time.
So the idea was pushing in through wedding window using the Blitz, so you can just front up all of that damage that's going to be shot your way. Also using the Ying, solo pushing into Coat by herself. And the idea is Blitz moves into wedding while Ying gets inside of Coat. Coat then gives you that long angle onto the red holes, so anyone who then retreats out of bakery goes into the sight line off the Ying, and you clean up that way. The thing is, Jay hit an absolute worldie of a shot, and also they lost their Blitz player for no reason.
Yeah, Sorry was a little bit ahead of the curve.
It's all about gun skill in this map, in my opinion. Like, a shot like that from Jay, that changes the dynamic. You lose that man inside a Coat. You don't have that cutoff anymore. All of that utility of using the Ying, being able to gain control of that side of the map, it's gone just in a matter of seconds because Jay's hit a worldie.
Round number 2, going to be switching things up here. Going to be, as usual, that top floor hold coming through as we look toward a reading room fireplace hold. I like to see the pulse brought out on Cafe. It's a really good information gathering tool that you can use not only in the early part of the round to get a bit of an idea as to what's going on, but of course you get that heartbeat scanner and there are so many destructible floors. If you're going to be bringing a couple of C4s, it can be very much worthwhile to have that level of information.
Wonder how much MKERS shown their hand in the first round. Is that going to be the way they're going to be playing this map? Or was it just a, let's try it? If it works, we'll keep going with it, but if not, we'll just go back to basics, which it seems very basic right now with the lineup they've chosen, Ollie. Doing things by the book.
Yeah, they've gone back to a much more typical lineup, haven't they? You know, we've got Got the sledge brought in there, got the Dokkaebi. Dokkaebi, a fantastic pickup for Cafe. The Lion, again, another great pickup when you're going to be really focusing on the kills.
They have the mute, though, which is a good counter to those two, Ollie.
It is a very nice counter indeed. Depends on where those jammers have been placed. Talk about the information that Gisela can gather. He's going to be doing his best now to figure out what's going on upstairs. Can, of course, call that out to the players that are going to be holding in just toward that cocktail area. So we hear the Dokkaebi call come through.
I'm waiting for a C4 to explode any minute now. I think Gisela just waiting for the correct opportunity. Trying to see if he can catch somebody maybe on a drone. And I don't think MKERS, I don't think they'd be expecting a pulse, Ollie. I think that's one thing you have to keep in mind. And you see somebody, but that's going to be a hard floor. Can't use that. But MKERS, very slow for the moment. Just trying to slowly gain control of that top floor. Look at Ash. Look at Akwi. Nice little angle. Jumped up onto the vertical and will find Canio. There is the trade-off, though. Lolo, in response, takes down BZ. Now it's a 2 versus 4.
Got a line scan to root players in spot and a Dokkaebi call to give them a little bit of hassle. Gisela, you see some bother there on the 90. Ace is looking for maybe a bit of a rotation up these white stairs, but he's almost certainly going to get droned in a moment. Still 45 seconds left to go. Of course, with no C4 left below, it's only an information gathering tool now, the heartbeat scanner. And you're going to be relying on the guns to do the hard, heavy lifting here. Not sure that Wild have got a good idea as to where this push is coming from. Ace is just going to go for a little bit of a rotation. Still 30 seconds left, though. MKERS need to start making some sort of a move as we get the drop. Vertical angles now being opened up, because potentially we could see Gisela have to hold this angle firm, but he isn't able to. Aces, he's made his way all the way upstairs. Takes out the drone. His location now likely going to be known, and of course with these holes in the floor, he might be able to do something, but the plant is going to be going down. Struggling to find it. Might find himself an engagement first. It's going to be Gemini that shuts him down. MKERS collect round number 2.
Do indeed. Slow and steady wins the race, Ollie. Just in total control the whole time, weren't they? There was never a moment where I thought, oh, it could be on here for MKERS. Yeah, as easy as you like. Not much more you can say. That's the way it should be attacked for the Cafe, that top floor. Gaining control slowly but surely. It's a small map. You can execute in a matter of 5 seconds. As long as you get your picks, you can do so. Again, I think Wild probably... They could put more of a fight, I think.
I think they could put more of a fight on that top floor. They held on, but they didn't really hold on for very long.
Again, mirrors up, which I think is a given that you need to be playing for these top floors. And I've spoken.
Goodness.
What mirrors are they going to do, though? That's what I want to know.
There's a couple of different options. Of course, with Azami being removed, you want to get some sort of hold over toward Piano. So you can, of course, use a mirror window to do that. It looks like he's going to go for the long mirror.
Yeah, he's going to put the one on Freezer. And the second one is going to go for the default Skylight drop. Okay. So they're going to try and play, I'm assuming one guy inside a pixel, which is going to be tricky because no shield. Not bringing a shield, which I think is a bit of a necessity also. But then the double mirror windows, you open up Piano, you have that long angle, it denies them out of Piano. For this top floor attack, if you're looking at a cocktail attack, it's all about gaining control of Piano. That is how it has to work. You have to gain control of this room, and it can be very tricky for defenders to actually hold that. With a lot of windows, of course, as we know, looking into that room. Not a lot of safe positions you can actually sit in. So that's where Mira comes into big effect. You can hold that room without even having to be in it.
Do you think that MKERS have got enough burn? Have they got enough stuns? They've got 12. I'm worried they could have brought a couple more.
I would have liked to have seen an extra set of nades.
Where's the extra set of grenades, Demo?
The extra set of nades would be nice. But then again, you have the Flores, so if there were any shield worries, that would be dealt with swiftly. No real issues. Also, only bringing the Habana as your hard breach is also going to hinder you. You're not going to have those big openings that you like to have onto the top red wall. But it'd be very unlikely to see anybody swinging inside of Piano from the defense, just because you don't have that Azami. We've mentioned before, Azami is crucial in holding Piano with those concrete barriers you can place all around the different furniture, block up the windows, create a mess realistically inside of that room. But it's just come down to MKERS. I mean, WYLDE is set up pretty generic. There's nothing I think for MKERS should surprise them. We've seen this plenty of times before. It's just how good are they at actually being able to get these picks. There's Jay. Nasty habit he falls into. He just dies for no real reason, I see a lot of the time. And I don't know what's going on.
We saw it happen a lot last week. I'm not sure if he's been unfortunate there, but he's been caught on Pixel.
How?
He's obviously overpeaked to some degree. And yes, you've got the mirror window that's going to help Holden into piano a little bit.
Yeah,
but you need a little bit more. I think he was just, you know, getting caught in that wandering territory that we often speak about. Now, the flip side to that is Maker's info was pretty bad there because they've just burnt a nade on basically nothing. Jay is no longer in that position and no one came up to fill the gap. Instead, Wild have dug in quite deep and they're playing in and around the cocktail area, trying to take advantage of that mirror window. They've got Aces below, who is going to be a big, big player in this round if a push does come through any further.
Oh, how has he been allowed to get away with that? You're doing the right thing. I was going to mention that they don't have a lot of X-Kairos pellets to actually remove these mirror windows, and you're doing the good thing, which is getting rid of them, and then you just allowed them to swing out. Why? I don't know, but it's happened.
Aces picks up one from below, might be able to get himself a second here as well. Akwi is going to get shut down, no nades remaining, so not a great deal of utility lost, but it is a gun in the final fight. We are seeing the mute jammer come into effect there as one of the X-Kairos pellets won't actually detonate. Now, you've got to be careful going below because you know that Aces is going to be there, but he gets caught in the reload by Lolo. Kaneo, he's able to shut down Doro and looks to make a bit of a further rotation up these white stairs, but the barbed wire may be going to give him away here, and BZ will take him out. Meanwhile, Gemini was attempting the plant, but isn't being given the time or space to do so. Say that, finds the kill onto Kaneo. Sorry, backs him up as well. BZ, all you've got to do is take out the planter. Where was the cover?
Didn't know where he was, Ollie. That was the issue. Had no idea where the mirror was positioned.
He's got the mirror window.
Yes, but he was looking towards planks, Ollie. He didn't know. He didn't know. It's a 50-50. He looks planks, he looks to trash. That's all it is. It's a 50-50.
Tense stuff. It's funny to see me lose my rag before you.
Why are you losing it?
I don't know. No, I just fancied it today. I think I just fancied it, honestly.
So, well, if you're going to do that, what do I do? Do I sit here and tell funny jokes then? Is that...
Do you tell funny jokes?
I think you are... If you don't know about Ollie, I personally think he's the king of the one-liners. Honestly.
So much pressure on me for it just happens.
You could be sitting with him randomly sending off and he just comes out with the most weirdest stuff and it's just the king of one-liners, I'm telling you.
See, now I feel pressured for a one-liner.
Give us a one-liner.
I haven't got one. I haven't got one yet.
You've let everyone down. You've let the side down today. You asked me, oh, Demo, give me a mental breakdown. I close my eyes and I think to last year, and that's all I need. That's all I need. Or I can sit there and I think, G2, BDS, Skyscraper. There's so much that can fuel the fire, Ollie.
Deary me.
Oh, we're back to this strat again, aren't we?
Well, it's different attacking lineup at least, but it's the same. The problem is it worked, Demo.
It did work.
That's the problem. So Wild are going to do it again because, guess what? They work for them. However, Makers have made a couple of changes of their own here. No longer are they bringing the Blitz. Instead, they are going to be, I imagine, going for something somewhat similar. They've still got the smokes, but they haven't got the Ying.
I think they'll just go for the top-down clear. I think using the sledge. That's one thing, actually, we haven't seen in a while, I think, on Cafe just in general, is for the basement. I keep saying basement. It's the kitchen because it's first floor. I always get confused with that. Nice, opening pick. Ace is gone. Again, Ace is on that Jaeger. Hasn't been hitting, I think, the roaming aspect that he should be. But back to the point I was making, Ollie, we don't really see a lot of these top-down clears because teams have actually been really focused with these VIP takes. That's kind of been the norm, hasn't it? Teams will take in through VIP, push in towards white, clear the guy behind the shield, push in double window, and try and just go direct from freezer. Very rare you would see the full clear. And I think the full clear is still, it's very good because think of the verticality that you can gain. You can push everyone out. But I think probably why it's not as favored is because, like I mentioned, everyone gets pushed out of sight. You're not going to get the value of sledge anyway. Teams are expecting, the go-to norm is don't set up the site so you can get sledge from above. That's the kind of go-to, isn't it?
Absolutely, and we can already see that coming through there. We've got a lot of players off site here. But the good thing is that it does force them into unfavorable locations. There's only Gisela playing on the site right now.
Yeah.
Now the vertical holes can start to get opened up, and if you know where they aren't, then you've got a good idea of where they are. Jay going to be playing at the bottom of white, just in and around the wedding area.
I like the
bit of an angle there.
I like the nomad pick, Ollie, has to be said.
The flank watch is there this time, and it's something that maybe was a little bit lacking in the previous round.
You have to be ready for it.
Yes.
But it's not too favourable right now for WYLDE. They've lost their utility with the shield. It's only going to be a matter of time, I feel, Ollie, before that VIP does get taken. Because again, the general gist, you will open above, teams know not to play in sight anymore. And it just forces them, like you mentioned, into these unfavourable positions, which are expected spots. Nades can start rolling in at any given moment. There's been a drop in towards Freezer, Ollie. Habana is on the door to sight. Canio, I think, is aware of that. Now it's up to Wild. How will they go against this? Because they don't have a lot of options, Ollie. With that vertical pressure being applied, they're not going to be able to retake the site.
It was a good double peek there to allow Canio to have Canio let the players slip by. Gemini going to be there in position to take down BZ. Canio does get the frag, but is downed in process. Doro looking to try and get this plant down now as Jay moves his way on in, but is taken out immediately. The cover is there. Giesler, 2 desperate impacts, but nothing gained. Picks up 1, still vertical pressure above. Might just try and hop on the defuse here. Is anybody close? Is anybody nearby? Yes, we do have a Makers player, and they are able to land some shots. Lolo, he hears exactly what is going on, gets a good bit of piece of information, and doesn't waste any time.
Good that you picked up, Ollie, on that double swing that they went for onto Canio. Canio in the VIP, his sole job is to stop people dropping that hatch. Very difficult to do that if there's another man swinging your door, isn't it? And that was well timed for Makers.
I think it was the only way Makers were getting in.
Pretty much. Because they didn't actually fully commit to clearing VIP the way I expected to. I think they did, but they almost used the Habana as like a distraction almost. Yeah. Because surely if you're Canio, if you're getting swung and you know a guy's in freezer, which we knew, definitely, Canio knew there was somebody who was in freezer. The moment of panic then ensues because he's going to call out, there's a guy in freezer. What? Everyone's going to then kind of panic, leave their positions, which did happen. Remember, Tachanka was playing on the bottom of gold stairs. Panic happens, he moves away. What happens? Guy walks down gold stairs.
Yep.
2 seconds later, picks off Canio.
It's one of the big problems with setting up the site in that way and having everything open, because as soon as you do start to lose a bit of control vertically, you then really at a loss when you start to play on the site because there's so many big, long crossfires.
This is where I think Echo is also very crucial for our basement. We've seen how many times has Echo been the savior for that bomb site. If you know you're getting forced away and you know teams are going to be planting inside a freezer, and don't forget, it's not a quick attack to set up. No. It takes you quite a while to sweep the whole top floor, sweep the second floor, use the verticality, clear VIP, everything that goes in that. You are not left with a lot of time, and that's whenever we see an Echo inside a bakery, which is untouched the entire round, comes in big. That's a small adaptation I think Wild could really do with if they choose to go back there.
Well, Wild have gone for a similar lineup here again, defending into that mid floor. Now, last time we sort of asked, is it going to be worth bringing the mirror for this? Are they going to try and bring a little bit more to give them a bit more security on that top floor and enable them to hold it for a little bit longer? Because previously we saw them drop off quite quickly. It's going to be Aces playing inside a pixel this time. Jay has been firmly moved. He's on the slightly safer white stairs.
Yeah, he's not in the depths. His dreaded piano. Again, Aces and Jay just need to watch themselves, Ollie. We talk about how many times the man advantage is massive in Cafe, where it is about the gunfights. And whenever it's more about the gunfights, if you have more bodies alive, that's going to be great for the trade game. We mentioned strategies. Sure, it's there in Cafe, but it's not the end-all and be-all. Your trade game and getting kills is the most important part.
And especially if you're going to give up that much ground. Sure, we've got Giesler below. He's got the impact. He's got the heartbeat sensor and the C4, so we can do something. But they've given up so much ground inside a piano so early that Makers have been able to flood on through. Already we're seeing players pressured in upstairs, and already we're seeing players start to drop off. Ace is already on the halfway point. Jay, he's ready to jump himself down that laundry hatch. The C4 below, yes, it's a threat, but it's not doing anything at the minute.
All about staying alive as the defense, because like you mentioned, Makers of the flood. We have the dam being built by Wild. If you take away one plank out of the dam, does that make it weaker?
I'd use bricks for a dam, I think.
Well, whatever we're using, you take away another one, and another one, and another one, and eventually the dam's going to crack.
Ooh, Gemini's got down by an impact there. We did see a C4 come in onto Acqui, so it is slowly but surely working. Wild are able to battle back a bit more.
They're draining the flood now. This is the other end of it all. You got the buckets in there, get it tossed overboard, plug up the hole. There's no leaks.
We're trying to bail them out here. 45 seconds. Gemini doesn't look to have too much info. Kaneo's in a great spot. He's barely moved all round, and he might see himself come up with a couple of kills there. Pops up, finds one, immediately taken out as the trade, keeping that score count nice and level. Still, we've got the heartbeat scanner we've got to be conscious of, but no C4, so it isn't going to be as deadly, but it will still provide that information. Aces, he's on those red stairs, ready for that flank, and slowly but surely,
sorry, just seen a guy.
Makers, they need to start thinking about this plan. We are going to see a couple of stuns caught up there, but it's going to be Gemini that's in the hot seat to pick that one up. Great bit of teamwork. Giesler shuts Sorry down, finds himself a second. Lolo, you got to come through and save the day. You've got 4 seconds. Aces, run away, my friend. He's got the red ping. Lolo went for the camera. Desperate shots through the soft wall. WYLDE, they're going to do it on time.
Time. That was very close, though. Stray pistol through the wall. Whew.
Stranger things have happened.
Certainly.
Stranger things have happened indeed.
Such as, Ollie. Enlighten us. What strange things have happened? That's been stranger than that?
Seeing bar and cocktail and cafe demo.
That's not strange. Come on.
It's not exactly common. We are going to be going there for the second time, of course, here tonight.
No kitchen, which, again, the top floor, it works not as well as I think what probably WYLDE wanted to, but again, the general idea was still there. MKERS, looking at that last round, they stumble for time a bit. I think whenever they start losing some players, you can see that, okay, right now, what do we do?
Especially with how much map control they were gifted so early.
I just think they need to be a little bit quicker, because, especially for that top floor hold, there is nothing WYLDE put up there. There's no mirrors you're burning through, no Goyos you're burning through. Just a few players with guns. I think they're lacking nades. Big time they're lacking nades. I think Iana and Sledge need to come out, in my opinion.
What a drone this is, by the way.
Never seen that one.
Do they know it's there?
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb.
There was 3 people looking in that direction.
Are you going to slip that into your drone placements?
I just don't know how they got it there.
I love it, because
I think it's a good drone, but I don't know how you get it there when 3 people are in the room.
It kind of shows what me and you are into. I love seeing ingenious pocket strategies. Well, you get off it on a drone. You know what I mean?
I was more just surprised that 3 people were looking at it.
Drone placement. Wow, I need that. Quick, I'll be using that.
BA.
You can't wait to go and tell Tim. Tim, look what I found. You didn't find it. You stole it.
I was more in awe that there were 3 people looking at it and couldn't find it.
You were like, oh, look at this drone spot. That's the first thing you said, you liar.
Well, let's see if it does anything. Is anyone even playing in the washroom? Oh, look at this. Look at this. It's free info demo.
You love it. It's a light reinforcement. That is risky, has to be said. From the mirror. But again, same lineup from WYLDE. There should be nothing that MKERS are surprised about. I mentioned I'd love to see Iana and a Sledge. There's the Iana Ollie, but no Sledge this time. So again, I think still lacking some form of nades. They brought on the Twitch to try and deal with the mirror windows. Mirrors actually, one of them has been popped, Ollie. Is that from the Twitch drone? It must have been. That's a good start. That is one of the biggest issues that MKERS ran into last time, was not having any piano control because of that mirror window. Now with the mirror window being disabled, it's going to give MKERS free range.
Well, that's the thing. Where do you play as WYLDE now? You really have to sort of buddy up inside a cocktail. You're going to struggle to play any further up.
Oh my goodness. Night vision.
This is a new one.
Oh, we can see everyone glow. Whoa!
I can't decide if I prefer this or not.
That's like you're in the AC-130 above. You're seeing the thermal vision. There we go.
There we go.
No, put it back. I like the other one. I like that vision. Learn something new every day. So right now, they are just going to try and flood in the site. Ollie, that's the only thing I'm seeing. You're seeing players now stacked up in towards trash, and they're just going to go for the trash plant. They brought in the smokes from the Twitch to cover off the mirror window. That's how they've dealt with it. Let them have the vision, but then the C4 comes out. Down goes Dora. It was a great little play, but now it's all for naught, Ollie, because the smoke is evaporated. The mirror window's still standing. MKERS are not going to be in a position, Ollie, to move in and pick up that diffuser again because of the mirror window.
They haven't got a lot really to play off the back of here. We are going to see Lolo try and push up aggressively and grab one back. No. BZ gets caught, shot in the back. Aces, he's going to be on the second floor. Giesler is all on his own behind that mirror window now. Aces is going to go for that rotation, but the diffuser has been recovered. Can Lolo cover? Lolo only got the DMR, doesn't want to be taking too long engagements. Finds himself 4 seconds left. Lolo, which way do you go? Aces! Oh, another calamity in the final few seconds, Demo, and WYLDE come out on top yet again.
Oh, just what a round. What a round. Also, I'm being very careful not to, like, say anything that's, like, clippable for somebody's sub-alerts. I'm trying really careful for that. There's a certain man who's actually using me for money.
It was brilliant, though, wasn't it?
It was brilliant. Yeah, that round. I looked at it and think, okay, exact same setup for WYLDE. How are MKERS going to adapt? Bring in the Twitch, got rid of one Twitch drone. Magnificent work. Sure, didn't get the second mirror window, but what did they bring in? They used the smokes.
Yeah.
They covered off the vision. The mirror window's no good to you if you can't see. Walk in, plant in trash. C4 comes out. Really, really important that they clocked onto that.
There's a Hail Mary C4.
They needed it, and it worked. And then it's a 4 versus 3, and you're thinking, okay, now MKERS, what do you do? There's a mirror window, diffuser's in sight of that. What? That's you done. But then WYLDE start giving away picks. It's into a 3 versus 2. Aces is in Narnia. It's a 1v3. And then just more ace. What more can you say?
He gets the job done, that is for sure.
Oh, he's so good, isn't he?
Is
so good.
2 rounds on the attack going to be enough? That's the big question right now. MKERS, they are setting up in a much more traditional way.
This is what I like to see.
There are some big changes being brought here. Not only have we got the Warden, we have also got an Echo. Something that we love to see on a kitchen defense.
This is everything.
Gives you that deployable shield, of which they've got 4, by the way. So they've got plenty of deployables.
That is actually a lot. Where have they placed them all? Who knows? Because surely there's a stage where, like, okay, there's one there. Where do I put this one?
2 in Bakery.
2 in Bakery. One must be in VIP. The other one is where? Where's the second one? In somewhere? Oh, it's on Whiskey Bar. It's on Whiskey Bar. Looking onto gold stairs. There it is. It's the 4 of them. I got all 4 of them this time.
Kaneo going to kick things off with a nice kill onto Lolo. Jay lands a nade. WYLDE, they're not wasting any time here. Gemini is battling on that long angle. Doro could find himself in the hot seat quite quickly here as there's a heavy stack up outside on that Bakery double. Doesn't really want to challenge it too much.
It's good utility from WYLDE. They just went for a generic blitz. Throw all your flashbangs in, use your nades, and MKERS are getting a little bit desperate. They're trying to find kills back and forth and into their favor, but still not favorable for them. A 2 versus 4. Sorry. And Gemini. Any Echo drones up? Can he utilize them? There is still one, as you can see. I think, is there still one? There should be. Is there
some red pings getting thrown out before. I'm not sure if it did get shot out or not.
Just waiting now, but realistically for WYLDE, Ollie, a minute 15. 2-man advantage. Take your time. That's what I don't want to see is, again, this is, what did I mention on the pre-show? Wanderers, get them out. I don't want to see Wanderers.
We do not want to be going 1 at a time for this. A minimum of 2x2. As we can see, MKERS, they've doubled up a little bit here. They're playing in and around the Whiskey Bar. We're going to see a rotation over toward that freezer.
Get somebody in Wedding, because
they've
you
got
need to
pretty
shut
much
down the red holes.
rain right now of that backside.
If they place somebody in Wedding, you can shut down Jaeger swinging the red holes, which should be happening right now. This is so risky. Oh, and they've got the long angle, never mind, from Sledge. That is downed Gemini. Sorry, is not there in response. He's swinging in, flashbangs are going out. Was maybe looking for the pickup, but Jay shuts them down. Good coverage from Jay. Didn't know they actually opened up that right side. Didn't see it good enough. And yeah, that'll give them that long angle onto the red holes. Didn't need to go into Wedding. Yeah, just WYLDE, a very generic Bakery take. All from one way, one-dimensional.
Sometimes it's all you need. They played together with some good teamwork. Jay opened things up with a really nice... Well, he didn't open up, but he got a second kill of the round with a really nice nade. I think their utility usage was good. They brought 4 sets of nades. We commented on the amount of deployable shields. It's not that if they'd have brought anything else that MKERS would have had an easier time of things. They'd set their sights up in the way that they saw fit, but it wasn't ready for an aggressive push. It was ready for a slow push, and that's not what WYLDE brought. WYLDE are a team that, as we've seen, have the ability to play fast and play slow.
Immediately, if you're MKERS, you look at that setup that you went for and you think, yeah, we need a 1-eye. That was it. You need more denial, essentially, because sure, you've got the ADSs, but there's going to be, what, 2, maybe 3 you could have there, but then again, I think you need 1 for VIP at least, so you're only going to have 2 ADSs. That's 2 flashbangs, and then they just roll in. That's it. Oh.
Into the alternate mid-floor site here.
The maze. We're making a funhouse, Ollie. Look at this.
Goodness me.
Those are some long angles you can gain now.
It's like the Hulk's been running through your house.
The Juggernaut. Look at this setup. Look at this. Double castle barricades upstairs with a massive hole opening in between them on that single soft wall. You've opened up white. Solo man inside a cocktail bar. Give me 2, you talk for a bit. Give me 2 seconds.
Well, MKERS have gone for something a little bit more unorthodox here. That much is certainly fair to say. It's going to be difficult to even remember their own angles that they've made, never mind WYLDE looking onto this and trying to make some sense of it.
Okay, so I have an idea what they've went for. For this bomb site, it's very easy for the attackers to shut down everything you're doing if they have upstairs control. And you can do so by just open up red wall and getting in towards piano, because there's a hatch in the middle of the bomb site, which is just so crucial to have. What's happening right now, Ace is just strolling through the site. A moment of panic there for MKERS, but they have been able to do well with it. Back to the setup. MKERS just trying to deny all of piano. They've set up in towards shop. They have that solo player. This was a solo player instead of Cocktail. He was trying to deny people if they pushed in towards shop or if they tried to push in towards Skylight. But WYLDE have just ignored that. WYLDE have just looked, we're not even going to deal with that. We're just going to try and push in through windows. Again, minimalistic, very one-directional from WYLDE. In my head, it shouldn't work. These one-directional push-in through windows one by one at a time should not work. There should be better angles being held from MKERS, in my opinion. If you have upstairs control, if you are MKERS, you should be able to punish this, but they've done no verticality. Sure, there's a guy in the hatch who realistically should be getting about 5 kills right now, but Dora, take the plunge, mate. It's 3 kills.
The right below him here. The plant's going to be going down now. He will go for the drop. Picks himself at 1. Can he find the second? No, gets taken out. We are seeing a bit of an attempt at a refrag here. Lolo, he hits the swing, but he's 1 versus 2. Essentially 1 versus 1 now, but Jay is holding a fantastic angle just on the lower side of these red stairs, looking for the player as they hop out. Flashbang's being thrown out now in an attempt to burn out some of this time, and safely Giesler goes, gets himself out. Lolo, no idea that Jay is going to be holding the angle just from the lower side of those red stairs. WYLDE, so opportunistic, so patient. I feel like they've got away with it there, Devil, again.
They've heisted that 100%.
But they keep doing it.
They shouldn't be able to get away with that. That's criminal. Absolutely criminal. WYLDE have just jumped in the same window 4 times individually and gotten away with that. Dora, question marks above your head. Has to be. If he's in shop, you have that hatch open to stop players from doing that. That's your position. Nobody from WYLDE was interested in above. Not a sinner. I don't even think the hatches above were open. The roof hatches.
No, the roof hatches, no. I don't think anyone went on the roof.
There was nobody on the windows. There was nothing that tells Dora, I might be getting pushed here. He is as happy as Larry. There's nothing coming near him. He has that hatch open. All he has to do is hold one angle. As soon as Aces slips in there, sure, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. That can happen. One player can slip in Aces, but you got the refrag,
it was
right?
Early as well.
You know what I mean? Yeah, it happens. But it should never be allowed to get past that point. He should be switched on, holding that, but he hasn't done so. That was realistically the only way that WYLDE were playing that, was preying on the downfall that, hey, let's hope they're not holding this. I just think they've got away with murder. Absolute murder.
Well, quite rightly, MKERS have just taken their tactical timeout. Now, there's an argument to say it could be a little bit too little too late here. WYLDE have picked up 2 rounds already on the attack. MKERS themselves achieved 2 rounds on the attack. The problem now is WYLDE are on match point, which leaves them only 1 round away from closing it out. Cafe and taking us over to Oregon. MKERS, they've got to find 4 flawless rounds here if they want to contend and take this one into an overtime. And honestly, with so far what we've seen, I'm not sure that they've necessarily got it in them, but let's see what they can concoct here. They're going to be bringing the mirror window for this mid-floor hold. They're going for the much more traditional and favoured bomb site here. Fireplace and Reading, as opposed to a sort of off-meta choice that they went for last time. Anywhere that's got a single window that leads directly into site, just avoid it. It's never usually a good time.
They didn't even really use the window.
I mean, yes, Strikel, this has got a single window that leads into site, but you can't just hop in.
Who's repelling in?
You've got to be on repel, please.
He's actually tried to call you out there.
He has, hasn't he? Yep. Deary me.
These observers are just ego on them.
There we go.
The other 2 as well are the same. Just ego from the observers. Honestly. Oh, look at me! I've got a controller and I watch Siege. Look at me! Oh,
oh dear. You got to be polite to the observers because they tell the story for us.
Yeah.
Oh, Ace, he's just pulled the trigger. Go on.
Ooh.
Puts a good bit of damage in onto Lolo. Lolo is going to be able to navigate that though and get himself away. But the opening kill will go to WYLDE regardless. Akwi, he's going to fall, and with him a lot of info.
What's upstairs looking like? Is the mirror windows intact still? I mean, again, they've played those default mirror windows that should work. It's as if you're holding that top floor as an actual bomb site. It's kind of the way that teams do like to play this defense for the mid floor. Because keep in mind, you can't really plant inside of Reading. If there is that upstairs pressure, you can open up the holes above. Play vertically, of course. But for Wild, you have that man advantage. A minute 30 to go. Lolo's also on very low HP. You know that. Aces will be calling that out. I'm not really sure where Wild are going to go, because if they start trying to rotate above volley and trying to go for a traditional clear, first of all, they don't have a lot of time left, and second of all, the mirror windows. And they have no way of getting rid of them. They don't bring any hard breach in this lineup. They don't bring a Twitch. Again, it's going to be a Wild round. You know what? Not like a WILD round. It's like just the teams round. One of those Wild rounds that we talk about, where they get away with it.
Well, they're going for a similar approach, aren't they? There's a lot hinging on the bottom of this red stairs now.
Yeah.
We've seen MKERS retake that top floor, and we're going to see an isolated player now likely get taken out.
Cover.
Sorry is going to be there with the cover. Aces shut down, traded immediately. C4 swings and misses. Doro gets himself into an engagement as well. Still with vertical cover here. Lolo, we might be able to try and get something done here, but the flood is coming, and Jay is at the face of it. Takes down Doro. Lolo, you're still holding upstairs. Everyone's pushing the site. You need to make that rotation, and you need to make it quicker. What a shot from Jay. Domes Gemini through the wall. Lolo finds himself one, but is it going to be enough? He needs to find 3 more in 20 seconds. The diffuser in Jay's hand. He's going to look to try and make a rotation through. There are some vertical holes, but likely not going to be enough. Hits the drop, looks for a player over in toward that train area, but knows that the window, or the doorway, sorry, is going to be being held here. He's very unlikely to be able to make this transition. The plank going down. Wild, they're circling, getting themselves in position for this post plant, not thirsting after the kill, and looking to try and lock in this map number 1. 30 seconds, 3 kills to find, 10 seconds per kill. It's looking very unlikely here for Lolo. Makes his way around the 90, but Wild, they are going to be holding it, more specifically Kaneo is able to find him out there. Quick little hop over off the back of a bit of info, no doubt. Wild, what a performance here, 7-2 on Cafe.
Yep, dominance. Again, Wild, I don't know how they're getting away with these rounds, Ollie. I really don't. I don't know. I feel as if that should be shut down immediately. This is what I mean about Cafe, is that the strats, they mean very little in Cafe. It's all about the kills. If you can just push in and win your ones, that's what's going to see you over the edge. And guess what happened with Wild? Most of their rounds in the attacks was, let's just push one way and let's hope we get the kills. Yeah. That's all it was.
I think Wild has done really well there to play with a coach or a substitute as well, should we say. Obviously, that isn't the lineup that we saw last week. That's maybe something that you can get away with on Cafe. Maybe it gets exposed on a different map where there's potentially a little bit more structure, but there was still a lot going into a lot of those setups that they were bringing. MKERS, I worry for them because, again, they're looking flat-footed. They aren't looking to have made much improvement since last week, where already they had a very tough game against J-Lings. We're going to throw this one back over to the desk and see what they think about that, and they're going to set us up for map number 2, which will be Oregon.
Secure their own map pick on Cafe, looking rather strong, but can they copy that onto that next map pick? And that's going to be Oregon, which is MKERS' choice. We're going to find that out, but before we do so, we're going to be heading over with our analysts here. We have our lovely Whippet and Gibson, so welcome back on the desk. Now, if we're talking about Wild, we said that they're one of those teams that they just really love to press the go button, and that's exactly what they did this time around.
Yeah, it was. I mean, they played to the style that we expect them to play, and I mean, as Ollie and Emma were talking, they had they had a substitute in.
A caster subbing for a pro team. Let's go.
But they had a sub coming in, and BZ hadn't played actively on a lot of officials since August, and had a massive, not a tally of kills, but was always able to make a massive influence in that round. Of course, there's that example where he was able to walk around bar upstairs and deny that case going on and win a round directly from his impact. So. Yes, they didn't have Corey, but they were still able to play in that quintessential style, and the sub was able to have an impact all the way throughout it.
Yeah, we were a little bit worried about the subs coming into this. We said, potentially we're not going to be seeing the Wild that we were expecting to see. But if anything, they proved exactly what they're capable of. A lot of the rounds, though, it felt like timing was playing a really important part.
Yeah, timing was really big impact on this game. Everything from the very first round, when you saw the Makers push where they vaulted in the window and the rest of the team didn't really join. They had it set up to be a structured push where every single player hops in at the same time.
Yeah.
But no, one player went in by himself. Wild got a free open and pick. And the idea of timing continued to have an impact on that game. You think about the round that Whippet spoke about where BZ pushed around bar. He waited until the timing showed triple zeros because he was in a 1v2 and he was able to get that kill with communication from the rest of the team. A couple of other things when you're talking about timing is the way Makers tried to force the early pick on attack. So Jay went down very early in most of those rounds for Wild because I think Makers were trying to have an impact early to stop Wild from being able to roam around the map, but they just weren't able to do it. And even when they did get the open and pick, it's Wild. You know, a normal team would fall back on the site, but no, they'll go, you know what? You got it open and pick. We'll let you relax for a second or two, and then we're going to go and find it back, and then all of a sudden you're on the back foot against them. Yeah,
and it feels like that was the case quite a lot of the time, because even for like quite a simple strategy in terms of them just pushing from one way, and a lot of the times when they have a side setup, which even though Makers would read into, still Wild would come out on top.
Yeah, Wild were basically playing super reactive as we tend to see, and I mean round 8's a wonderful example of that. Makers come out with this really interesting site setup where essentially they turned the entire middle floor into a maze, and they were playing that off-middle site. They were playing in train and mining. Not lots of teams do that, and everything was looking like this was going to be a difficult puzzle for Wild to solve, and they went direct. They got themselves in via windows, and they were just so aggressive in the way they kind of ignored it, essentially. It was designed to force a difficult early engagement upstairs with drop-downs available for roamers, and then it was designed to make it that middle stage of the fight awkward because you just have so many long line of sights that Makers could have used. Wild ignored it. They said, all right, we can get an opportunity here. Aces managed to walk through it. Now, he lost his life early, but they saw that it was an opening, and they took every advantage possible on what could have been a very difficult round to break down. Wild made it look easy because, well, they played like Wild.
Yeah, and that's the thing, though. You know, the casters were kind of saying they just have this habit of pushing from one direction, but that's what Wild do, and this is what we said they could take advantage of. With Makers, with their defence, sometimes they try to be a little bit too clever, and Wild will drone out the network, realise that, well, they're very weak actually in and around the site. The closest distance between 2 points is a straight line, and that's the way they go. So yes, it may look like, yep, we're just going to all jump through the window, see what happens. No, they make that decision in the early, in the drone phase when they see the way the defensive side is set up.
Yeah. So I guess being too smart can sometimes not be a good thing.
Definitely.
And this time around, though, for Makers, we said they're one of those teams that, as you let maybe a little bit too smart. They look a lot at thoughts. They do a lot of prep. They know how they want to approach rounds. We saw it against M&M Academy, and it looks like they couldn't replicate this against Wild. So in looking at, that kind of aspect, is this the Makers that we didn't expect to be showing up today?
It's a hard one to say because that map does lean into what Wild is. If you can win gunfights and kind of always find a way to dig a little bit deeper, you're going to win more rounds and eventually the map going in their favour. When we go to Oregon, our next map, that's going to be the test because you don't have the full Wild roster and it's a default map. There's not a lot you can do that's too far out of the realm of seen before by Makers, and they looked clinical when they played against M&M Academy, and I mean for the rounds that they had against Jay Lings when it was kind of all working as intended, they still look like a strong side as well.
Yeah, so looking at the map summary specifically when having that glance over in comparison with Wild against Makers, it looks like Makers, on the other hand, Lolo really said, hi guys, what's up? I'm here to play.
That's Lolo, though. We identified him at the start of the game as one of the players for Makers to keep an eye on. He has an impact on most rounds. And counter to that, look at the side of Wild. 3 players with a 78% cost. So they all had massive impacts over the course of that game as well. So for me, against Wild, a one-player performance for the other side's not going to cut it out the way it would against other sides, because anyone at Wild can win their gunfights. And even though BZ, the KD was only 3 and 7, you look at the 3 kills that he got. One in the first round that they won, the one that stopped the diffuser from going down. Every round he got a kill, I think Wild went on to win.
Yeah, so that's really what mattered. Now, we highlighted the fact that this is, Cafe. It's a map that really very much suits Wild's playstyle. But we're going to be heading on to Oregon. They have a substitute in the roster. MKERS sure didn't look as strong on that first map, but now that we're going to be heading into their territory, their map pick, is the current setup for Wild going to represent an issue?
I don't think so. Any team that's playing on Oregon, it's the map that most players will actually trial on. If you're trialing a player for a new team, that's where you go. And we're not giving BZ enough credit either, by saying a sub. He's part of the roster. A lot of teams, they have a coach that'll step in, or they'll have an analyst who's kind of registered as that extra player. But they've had BZ on the roster for the whole year. I think he was part of the, before Wild picked up the roster, he was part of that core group of players with Gisela, with Jay. So he has a lot of synergy with this team. Yeah. Yes, you're losing Corey, a player with so much Tier 1 experience, but at the end of the day, BZ is more than just a sub. Like he spoke about stepping in August. The reason that Kaneo stepped in the first place was because BZ couldn't travel. So it's not a case where he was dropped or anything. It was just, circumstance and form works that way for Wild.
Well, if this time around is going to work into MKERS' favor, we're going to be finding out as we're going to be heading on to the second map of this matchup. It's going to be Oregon.
Ginny, thank you very much indeed. God, I had a big voice crack there, don't I? I need to do some vocal warm-ups.
Ginny didn't say it over to us two for a change. She just said next map and then just expect us to be here.
Well, we can catch. We're professional catchers. That's part of the job description. We're going to jump into map number 2 now. We're going to be headed over to Oregon as we have got Wild versus MKERS. Wild, they made quite short work of MKERS over on Cafe. Will things be different, Demo, moving into Oregon? The social vote says maybe.
Damn, a lot of Italians in the chat tonight, is there? A lot of that Italian copium.
I was trying to think of something to say, but
see, the one-liners, he's done.
Think of it.
You're done. You are done.
The pressure had got to me too much.
You're done, honestly.
Goodness me. Get me into the game. MKERS, what are you going to remove? What are you going to remove?
Let's see. Here we go. Taking a while.
Maybe they're using this time to compose themselves ahead of what could be quite a big game.
Wow.
The Nook!
All that for a Nook, man.
Inspired!
So if you can insta-lock that quicker.
An inspired choice.
Yep.
Don't forget, Demo, the winner of this game gets sent up into the upper bracket final.
And they play against TENSTAR.
They play against TENSTAR.
Which team, whoever loses this, which team drops into the lower bracket to face whoever wins on Thursday?
Unsure.
Because I would love to see MKERS versus Jailings. I'd love to see that.
A replay.
Would you not? I think we all would.
Jailings would have to beat Lampai Hotel to get through.
There's a sledge ban, so that's 2 nade operators off the board. So you're really headlocked into playing Iana and Iana only.
Not necessarily a bad thing. We do see a lot of Iana played.
I know, but still losing. Look at that coordinated.
Synergy.
And the Valk. So Mira's open, Kai's open, suppose Thatcher then's also open. Maverick.
A lot of options. I think the bans for Oregon are very flexible these days.
It's the state we're getting to where there's just more and more operators being flooded in who are all very good and are all warranted bans. You can't ban everyone. Yeah. Do we ever, again, this kind of topic comes up every now and again, Ollie, increase the ban size?
Someone was tweeting about it
honestly
a while ago.
I think each team could ban 2 attacks and 2 defenders. But then
I think at the point where
it's tricky. It's a tricky one.
At the risk of going down the rabbit hole at the start of round number 1, I think at the point where you can ban 2, you need to be able to save 1.
Ban, save, ban.
Yeah.
That's a good shout.
Because you have to, I think it's got to be a pick and ban system there where it's like, yes, we ban this person and we pick this person and we're going to ban this person as well.
I know people forget that there is still MOBA elements to this game. It is a FPS, but you still have characters who do different things, don't they?
Operators, we like to call them, though.
That's character's a generic term for any game you want to go for. It's generic.
Jumping into round number one.
You think you're funny?
MKERS starting things off on the defense, taking us downstairs into Laundry, bringing that mirror window and bringing that Warden. Going to be looking to set up shop here, no doubt. There's not much that speaks to any sort of a roam game in what they have brought.
I've never seen a lineup from Wild that have screamed, we're attacking blue more than this. Monty and Capital and a Flores. Staple operators for a blue take. Flores is great with no mute on the board as well. It's really, really strong. You don't have to worry about dealing with wasting an nade to try and get rid of a mute jammer. It should be quite easy just to be able to slip them in, get rid of that blue shield. There's one exploding. What did that get rid of? Was that the shield? Was that the barbed wire? It was the barbed wire. So 2 left, Ollie, to get the shield. Can he do it?
Gonna need a little bit more to try and get rid of that.
Oh, he's trying to grab the ADS and the WAMI disc.
Got the WAMI and the ADS.
Is there any more ADSs? Nope, it's free. A nade can just be utilized. And
oh, it's a shame that Ace's nade got caught up there. Sorry, he's being protected. That ADS will be coming back online. We are going to see the Twitch getting a little bit of value, though, as one of the mirror windows is opened, and arguably the most important one, the one that looks over into Freeze. Now, with the shield gone, the site starts to become a very dangerous place when there's over half the round remaining, and Wild are already to start pushing in.
No Kide, which is a worry for MKERS. You would have thought that maybe that would get a look in, considering you are in the basement, and obviously, as we know, that hatch is crucial to be electrified, and don't allow the attackers to have range of that. Here comes the Monty. They should know about Shaiko, because they've seen that Sori's been swinging that, hasn't he, all round so far?
Look at Giesler. He's getting away with murder with that Twitch drone. He's managed to get both mirror windows now.
I mean, that's not a big issue, though. I think that mirror window isn't really going to be a pain in the back, I think, for Wild with the push they're going for, considering that it is stemming from the Monty pushing down the blue stairs.
It depends where Giesler decides to push. We've got Ace's manoeuvring his way over toward Freezer here, so he's got a good line, especially given that that mirror window's been taken out. Smokes now to try and cover. The Monty is going to be activated. Lolo, he's going to find a frag as the kills do start to go in both directions, but it's all of a sudden MKERS. They have 1. Wild, they have 2. Gemini, he's got a lot of holding on to do. Somehow Jay has managed to stay up throughout that whole engagement as well, which is brilliant, and it leaves Giesler in a great position now to work off the back of this info.
4 smokes, so Wild can either just try and push in and just go for the kill, or they can utilize, of course, the smoke cut-off angles and try and play for this plant. There goes the smokes. In comes the plant. And all Giesler needs to do is hold an angle. A slip in towards Freezer is where he's went for, but the shield's going to cover him enough, Ollie! Oh, the turtle plant works a charm. Very fortunate, though, has to be said, the fact that Wild has been able to get away with that. Gemini is now being pressured by that Monty, and Jay can just sit here all day, toy with him. Giesler, just stay alive. Jay can just keep 180 depending where Gemini goes, feed that information. Yeah, should be an easy round. Should be!
Should be fairly straightforward. Looks as though it will be. Pistol drawn. Giesler still has the advantage here. The information being fed over. 13 seconds left to go. Gemini finds the kill, but realistically, this is now a big old game of chicken. Gemini has to come off. He's now got no longer enough time. Jay has done his job, and he's done it fantastically well, keeping himself alive there. Not easy to play the Monty in the clutch. It looks very straightforward, but let me tell you, you can mess it up quite simply, and Jay did a good job there of staying alive and feeding that information across. It isn't the end of the world that Giesler died there, because time was always going to do the rest. Great push from Wild. Again, a very minimal take, only taking what they needed and having a good, concise effort in and around that blue stairs. It got close for a time, though. Coming down to 2 versus 2, it's never guaranteed.
Also very fortunate that it was the Monty planting, wasn't it?
Oh, the backwards turtle plant.
The fact that Giesler's allowed that to happen is a bit of a shock. You know, if that isn't a Monty, that round's lost.
Absolutely.
Very fortunate. Very, very fortunate. Wild are going to go with the same attacking lineup. I'm sure whenever they realize that the bomb site is not downstairs, they will change things up. As MKERS going to go upstairs now. A change of scenery for them. However, pretty much the exact same lineup, isn't it, apart from the Mira? I think they bring in the mute this time, isn't it? The other 4 remain the same.
Maybe the threat of the Flores, realizing that that's going to be something actively played, given there's only 1 set of nades. You need to have a little bit of something to deal with that. We've seen a bit of a change up on the Wild side of things.
Big change, 4 changes.
Got rid of the Glass, got rid of the Capitao. Sorry, We've brought the Glaz, got rid of the Captain and got rid of the old Monty. Going to be bringing Ace as a form of hard breach.
Nomad there as well to maybe cover off their armory stairs. It is always interesting seeing the Glaz. Mostly, I think, because they want the nades, I think, for this bomb site specifically. Because Glaz doesn't offer a lot, I think, for the top floor on Oregon. I think he's much better for Blue, being able to smoke off, you know, Blue being able to push in, swing elbow. Whereas upstairs, I don't think you get the same value out of a Glaz because it is so close-quartered and Glaz isn't the best in those scenarios, Ollie.
You're going to have to play him outside, aren't you? You're going to have to play him maybe double window or give him a long angle to try and keep hold of.
Look at the lineup. He is there simply because he is nades. There's no other smokes.
Yeah.
That Wild have. So, yeah, Jay, you are hard stuck with the OTS or the Baron. Remember, the Glaz still has the Baron, which is really nice. Lolo, how's he been able to pick up that kill? Just wanders up the laundry stairs. Eliminates one of the nade carriers who was, I think, trying to open up the breach, which they've done successfully. They've removed the mute jammer, but you still lost a player. Is that worth it? I suppose the goal's been done, but you would have liked to have done that without losing anyone, wouldn't you?
Lolo's still on the prowl here as well. Now, Attic's been reinforced, so he hasn't got the luxury of making that rotation, but he could still keep himself alive in and around meeting. Maybe look for a later rotation, but the roaming mute potentially.
I mean, it works. You have
it
the
does
C4.
work. The C4 is a really nice
C4,
thing to have.
The only one. There's the nade from Jay from below, so you can see why Wild want to bring the extra set of nades. It's because it is so good for this top floor. It's crucial to be able to find picks. Misses the second one though, Ollie, but still, you've managed to eliminate one. Lolo, here he comes now, Ollie. He's looking to rotate in, and it should be an easy kill. Yeah, it will be. Goes unchecked for the entire round. Finds a second kill on the roam. Now Wild are a bit stunned. Canio, here he comes. Man from Switzerland. Can he make us a Toblerone, Ollie? Can he make it happen?
Wild are just stalling out for the time being. They've got everything open that they need, but they do need to still burn through a little bit of this utility. Final Toxic Babe canister is going to be sent out, and Jay eventually is going to shut Lolo down from below. Now, he didn't actually get to use that C4, but he still did a heck of a lot of damage. It leaves BZ in a bit of a clutch situation.
Does indeed.
3 versus 1. Everybody tucked away for the time being. Not really giving themselves up. 20 seconds to sit on your hands and not make any further mistakes. A bulletproof camera that's going to give all the information away that they need. And a nice little double peek there. Doro taking advantage of the already distracted Ace and just hitting him with a bit of a swing.
Yeah, Doro's done well there just to hold up. Wild, that's the first time where the one-dimensional push has not worked.
Yeah.
And honestly, it doesn't work for top floor. It doesn't work. Mostly because I think the top floor bomb site, the kid's bedroom, you have probably 3 or 4 main ways. I'll go with 3 main ways. You have the main breach, you have attic, and you have white stairs or double window, whatever one you want to go for. That's your main ways. You need to be hitting at least 2 of those out of the 3. You cannot just push from 1 because it's so easy to hold crossfires to that top floor. If you're solely pushing in from the generator breach, you can get held from attic, you can get held from the kid's bedroom door, and you can get held from the bunk beds. If you push from attic, oh, they can't hold you from attic no more. That's one of the ways you can't get killed then. That's what it's all about. It's about giving yourself more options, but also taking options away from the defense. That's why you have to hit multiple avenues in that bomb site, and that's why it didn't work. And especially because, I mean, Wild just... Sure, you're going one-dimensional, but whenever you're giving easy picks away,
yeah, that was the big
as the roaming mute,
yeah,
never going to work.
Lolo got away with a lot in that round. Wild aren't going for the same lineup that they used in round number 1. Gemini, hello? I'm not sure if he was chasing a drone or trying to pre-fire onto a spawn there, but he got away with whatever he was trying to do regardless. Sorry as well, just tidying things up a little bit. A couple of drones lost there from Wild. Now, they aren't going for the same lineup demo. Previously, we saw the Monty, we saw the Capitao, a very direct, focused effort inside of Blue. This time, we've got a lot more flexibility coming out.
You have the Habana, you can get the hatches open. Again, no kite for MKERS is really worrying for me. I think it's a necessity for this basement if it is open. Sure, Thatcher is up. We get that Thatcher is going to be an easy combo, but Wilds, are they a team that's going to be screaming, we need a Thatcher, because we know they like to play a lot more on the danger side? They want operators who can bring more utility than just the EMP grenades. It
would force them into a Lion or something like that to bring the secondary EMP gadget.
Even the EMP gadgets, they're not even a guarantee because they could be anywhere in the hatch, and you really have to, you know, that's the thing about the EMP grenade gadgets, is you need to know exactly where you are using them. Because if you're off by an inch, Ollie, it's done. Thatcher, it's a no-brainer.
It's a very short radius on the blast. A couple of claymores being placed out. No Nomad this time, so flanks not quite as much of a concern as maybe for other sites. As last time Makers defended the basement, they really turtled down onto it. For the most part, they're doing very similar here as well. Getting the hatches open, Jay got himself positioned there at the top of those back stairs. Giesler, how much can you get away with this time? Bulletproof camera, thank you very much. Not really got too much else to go at. Of course, could be searching for other small pieces of utility, but with no mirror, that's going to be the main focus.
Shield and blue also eliminated. So there is options for Wild to go for the traditional blue stairs and elbow take, but instead they are looking to forward themselves into a position where they can assault onto the laundry freezer. A much easier part of the map to gain control of. As we've seen, there was really no contest from Makers that they could put up. However, executing onto this site is a much different scenario, Ollie. As we know, there's a lot more angles that you need to cover off. You need to find picks. You cannot plant in a 5v5. It's impossible. There's too many angles to get swung from. Lolo takes advantage of said swings and finds one. There's a good swing from Akwi. Bats them back inside a freezer. And this should be all she wrote for a while. They've stagnated. The push has not worked. This is what I mean. The execute, it is tricky, Ollie. If you're not ready for it, you will be punished.
Pretty flat-footed there from Wild, honestly. Makers, they didn't have to do a lot of hard work to pick up a flawless round there. They just swung out and won their gunfights. They had a little bit of information, but they didn't have loads. They just knew where the push was coming from, and the majority was coming through Freezer. A little bit on those back stairs as well. Makers showing just how powerful that site can be.
Yeah, the basement, I mean, I'm not a fan of laundry freezer. How many times have I sat here and told you I do not like that attack? Because I just never see it work. I think it's so tricky to execute on, because I think the double door is a key one, because it's so easy. There's 3 different angles you can get shot from in that doorway. Why would you want to push that? Why? In what universe? Whereas you can go blue, and blue's just a straight up 1v1 gunfight.
I am surprised that Wild didn't go for the same lineup.
Again, it's just my humble opinion.
Round 1.
Just my humble opinion. These are the players at the end of the day. I'm just here as but a mere puppet in the grand scheme of things.
You're just the voice.
I played the game.
I've started saying that.
Have you?
Yeah.
It's a good one.
It all comes down to this demo.
5 seconds to insertion.
A lot comes down to this third choice bomb site here on Oregon,
Attackers are heading out.
and how well you can either defend or attack it.
Yeah, so remember, Wild have already done a good job at winning a round in the basement.
They have.
And that's usually the tricky thing, is winning the upstairs and winning the downstairs. It's all about the mid floors where you should be winning attacks and where defenders do struggle. Wild, I think, are in a very favorable position where they can just break them here now and then, and they can just go 2-2 up.
Ooh, great peek there by Jay, no doubt off the back of a little bit of info. Immediately gets himself onto the rappel, hits the lion scan, freezes the defender. Little pre-fire, and that is all that was required. Sorry, taken out. Kaneo, he's got that double window open now as well. Akwi going to be holding it from below. There is still a presence up here on this top floor, and an aggressive Lolo trade shots through the wall, neither dishing the finishing blow. Another lion scan comes, but it is a fraction too late. Lolo has already made his way to the relative safety of Pit.
Wild can just control the game. They've got the opening pick, which is always the difficult thing, I think, for the third bomb site, is being able to segregate somebody, especially whenever we know that Makers in the third bomb site, they're going to play compact with each other. They're going to make sure that they don't give away these single picks. Wild, they kind of broke the mold where they just got a bit of a cheese kill, has to be said. It was a cheese kill on the window, you know, but this is where Wild, they've already stunned Lolo. Lolo tried to get some kills back. It hasn't worked for them. 4v5. Surely at this stage, Wild could just take their time, clear above. They have a hatch that they can drop into for kitchen. They have a hatch they can utilize on the attic also. This is free range from Wild. There's no... If they don't win this attack, Ollie, I don't know what to say.
The thing that concerns me about MKERS at the minute is they've only got one C4. Gemini's already used his, so any hope at trying to deny a plant or anything like that is going to rest on that remaining C4 in Lolo's hands. He's very low HP. And of course, Doro has got 3 Toxic Babe canisters. Kaneo, he's been able to rip open the floor, and no one's going to be able to sit inside a kitchen now. You know that that's going to be a place that you are going to be very vulnerable indeed. Another Lion Scan coming out just to root these players even further. WYLDE starting to frame themselves up a little bit here. Akwi gets himself a really nice 1v1 there onto Gisela. I don't think Gisela was expecting that at all. Lolo, he's searching for the angle, but just can't quite find it. Goes for the C4, but it is going to miss. Kaneo keeps himself out of harm's way and picks up the kill, maintaining that man advantage here for WYLDE.
30 seconds, still time. Still time for WYLDE, but they may want to start forming up for their plant. Still smoke grenades that they have to go through, but look where the smoke is, Ollie. Nowhere to be found to defend that kitchen. Gemini does not have a C4, cannot deny it. Diffuser goes down. Now everything can be held from above for WYLDE. There's Kaneo holding from set above angle. It's going to have to be a retake. It has to be a top floor retake. Gemini will be the last man remaining. He's going to try his best, but surely there's no way WYLDE are going to let him get away with it. Walks in towards Trophy. There should be information on him, should be calls. Oh, Kaneo does get picked off, but now they know where he is. They know where he's going to be upstairs. The Magnum comes out, misses the shots, and Jay punishes him. Nice attempt there from Gemini for the retake, but WYLDE as easy as you like, Ollie.
I worry a little bit for Jay there because the kill came through. He's still looking through the floor.
He is just, I don't know, I mean, it's his place that it does feel very just up in the air. Because we've seen him on the attack sometimes, Ollie. I've highlighted before, where he's just, I don't know where it is. He's in space, isn't he? Spaceman. Space Cadet.
Well, he got the job done there regardless. It was always going to be a tough ask there for MKERS and Gemini specifically to clutch that round out. And we said that a lot relies on that tertiary bomb site. If you can attack it, or more importantly, if you can't defend it, it does leave you a little bit vulnerable, especially when you've already dropped a map on round on the basement.
And WYLDE will, well, depends on if MKERS win this round. WYLDE will get another chance at the basement, which they have won. There is big possibility for an even split here for WYLDE, which I think is massive.
Huge. Huge indeed.
Hey, they could break them here in the top floor if WYLDE realize what they've done incorrectly, which is just that one-dimensional push.
I was going to talk about how a lot rests on how Lolo plays this round. He did a great job on the Roman mute previously, and then I see the 6 picks coming in demo, and I see we've got Jay going for the older Rooney. Now, there's a couple of different options. With the way that he's spawned, I always get them confused. I don't even get them confused. I know exactly the differences, but it still catches me out. There's a couple of options for the Amaru here. You can get yourself straight into T3.
Big tower, that's the go-to, isn't it? You can gain that early advantage. If he went for it, he would have been slaughtered by Akwi, who is playing in towards the top floor. They have a drone on him. They know he's here. It's just, what are they going to do about it? I'm looking at the rest of WYLDE. They are just going for bedroom. Nobody is towards the big tower trying to assist said Jay on the Amaru. WYLDE are just very forward-thinking again, trying to go for the clear in towards Trophy. Akwi will drop off now. Does he reinforce the wall? Yes, he will go for it. In goes Jay now, knows that it is going to be clear. He has hard-pitch gadgets, Ollie. He can play as a solo man to push in towards Attic, which we mentioned is needed. You need somebody else pushing another avenue off this attack.
Again, Lolo, a lot comes down onto him here. He has got the hatch open, so he can look to make a rotation.
He's there. He's there just to stop them jumping double window. So, I mean, this is what I like to see from MKERS. What did we mention about Cafe? They were getting away with murder. It looks as if they're actually going to be ready for these kind of cheese moments that WYLDE could pull out.
I mean, as soon as Lolo realizes that no one's likely to push through double window, he can then look to try and make a bid for it.
Yeah.
Doro, we're challenging that angle with the shotgun. We are going to see a big rotation come out here as well. We do have Attic open, but for the meantime, Demo, no one's actually playing into it. Jay's switched off.
Oh, he's still there. There he is.
Just going to be holding back from a little bit deeper. He's got to time this well. He needs to try and time this in coordination with the rest of the team pushing through. And as we can see the stack up come in, that's exactly what's going to happen now. Jay just looking for a little bit of assistance here. There are a couple of ADSs that do need to be burned here. Doro going to be full white flash. Jay is going to go for that swing, but the shotgun at close range. Doro, he gets the job done, and that entirely neutralizes any threat that they would see through Attic. Gisela from below attempt to nade, but it isn't successful. So still all even at 4 versus 4.
Canio rotating towards Attic, knowing that, hey, we've lost the Attic guy. We need to replace him. We need that other avenue of approach. It's good to see from WYLDE. They've realized the issues, and there we go. Canio will find Dora. Why is Dora pushing out in towards Attic? For what purpose? I have no idea. And that has really gave the game away, I feel, for MKERS now, because they are in a very tricky position. They have one player below who's trying to hold on to that double window. Akwi does find BZ, but has no control of Attic. Even he's going to drop down now. It leaves just one player holding on to White Stars. Ollie, the rest of them are below. Surely it's going to be an easy plan. Where's the diffuser? Gisela has it. All WYLDE need to do is just sit and hold the flank. They have the nomads to do so, Ollie. What's going on with MKERS? Why have they left the site? Why?
Well, the C4 has failed miserably as Aces, he picks up a kill over onto Sorry. Lolo, you've now got to try and fight your way back with Akwi. Very difficult situation to find yourself indeed. Kaneo, he's going to hold on to top of Y, but gets domed! Sit down! Gisela, you've now got to try and hold on. Gives himself away. A couple of shots into the back. It's not going to be the finishing blow. Gisela is inside of Attic. Has good eyes on the diffuser, but Akwi, he can start to try and diffuse here. Lolo, you've got to push up. You've got to try and waste as much time as possible. Akwi hits the shot onto Gisela. There's plenty of time to disable that planted diffuser. What a clutch by MKERS.
I have no idea. Some absolute blinders of shooting from Lolo. The shots, the peek from White onto the man behind the bomb. I just...
MKERS should never get away with that round.
Like, first of all, what's Dora doing in Attic? I have to come back to that. In what universe have you just fronted up, killed the guy in Attic? That was a great shotgun blast.
A Wanderer.
It was brilliant. The Wanderers! They're back in town! One night and one night only.
I mean, it seems like every night.
Well, they'll be back on Thursday.
Every night of CL, there is a Wanderer.
Just keep in mind, these are supposed to be the best of the best. We still have the lower bracket teams to go through on top of Wanderers. God, it'd be like a cattle drive. But honestly, he's pushed up there. Don't know why he's done that. He's gave the game away. Canio straight on the money, straight into Attic. Great bit of adaptation, knowing that they need to push that way. Akwi has then found a kill. I don't know who it was on to. Was it the man in double window? I think it was. I'm not sure. He killed somebody. Then he falls back in the kids, which is good, because you can still hold Canio and Attic. He drops the hatch. There's already a player below. The last man's on White Stairs. They've just forfeited everything. And I'll be honest, sure, they're probably thinking, oh, that worked. It shouldn't work, though.
No.
They've relied on life shots to hit, which shouldn't be how you play the game. And I should know I've played the game. I should know. Tell you can't rely on it.
Well, let's see if WYLDE can compose themselves here. Going to be attacking into this basement. They have been successful here before, but you've got to be sat here thinking that this could already be 3-2 in their favour. Akwi.
Oh, MKERS, I hate this.
Maybe missed his opportunity there. He's going to have to fight through this air jab. There's a huge rush going in onto the site. Gisela credited with one immediately.
I can't believe it.
He finds one. Gemini, can he detonate the C4? He's getting pushed into the corner by the Monty. The information exchange is going to be there. Does find the kill onto Jay. Dora, he's got himself downed in and amongst the fray. So effectively, this is a 4 versus 2. WYLDE have angrily said, we are pushing in and we are not losing this round. Potential for a revive here, but the drone comes in, the Rotero takes him out. Gemini still stuck inside of Freezer. He's going to be full white flash. Lolo, you hit some great shots last time. You're going to hit a whole lot more this time, but no! WYLDE, they shut it all down with a quick site rush.
What's happened? I don't even know what's happened. I don't even know. Just...
That's the WYLDE effect right there. Something doesn't go their way, they lose a round, they maybe feel a little bit disgruntled about it, they channel that into aggression into the next.
They've went for the same push, right?
Similar, yep.
But it's as if they just necked 10 energy drinks and then went for the push.
Yeah.
Everything's happened 10 times speed. Honestly, I was worried there for a minute because there's a lone man in Big Tower. I don't know if they knew he was up there. Because it's tricky, because it looked as if they didn't, because there was moments there where they actually could have died from the man in top tower. But at the same time, they've rushed. Is there a reason why they've rushed knowing that they're film sight?
Maybe.
There was a man underneath the default cam holding a player in the tower.
Well, they air-jabbed it as well.
I don't actually know if they knew. I have no idea. I generally missed most of that.
I think that they know. I think that they know, because they air-jabbed it as well. Now, if you're going for a rush, you may as well use your air-jabs wherever, so it could just be a coincidence.
Oh, what a Pavlova.
Wild have at least managed a 3-3 split here.
Which is brilliant.
Is good.
Yeah.
2 rounds on the basement, 1 round in a tertiary site.
Not too shabby.
Not a bad attacking phase. Makers, they now have to do the same or better to stay in this.
They've brought out their own Amaru, Ollie. So they have. I wonder where that's going to go. Oh.
How's Jay nearly half health already?
What's he done? Is he spawn peek?
15 seconds, man.
Has he spawn peek or has he been shot? No one Jay spawn peek.
Front door, front door.
Of course. So we're seeing a castle extension, Ollie. They're going to try and hold meeting. Haven't seen this for a long time, Ollie. It's been a while since I think I've seen a team trying to really extend in towards meeting. It happened for like about, I don't know, it was like a crazy 6 weeks where everyone was doing it. Everyone was holding in towards meeting, but yeah, it's been a while. The idea is to... Basement doesn't give you a lot of roam potential, and any roam potential you go for is always going to be a bit risky. Meeting is one of those where, yes, you know, it's not too bad to go for. You can try and waste a bit of time, but still, Canio's stuck in a box. That's what he's in, a kill box. And all it takes is for Makers to maybe open up the hatch above him, and he's neutralized. Not only that, Wild have also opened up the hatch for Makers as well. So, like, even just site control has been given away, essentially, if Canio gets eliminated. Speaking of that hatch, no hard breach gadget on the Buck or the Amaru. That's actually going to cause them a bit of issues, Ollie, because now Habana needs to rotate all the way above to open up that hatch.
Only 10 pellets on the Habana as well, so you've not got unlimited funds there. Doro can get the drone in, find that the player has since dropped.
Okay.
Halfway point in the round, not a bad time to be dropping off. I think they could have held it out for a little bit longer there.
I think they could have, because you've wasted, what, a minute and a half? Sometimes that is actually what it takes teams to even gain control of meeting in the first place, doesn't it?
It is.
I suppose you've wasted a bit of utility. Oh, I like that castle barricade onto E-Box. That's actually a nice little adaptation. You know, we mentioned before, you've opened up E-Box as a whole, like you've opened that up. That's actually quite a bad thing, because the attackers could lose like a hard breach, but then you've still given them what they want, which is that hatch. But you've countered that by utilizing the castle barricade, so even if they do drop into E-Box, they're still going to be stuck. So it's not a bad shout, honestly, from Wild just to kind of lock that up.
Look at Kaneo's position as well. He's playing in on elbow, but he's got the wall to his right, to his left, sorry, reinforced. So he's literally playing this till the bitter end. He's stuck. Now he has to fight his way out of here as the kills do start to come in. He's going to get caught full white flash and immediately taken on out, but a lot of damage has already been done here to Makers.
Did you see that from Sori? He was just going to try and full sprinting towards elbow, but it's been reinforced, so he has been shut down because of that. Aces playing close on the E-Box, eliminates him, and now 1v2. Wild have honestly thrown Makers for a loop. They've done a lot of unorthodox plays, Ollie, and it's really hindered Makers.
It's worked out for them quite well. 11 seconds here for Gemini to find himself a couple. Pre-firing. Doesn't seem to have a great read on exactly where everybody is. The diffuser cold on site and red pings available for Wild. The round just going to trickle out here as neither team really wanting to face up onto that one. Wild knowing they don't need to take that engagement.
Yeah, Makers probably looked at the setup and thought, okay, we haven't seen, you know, somebody hold meeting for a while. That's new. Okay, we've seen them drop a minute 20. Oh, okay, we can use E-Box. Actually, we can use this now. Oh, it's castled now. That's new. I haven't seen that in a while again. All right, okay, well, let's try and go for laundry freeze. Oh no, we've been shut down. Okay, we need to go for blue. We need to go for E-Box. We need to do something. Okay, I'm going to take this 1v1 on elbow. Oh, I've killed him. Oh, the wall's reinforced. What? The wall's reinforced? Like, that's what it felt like. Yeah. It felt as if Makers just kept hitting a door, and then they've opened that door, and there's another door behind it. And guess what, Ollie? They've opened that door, and there's another one.
Is there a prize behind any of these doors?
No. That's the thing. You've wasted your time.
Well, there could be a prize for Wild. Potentially be seeing them in the upper bracket final at this rate if things do continue. But we can't get too far ahead of ourselves because that was the basement.
Wild have just been... The playstyle for Wild for me is edge of your seat.
Yeah.
isn't it? And I do enjoy that type of siege. I think
it's exciting siege to watch.
Keeps the blood pressure high.
It does. It's exciting siege to watch.
But sometimes it doesn't always scream consistency, which is probably the only downside I think from Wild is sometimes they can be a little bit of a miss in some rounds.
They've been fairly consistent tonight. I mean, a couple of rounds that we'd maybe look at.
Can we also come back to the narrative about MKERS tonight?
Well,
I still...
this is the other thing, isn't it?
Again, the cafe, weak, very, very weak. I think here in Oregon, again, I think not much. I don't know, again, we've hyped up this team and, you know, I'm not saying Wild are like a team that you should be beaten about, but I also think they've made Wild look a lot better than maybe what Wild I think should have, in my opinion as well. I don't know, am I being too harsh, am I being too cynical here?
I think we expect more from MKERS.
Yeah, I do expect more. Yeah. Like, again, I'm using TENSTAR for the benchmark.
Well,
you know, they
are the team at the moment.
Like, are TENSTAR going to allow Wild to get away with stuff? No chance.
Maybe we'll get to see it soon.
Could do.
The Mute Jam are causing a little bit of issue in this round. We've seen a couple of attempts at X-Cara pellets going off, but they've been caught. Akwi, he's going to be crouching around inside of Freezer. Still, we haven't seen that barricade get up. There's actually 2 Mute Jammers deployed onto that as well to keep it nice and safe.
I am worrying about the lack of soft destruction from MKERS. That's been very evident. That's the game plan that Wild are going for. That's, again, second round where they're bringing in the castle. Sledge is a great counter to the castle, Ollie, isn't he? Oh, but no, he's banned. Whenever he's banned, you need to be looking at other options. And right now, Akwi, he's just taking a bit of a stroll downstairs, playing that lurking role. But, yeah, I think just the soft destruction. Castle barricades are up. You need a Sophia, in my opinion, I think, for that lineup.
Yes.
You have, what, 1 Gone 6 from Dokkaebi? And maybe 1 as well from the back. So I suppose you do have that to utilize, but...
Why has it not been used? Everything's still closed. We're seeing at the moment, MKERS, they're just wandering around that bottom floor. We've got Lolo in below. Sure, he can use the skeleton key to get a little bit of an advantage. They've got themselves a couple of kills, which is maybe the more surprising thing here and speaks more to how Wild have played this round, because they've just been caught out of sight. You look at the Remainers, and they're in really strong positions.
They are in strong positions, Ollie, but like you mentioned, lack of refrags is going to hinder, I think, Wild. MKERS being able to pick up kills in quick succession without losing anyone. Just too much of a roam game almost. I know it maybe sound a little bit weird to say, but almost trying too hard to go for those roams, and you get picked out just because there's one guy sitting in a corner, crouch walking downstairs in Freezer, and oh, Gemini on the window eliminates Aces, and Wild are being picked apart, Ollie. This is where MKERS, again, the gun skill comes into great effect. They win their ones. They will be able to dismantle the setup. The jumps happened. Gisela has missed his man. Diffuser going to go down. Akwi finds another, and a flawless for MKERS. Good response, Ollie, to get them back, get their head back in the game.
MKERS have just picked Wild apart there. And it wasn't even down to a great coordinated push or good utility usage. I think they used their utility fairly well. There was a couple of things that didn't get done. In hindsight, maybe they didn't need to get done, but they just caught Wild on a wander. Downstairs, Jay, just transitioning between, not really paying any mind.
Whipping over there, sees the Wanderer.
You know, you can't afford to be giving those kills away and not actually getting those refrags.
Yep.
And it's really difficult to watch when you've got half of a team that are playing sight and playing really structure, and you've got another half of the team that are just out and about. I know that happens, and that makes a team. You know, you have people that go out and roam, you have people that play sight. But when there's a really big disconnect between those two, that's when things start to really fall apart. MKERS, fantastic job there of picking up that top floor. Is that going to be their site? Is that going to be the basement site that Wild were able to find? They've picked up a round on attack now. Again, a lot comes down to this third choice bomb site. Which way are we going to see it go?
MKERS immediately changing up the lineup. Fermat comes in. Good pickup. That automatically screams to me, Ollie, is that they're going to try and go for the tower take, because you can create that gigantic opening on the tower stairs, double wall. Obviously, kitchen's still an option, but it's not often you would see the Fermat be brought in just to open up that single wall, Ollie. Let's see what they want to go for. Could try and go for the sweep above, I suppose. Also, look where Lolo is. He is immediately in towards bedroom, Ollie. This is a quick, aggressive push. Are Wild going to be caught by it? Oh, Lolo sees somebody. Akwi also comes up the stairs at the same time. It's going to be a trade-off. Oh, Wild have pulled it firm. And another one comes out of nowhere. A free-pronged attack from MKERS. What?
As soon as you think you've got one and dealt with them, another pops up out of nowhere. I think Gemini did a great job at catching up there because he was not near Lolo at all at the start of that. Really good little push between Lolo and Akwi. I thought that Akwi had him, honestly, at the top of those white stairs.
Shotgun.
But a quick shotgun blast saw him dead. Gemini, whilst he's done a good job of stabilising here and maintaining an equal man count, you've still got to think that there's a lot of work to do. You've lost a couple of nades in that approach. You've lost a little bit of soft breach in terms of Ash and what they are bringing in this round, the secondary breaching gadget.
I am worried for Wild. I don't think they're in strong positions to go for the refrag, but then Aces just does that. There goes the refrag, and nobody is there to be able to refrag onto Aces. This is what I mentioned, Ollie. They're not in great positions to go for that. BZ has the echo cam.
Hello?
BZ? Oh dear, diffuser's been planted. Gazeless went for the swing, almost catches Gemini, who's just on an absolute tear. Now it's a 1v1, but no! Dora swings around using that single while it was opened up. I just am in disbelief.
Great round from Makers.
The echo?
I love the aggression that Makers brought in that round.
That was go big or go home.
Yes, it really was.
We're just going for it. We are full sending. We do not stop. We never stop. And they didn't. They were always moving. They were always gaining ground. And I don't think Wilds were ready for it at all in the slightest.
Makers haven't shown that level of aggression or confidence all night long. And they bring it out when it matters the most. Now they've actually taken a lead here on their attacks. We are going to see a timeout. Wild have called it. Probably about time. Can't be letting too many defenses slip here. Albeit they've lost a tertiary site and they've lost a top floor, so it isn't the end of the world if they can win and continue to win downstairs in basement. They could edge it out to an overtime, but that isn't going to be good enough. They want to get this win clean in regulation. This also gives Makers a bit of time to congratulate themselves and say, yep, that worked. Are we going to do more of that? Are we going to do less of it? Have we got a bit of confidence back? What is it going to be? For all that Makers brought a slightly different lineup there, and we saw the Thermite, we saw a few intentions. It seems like they are willing to make that aggressive call of go, 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 go. Yeah. Their top floor roam clear was probably the best we've seen.
You can't really do it though for this site. You cannot say go, go, go.
This is where things, well, Wild did.
Fair enough. I'll give
Wild
you that one.
did.
I'll give you that
I don't think that Makers will, and I agree. The lineup doesn't speak to Makers screaming go, go, go on this side.
They could. Obviously, it's still possible, but I don't think they will.
No, I don't.
Just off my hunch, I think because it is the basement. One thing I also wanted to bring up with kind of comparisons with both sides on the defense is I still feel as though they make it tricky for themselves to refrag each other a lot of the times. I feel as if both teams have been culprits of playing very stagnated away from one another, and you're allowing these 1v1s to happen. And you're allowing these refrags to happen, but you're not doing anything in response. Like, for example, if you know that they've just completely blitzed bedroom and you know that they've blitzed in towards attic, in what universe is the Echo realistically going to be expecting somebody to be pushing big tower? And I think you can say the same about Makers and Cafe as well whenever they were defending. In what universe are they expecting players to come from these parts of the maps if you know they're only committing to one side? I think both teams have been very one-dimensional in how they've attacked today. Yeah, there hasn't been any, oh, they've hit from this side, then they've hit that, then they've hit this area. It's just all in. All in.
And as a result, sometimes it's worked, sometimes it hasn't. It hasn't been a consistent strategy.
It's worked a lot more than I think it should have, I'll tell you that much. I think defense should be a lot more punishing this evening, but it's strange because I was saying about how the attacks, I think, last week weren't very good. But today, I think the attacks have...
They've stepped up.
I mean, I wouldn't say they're great attacks, but defense today has been a bit mediocre.
A bit wobbly.
Haven't been reactive enough.
Wild, for the most part, are going to be on the site. They've got themselves all tucked in quite nicely, Makers. They've done that due diligence. They have that roam cleared out. We mentioned in the last round demo with the extension that Wild brought. They brought the castle barricades. They made everything quite complex, and they dropped off at around the halfway point. Makers are in a very similar position at this point in the round, and Wild haven't had to extend a lot of that utility. Instead, they've got some things on site that are going to be a little bit more handy for them. Mainly those Vulcan canisters. They're going to be able to delay a lot of area and a lot of time with that utility.
So much. 2C4s, Goyo canisters, like you mentioned, smoke grenades, everything in the world. Goyo canisters are probably the best thing that you can have right now because they are in positions where, because the basement is really small in terms of the rooms you need to plant in, you pop that Goyo canister, not only does it cover off the single doorway, it also covers off the run-in, the single wall run-in also. So it can be crucial. There's the one in the double doorway. And they last for 30 seconds. Basement is a very long, slow, drawn-out bomb site. If you are playing the strategic way of playing it, that's where the canisters can be amazing for the defense.
Lolo's just picked up Jay with a great shot there. A nice nade coming in as well, going to force the player to reposition. Akwi and Lolo, they double down, picking up one apiece. They might have Goyo canisters demo, but if you're not going to use them, they are no good. Kaneo, next one to fall as BZ is left in the clutches. Makers, when they decide it's go time, it is go time. Flawless round attacking onto that basement. 3 attacks in a row here on Oregon.
Aggressive Makers. It took us a while to see it.
Where has this team been?
It just looks as if they've realized that the game plan has not been working for them, and we're just going to change it up. We're going to mix it up. We're going to commit. We're going to go big. We're going to go, if we have to go home, we will. But they're ready. I mean, it just looks as if they're playing with absolutely no fear. It is the definition of die for the badge.
Yeah.
That's what you need to have. No indecisiveness. Nobody's saying, oh, I don't know about this one. Oh, I don't know. They're straight to the point. If you say you're pushing down highway into 3 different angles, you're doing it. Like, what did we just see from Akwi? He's pushed down Death Valley. He doesn't care. He's looked at the Undertaker. He's looked him in the face and said, I don't care.
Sometimes that's what you got to do. Wild. It seems like they've been stunned.
Of course they have been, yeah.
This is the biggest and most opposition that they've come up against so far. And they haven't really dealt with it very well, Demo.
No.
They haven't dealt with this aggression very well at all.
It's that trifecta. Gemini, Lolo, Akwi, the 3 players that we know from last year, Ollie.
Yeah,
the
danger.
3 players that we know are the danger, the invitational players as well. We have to obviously keep that in mind. If those 3 start cooking up something special, whew, it's a good 3-course meal, that.
It'll start a main dessert. Let's see if Wild can keep themselves in this one. It was looking fairly locked down for them. You know, after their attacking phase, you think 4 rounds, 3 rounds on the attack. That's a pretty good swing for Oregon. And Makers have gone, yeah, we can pick 3 rounds up as well.
It's more the fact that they won the last round, I think, is really...
They've won all 3 sites.
Upset the apple cart.
All 3 sites now. Now, as Wild, you go, well, what do we do? Where do we go? We haven't got a site that we can consistently go to and pick up a result. So we've got to try and make a bit of a change here. That change hasn't been roaming. It hasn't been to, you know, stack the site as much. They've instead gone for a couple of catches. We've got the YMI coming in. We've got the Jaeger coming in. We've got some of the tools that we saw last time. I just hope that they used them this time, Demo. We didn't see a Vulcan canister exploded last time, and it was too little too late.
I think there was one, but most of it did come just from pushing highway, which was the main issue. I think that's where Wild really suffered from, was just leaving that up to chance. They've brought in the extra fortification. You know, they're having, I'm sure, all the ADSs, all of the YMI discs stacked up towards Pillar, which is probably the correct call. That is where everything stemmed from. There was good utility burn, plenty of flashbangs to utilize for Makers. Nades obviously rolling in. This time they have the Ying Ollie, which makes things even more dangerous, because that is what, 6 burns you get now? You get 6 extra burns to utilize.
I'm not sure if Sorry missed through that Candela or not, but it didn't seem to have the desired effect. Nice little angle being opened up there that's going to look onto the bottom of the stairs. It gives Aces a narrow corridor in which he can work and an opportunity for some utility to be sent through to burn that ADS.
Oh, no.
And, of course, to let that Ying canister do the business. Lolo, unfortunately for him, doesn't see the YMI disc, but a drop has happened, and Akwi's got himself into the site, searching out for the player on Pixel, and he's going to find him. The kills all fly through there for Makers. They're able to get the job done. Wild. Absolutely stunned here on Oregon.
Out of nowhere.
4 rounds in a row on the attack from Makers.
The 4 rounds was, it's a complete, you know, makeover. It's like Holmes under the hammer. It's just all of a sudden it's the end of the show and it's just a brand new kitchen.
They've put a new carpet in, they've put some curtains up.
Honestly.
Makers well and truly made themselves at home on Oregon. And I'm very relieved because I'm so glad that after the first map of Cafe, we're seeing this one go to all 3.
I thought they were honestly mudded. Going to Oregon, sure, you take a bit of a, I would say, a limp of a first half. You're sitting there thinking, oh, well, now, you know, Wild can really move into the defense where they were very strong on Cafe. But no, complete change up. Game plan out the window, essentially, for Makers. They tried something new and it worked.
Nice to see that aggression from Makers. Let's see what our desk has to say about that. They will dissect that game and set us up for Clubhouse. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few.
MKERS look absolutely transformed on that map. That's the team that we expected to see after their performance last weekend. Although the first map might not have gone in their favor, it looks like Oregon was the perfect pick that they needed to make it happen.
It was. I mean, 4 attacking rounds in a row. They decided to finally wake up, and I mean, as the caster said, they decided to play something new. The game plan they went in against Wild wasn't working, so let's get aggressive, let's get into Wild's face, and it worked perfectly. 4 rounds in a row, and Wild didn't have any answers to it at all. It was a tempo and a pace that a lot of people would have expected from the get-go from MKERS. It's what we saw them do in the group stage, and finally they're back to that kind of style of Siege that has made them such a dominant team in the past.
Yeah, I think for me, when you watch that game, it's almost like one of those old films where they're trying to work out how to defeat the bad guy, and then they kind of go, do you know what? The only way to beat Wild is to be Wild. They just said, you know what? Mad as a bag of spiders. We're going to send everybody into sight as soon as possible. And it's funny, it kind of caught Wild by surprise because, as we said, Wild, they do their homework. They expected structured attacks, and they didn't quite come in. So if that's what Game 2 was like, and Game 1 went the way it did with the 7-2 win, Game 3 could be on a pretty high pedestal for how much action we could be about to see.
If you can't beat them, join them. That's what MKERS did. But while they struggled to play against that aggression, it's something that so far they haven't really seemed to have been dealing with. They didn't know how to respond. There was no script to follow in terms of their preparation against MKERS. So we were initially a little worried about Wild simply because of the fact that they're not playing with, you know, the usual 5 stack that they have. They have a little bit of a change coming in. We said Oregon, one of those maps that you need to be looking out for in terms of having, you know, this set play style. But it feels like in general, when you're looking at the statistics from MKERS, this time around, it's not just Lolo who was like, yeah, let's just tune it up. It was every single individual.
They played like one of the best collective 5s we've seen, and it was on that attacking side. I mean, we highlighted Lolo in our head-to-head against Aces, one of those big names that's going to show up and be huge and impactful. 15-6, 82% cost, and 4-0 on that entry. Impact all around, veteran player, and absolutely one of the key factors that helped him with that aggression. He was always in the face of Wild, always getting that opening impact. I mean, 4-0 on opening. That is huge. Getting that opening pick. And they are the second highest team in Challenger League with opening pick conversion rates. I mean, the only teams that are higher are Wild and TENSTAR, and they have converted a lot of those opening picks into victories, and especially on the attacking side. MKERS, take a bow after that one.
Yeah, brilliant performance by them, and as they point out, it's that core. The guys that were at SI, Lolo, Gemini, and Akui were really good over the course of that one, and there's your MVP
of
for
course.
that map. Yep, no surprise whatsoever. 4-0 on entry, 82% cost. The KD looking great as well, but the main thing is he wasn't doing all the heavy lifting by himself. He had help from the rest of the team. They all really pitched in when it came to kills, and It enables a player like that. When you get a player like Lolo, who can win a game by himself, and then you actually have the rest of the team carrying some of the weight, it's very difficult to digest and break that down for Wild. So, Game 3, can Aces get the same sort of help? Because, let's be real, Aces had another pretty good game.
If Aces can get enabled by the rest of his team, it's going to be a long day for Makers. This could be a best of 3 that's going to require overtime if we see both teams firing on all cylinders. If Wild now expect an aggressive Makers to arrive, guess what? Wild will be just as aggressive, and it will be two teams in each other's faces from the moment an action phase starts. And I mean, I really want to watch this one, actually. Demo said that Wild play kind of edge of your seat siege, and that's exactly what I expect from this one. When we go to Clubhouse, you'd say how Oregon went so strong for Makers. Clubhouse has a very similar style and structure. It's going to be a difficult one to call. I think this is a little bit more of a 50-50, and I'm beginning to get scared about my prediction.
Oh, well, good thing that they weren't actually shown up on screen and we don't have anything to hold over your head. But it feels like this week around, however, it's a little bit of the opposite of what we saw last week. Last week, it was individual players stepping up and just clutching some of those very crucial rounds for their team and just securing the win and the lead in that way. Whereas this time around, it's every single player from the roster showing up, enabling each other and making sure that it all comes together as a beautiful piece. Now, we are going to be heading over to a break. We'll be back with the final nail-biting sitting game of the evening with Wild against Makers, and it's going to be on Clubhouse.
Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better.
1-1, Wild versus Makers, both fighting for a spot in the upper finals against TENSTAR. We have one more map left, and that's going to be Clubhouse. And once again, we have the lovely casters Demo and Ollie covering the action.
Ginny, thank you very much indeed. We're going to be running through our final map of the night here. We're going to be headed to Club to decide who is going to that upper bracket final between Makers and Wild. Demo, we've had a minute to collect our thoughts, and the players have had the same. This is giving us all that we wanted out of this fixture. All three maps, nice and competitive, and a little bit of a burst of energy from Makers during that second map.
Yeah, it looked dead in the water for me after the first map, but nope. Clubhouse is where we've ended up. Clubhouse. We've already seen Wild, of course, play this map, Ollie, and it was pretty good showing, all in all, for Wild, so should be a good map for them. But then again, anyone can play Clubhouse.
I mean, anyone can play Oregon. And we've just seen that and how that went down. Let's see what happens when we head on into Clubhouse then. Makers going to be starting things off on the defense here, which, interestingly enough, wasn't necessarily their best side on Oregon. They did fantastic work on the attack. They are going to be removing none other than the Nook, who has been a bit of a staple throughout, not just tonight, but CL in general. A lot of pressure in both games on the nades tonight, really forcing players into slightly off picks. But Wild, they are going to ban out the Maverick.
Maverick being banned out makes sense for Clubhouse. It's really the only time we would see him be played is on Clubhouse. I mean, majority of the time, should I say. The thing is about the Maverick ban is it just screams that Wild are going to be attempting Bandit Tricky in some capacity. That's the automatic thing that I see from it is, yeah, remove that. You can go for the Bandit Trick. You can obviously play the Kite as well. Synchronized.
Is it in the same order every time?
No, because that would be like a 1, 2, 3, go.
I think it's in the same order every time.
But it couldn't be. It couldn't be.
I might go
You're
back
telling me if you had 5 people,
we might have to
all have to press a button.
Yep.
Right? And you go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then everyone hits the button. And you do that 3 times, you're telling me it's going to be the same person who's hit it quickest, and then second quick, and then third quickest every single time.
I think they must just have an order and they just go... And as soon as you've done it, you say done, and as soon as you hear the done, then that's the next one.
No, because it would be longer than that.
I'm going to VOD review and see if it is all the same. We'll find out. Find out next week. Find out next time.
Find out on Thursday. That's whenever we're next up. We're back again. Also, people don't know, I don't think we've mentioned it as well, after Thursday's Playday, we actually break for a bit, Ollie.
I wonder why.
Something happening in Sweden. Again. So something that country never gets a break. That country almost has the same amount of major championships been held in what Canada does. You know, I think that's quite a shocking statement, isn't it?
Certainly is. So who else is shocking, Demo?
Your hairline?
That we're seeing bar and stage as a round 1 choice from Makers. Basement is available.
Start off strong.
This worries me with WoW because you're just inviting them into a little walk-in, aren't you?
Whenever you see an Ash stumble towards kitchen corner, Ollie, and open up a big opening, it screams like that. Geisler looking to gain control of said kitchen at the moment. Again, this is where Wild's so dangerous, Ollie, because it's just, what are they going to do? But see, now it's thrown a spanner in the works because now they're opening up the main breach as well.
Well, they know they have to get some sort of vertical.
Well, no, I don't think it's there for vertical. I think they're going to open up that angle so then they can stop anyone rotating back downstairs. Because you think about it, if they're trying to push in towards kitchen, they're trying to push in through bathroom, a player's going to come down main stairs, which has literally just happened for Gemini, who's then got the kill because Aces is trying to move before the wall's been opened up.
Akwi, he's going to find one onto BZ as well. Gets himself out of dodge nice and safely. Wild. Seems like they're almost out of ideas here. There's a Dokkaebi call coming through. They're desperately just looking for picks, and Kaneo will find at least one. Takes one off onto Doro. Knows that there's going to be a player behind the weight rack, but sorry, he can pre-fire onto that angle all day long. Akwi, he's going to pick himself up a second along with Gemini. Kaneo finds himself one, but it will be impactless at this point. Lolo He was holding inside of construction. He gets the call. Easy little pre-fire there through into Jim. Bit of a shame from Wild. They kind of jumped the gun a little bit on that one.
Just a bad attack, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just a bad attack. Don't really know what they were trying to achieve. They've taken early control of Kitchen. They've tried to push up main stairs before the breach has been opened up. It's very disjointed. No real game plan, no real vision. The game plan that they had, you can see from a mile off, it was never going to work. You have to attack that bomb site in a certain way. And it's an easy way. That's the thing. You attack it in a certain way, but it's easy. You sweep garage into cache, open up construction wall, and the rest will come. That's as easy as it is. We've been over this so many times. We've tried to see teams try and push strip. We've tried to see teams try and walk just into the bomb site through main door.
You sound like a disappointed teacher. We've been over this question. We've been over this answer before.
Honestly, it comes up in the mock exam and it's just...
2 + 2 is 4.
It's not that
We've
simple.
been through this.
It's a bit more difficult than that. It's more of a Pythagoras' theorem conundrum, you could say.
I think in terms of sites in the game as a whole, it isn't a complex one to attack. The attack isn't that complex.
Am I too simple? Do I think it's too easy? Am I too much of a simple man?
Have you played the game?
Played the game.
No surprise to see us change things up a little bit here. I thought he was going to fire one back there.
He actually looked around like,
He
what
did.
are you doing? In disgust.
What's he lining up here? Just chilling?
All right. Basement time.
This is where Wild can be dangerous, but they can also get caught in a few traps. Makers. Got a little bit of presence inside a dirt tunnel. Some good information out there as well. Wild, they're going to go direct. Now, we've seen them do this before, Demo.
Straight down dirt. Utilizing the nades. The fact that Dora is alive is incredible. That's massive, the fact that he's just tanked that nade, Ollie, because having those extra smokes, even just having that extra man, could be big. Could be big indeed for Wild, who just looked to be a very basic Ollie. Back to basics. Opening dirt, opening kitchen. Classic Kurt push.
Kneo got himself a nice little angle there, just onto the back of sight. Doesn't need to play too aggro there. His job now is to almost sit and wait. And he needs to wait for the rest of the team to get themselves into position. Opening up kitchen hatch is, of course, going to be on the to-do list here. No point in attempting any sort of impact trick, as the X-Karos pellets will far outweigh the amount of impact you are able to bring. And as such, the hatch has been opened quite timely. Going to see some nades now thrown on through. Got to try and destroy that Maestro camera. Acqui, I'm not sure how he's been allowed to get into that position. Has he got the C4? Has he thrown it up? What is going on here? Acqui, you're in the hot seat, my friend. You've got to try and do something. Maybe he's looking to find one with the SMG first and then potentially go for it. Wild, they don't have a clue where he is. Depends. If one of those stuns comes through, it could be a bit of a nightmare. Does find himself one, collects, but doesn't realize that someone's still upstairs. How does he get away? No, gets taken out. Giesler just manages to find him before he creeps down behind the reinforcement. And Sorry and Lolo now have to try and hold on. Sorry, inside of blue. Lolo, bottom of main stairs, got loads of information to go at. He can lay the diffuser cold on the ground. Sorry backs him up as we see Giesler try to recover it. Kaneo, he's been hanging out inside of bunker this whole time, and he too will fall. Sorry picks up that final kill. Oh, the 2 versus 4 demo. What's going on?
Just a man underneath the hatch. How? How?
Hurts to see.
Honestly, it is painful. It is painful. Just one of those. But they were able to recover. This is the thing that also gets at me. They were able to stabilize. They're able to recover. They got the kill back. It's still man advantage for them. But it seemed to be whenever that call, there's a guy underneath the hatch. It almost feels as if they know that they all messed up, and then they've all tried to be the hero to try and get that kill back. When in reality, you're always going to get that kill back.
Well, Giesler got it back.
Nobody on main stairs was the key thing. If you're pushing that, you should have the people coming dirt. You should have the people dropping the hatch. You need somebody pushing down main stairs. You need to hold that angle. Just a few errors.
The thing with Makers in the playstyle at the moment, it's really rewarding for them because everything's giving them that positive reinforcement You know, they've gone for that aggro play style on Oregon. It worked. It got them here. They've now just clutched out a pretty big round there. 2 versus 4. Shouldn't really have gotten away with it. And again, you just feel like as soon as that momentum starts to build for this team, things get really dangerous. And it's good because we haven't seen WYLDE pushed this hard yet. We need to see how they react under the pressure.
Another opening pick for WYLDE. Jay eliminates Akwi. Wamai gone. Good operator to find, as we know. Wamai and his gadget. It takes a while to get all of them deployed out. Regenerates over time, so removing him early. He'll probably only have about 2 or 3 ollie of those discs around the map.
At best, really. Gonna see a nade thrown in. How is Sorry alive? Honestly, MKERS like stealth running Rook or something like that. We're seeing some people get extremely lucky here tonight.
Wish I had this luck in my games.
And it's not only like, it's no small operators that are staying alive either. That's Sorry on the Yokai. So, or on the Echo, should I say, with the Yokais. So we may be able to remove those cameras and just replace them a little bit to give it a little bit of value if he does end up falling.
It's not a freebie for Dora if he just runs out, by the way. Another freebie. And he's missed the chance because Canio's now on the building.
I don't think that they need to go for it.
I mean, hey, they're a man down. I think you do.
They are a man down, but I don't think that level of confidence is really there.
They're trying to play below, utilizing the C4s that they do have, which is only just the one. They also are using the echo cams to try and assist them in coordinating those pushes below. But all it takes for WYLDE is for them to rush site ollie. We've been over this before. WYLDE, if they see an opportunity, they'll just go for it, and they could find these picks. Down goes the Echo, only leaving 1 man on the site, which is going to be Lolo. Does get spotted out, does get finished, and the remaining 2 players are both below ollie. That's them locked out of sight, similar to what happened to them in that round in Oregon for the top floor. Where did they go? A C4 has actually been collected this time. There goes the yellow pings. It should be a dead BZ, and it will be, but still a minute to go. All WYLDE need to do is hold on to a single staircase. There goes the second C4. It's also going to catch another one. Hold on a minute. This isn't part of the script.
Jay's actually been able to recover that C4, but he's going to get shot through the
Plant
floor.
on the bed.
There is still some information here. Gemini, how has he won that aces? Why have you gone for the peak? Jay, you've got it all to do now. 35 seconds. He's got loads of time, but he needs to find a safe pocket in which to plant. You really can't allow these players to make that rotation up those main stairs, and he's going to turn his attention there right now, but we've seen the players from MKERS, they've dipped off. Jay is going to attempt to get that plant down. You've got to move quickly, and you've got to move together here. Pre-fire from Gemini. Jay gave the game away a little bit, but I think they still had some info, judging off this crosshair placement. Demo, they are winning rounds. You cannot afford to let go. WYLDE, what are they doing? That was one from the first floor.
Just no words.
Back-to-back C4 kills.
Plant on the bed. You can't C4 them on the bed. Even where he was trying to plant the whoever it was, Jay. Even where he was planting, you can't C4 him there. Just. I don't get it. If you know there's 2 players alive and you know they're not beside you in the bomb site, where are they going to be? Of course they're going to be below. Just plant in the bed. Plant where the concrete bit is.
I want to clip the plant on the bear.
No, don't use that. You can't. No.
That could be a classic. That could be one for the ages.
Plant in the bed.
Yeah,
but it's the way I say it.
Could be one for the ages.
Just.
MKERS, they are running away here with Clubhouse. That's 2 rounds there that they really shouldn't have won.
Yep.
2-2 versus 4s, I believe. So we could quite easily be sat here at 2-1 WYLDE. Instead, we are sat here at 3-0 MKERS, and I don't see them slowing down anytime soon. Lady Luck is on their side here, and they've got the momentum.
It's just, I think for WYLDE now, it's keeping the composure, keeping the mental, in my opinion. Because this is where you go head loss. Losing 2 rounds that you should be winning, down to rookie mistakes. Yeah, it's tilting. Of course it is.
Where's the timeout, and where is that different level of WYLDE?
Timeout comes if they lose this round.
Yeah, I think it has to. I think you could. There's an argument to say you could have called it at the start of round 4.
That is every bomb site won, apart from the cash, which you've never seen anyway. But
we saw it a lot last week.
We did, which was so strange.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised again if we see it from MKERS here, as they will be going back to that bar. So it was a strange attack from WYLDE where they just tried to force their way into the bomb site without really doing anything. It was just walk in 1 by 1 and get absolutely eliminated. Oh, a triple drop in towards Office Ollie. That's what they're going for. That's how they're going to try and counter the top floor. Sorry, finds one, but the trade-off is there. Gisela and also Beasley trying to walk in towards Jim. Doro! Two of them! How? Wild, they've tried another one of their tricks, but it's not worked this time. Oh dear, Wild, it's just... Ollie, nade happens, I guess.
I mean, that's about the only good thing that's happened to Wild in this entire round. They've got the chance at recovering the diffuser now. I mentioned in the pre-bit to this round how Lady Luck is on Maker's side. Doro, a sliver of HP, still getting away with a couple of kills there. All it would have taken would have been for one stray bullet. As it stands, Wild have done well here to stabilize. They still don't have the man advantage. They are, however, going to be able to recover this diffuser.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
They do still have a little bit of time on their side. Aces is going to be locked into holding that construction angle. Akwi has the opportunity to cause a little bit of a problem here and push up and just waste a little bit of time further. Lolo actually on these cash stairs as well, so you can only imagine that Gemini is playing the site on his own or at least nearby. He's going to be at the bottom of these main stairs, just at the halfway point between basement and the first floor. So Wild have options here.
They do. I think the position for Makers could be better. I don't like leaving Gemini by himself and the other two together with one another, because if Gemini exposes himself and he doesn't get picked off, then it could just be a single fight for Wild, just holding one side of the map that could work out really well for them. They both will now leave that construction side and start to push their way into the site. They should know about Gemini. I'm pretty sure they know he's down there, Ollie, and they're going to try and check the bathroom. Gemini gets flashed out. Here comes the players pushing in towards the lounge, and there's a pressure from above. Canio stuck in the clutch. Doesn't get any off them, Ollie. Makers round number 4. Wild, they've tried something, but nope, not today.
I think Makers played that exceptionally well there. They knew that that Wild had to give up that top floor control. If you've only got 2 people, you have to give it up. You have to try and get yourself down onto the site and get a plant down. And what happens when that happens? Well, they just move through, retake top floor, use the vertical holes that have already been made, and it is as easy as that. Gemini playing a very nice patient game there on those main stairs as well. As you predicted, Demo, 4 rounds down, time for a timeout. You could ask the question, what good is this going to do for the remainder of Wild's attacks? But they're in dire straits right now. They need to pick something up here. They need to try and upset the apple cart, because so far everything is going Maker's way, and there's nothing that Wild are able to do to stop it.
Yep, they've tried really everything in the book, haven't they? They've tried to go fast. They've tried to cheese their way into the bomb sites. They've played slow. What do you do? What's consistent for you right now? And this is what we mentioned about Wild, is they can be dangerous when we talk about that edge of your seat gameplay. It's unbelievable whenever it works. But if you start getting into a rut where just nothing's going your way, the playstyle's horrible to play with.
I feel like Makers are finally hitting the stride as well.
Because here's the thing, I think with the playstyle that Wild go for, I don't know if it's just me, I don't know if some of the Wild players think the same, I have no idea. Whenever you go for these rushes and you go for these pocket plays and you try this playstyle, if I was doing it, there's like a bone in my body that says this is horribly wrong. This isn't what we're supposed to, this isn't Siege, this isn't supposed to be what it's like. There's something about that. I don't know if that's just me
you are a
and the traditionalist inside of me, but then at the same time it puts you under pressure, especially whenever you know it's already risky. These types of attacks that Wild go for, if one thing goes wrong, the whole thing's done. And whenever things now are going wrong, you start to doubt yourself, I think. And that's where the mental game comes in big. They need to believe themselves that their playstyle is working. Or else do they do a Makers and do something completely different than what we're used to seeing Wild do?
Well, Wild recognised that one of the big problems last time was the deployable shield inside of Dirt. And they've dealt with that in a much easier way here by bringing the Flores. They haven't needed to commit any bodies to that, and they've not risked the gunfight.
I dare argue and say that the issue they had last time, Ollie, was a man just underneath the hatch. I dare argue that.
Okay, so that was the first issue that Wild encountered was the shield inside of Dirt. The problem is that Doro pushes up and finds the kill onto Jay. Doro What is going on here?
It's that Wanderer again.
This guy's having an insane game.
He is.
He's only got 4 kills, but I feel like all of them have been bangers.
Yeah, he's hit mad shots, but I mean, Jay, again, Wandering. We've been over this.
Yeah, 2 and 4 is just getting caught in the current, quite simply. That, and we always talk about this demo. How important is it to have a gun in every position when attacking this site?
This site is unforgiving.
It's the worst one. You need someone in dirt. You need someone in blue. You need someone bottom main stairs. As soon as you lose someone, that's it. You're missing out on one of those key components.
WYLDE and Cafe were able to come back from a man deficit because it's just, you have to push in when your gunfights. Anyone can do that. For Clubhouse, it is methodical. It is strategical. It's not about the gun skill. It's about positioning more than anything. As an attacking side, you need to have about 3 different positions to execute onto this bomb site. If you start losing players early on, you're going to be limited to maybe 2 spots at best, and that comes in big, especially whenever you know you're against a full 5 that can be holding multitude of angles.
Look at the aggression here.
This is it.
Doro gets a bit unlucky there, to be honest. Aces is able to shut him down, but Gemini immediately trains his sight onto that doorway. Now, main stairs, Akwi, he's going to be holding that from above as well, so there's a little bit of blanket of security there.
Wow.
BZ's going to find a great kill over onto Lolo. This is the opportunity here for WYLDE. They've picked up a couple of really important kills. I love this from Sorry,
That's
taking out that mirror window. Akwi, he's done his job and more there on those main stairs. He's maintained Gemini's position, and he's been able to get a kill, get himself back into the site. With Sorry destroying that mirror window, he can now look to use that as a reverse angle. A nade onto Gemini is going to see him as down, but Sorry, he is able to get some work done from here, but he's not going to be able to stop the plant from going down. Sees his down teammate, is essentially 1 versus 2 here, needs to try and find some kills. Eventually, he is going to be picked apart there. BZ getting the job done, a plant and a kill to round things out. Much better from WYLDE, and all from a man behind.
They've adapted very well to what they struggled with against MKERS, and that was holding on to main stairs. We've seen in the previous round where they did try and plant in towards Armory, they were shut down by somebody opening up the wall, that single ash wall running that we like to talk about, and playing a simple angle for main stairs. Nobody from WYLDE were interested in main stairs last time they attacked. This time, they were and they weren't, which is strange to say. They were able to get 2 kills onto the Maestro and onto the Mira by opening up angles in the kitchen flooring and looking down onto them. They didn't even need to go to the main stairs to challenge it. MKERS, quite rightly so, they probably expected and said, oh, well, if they know we're playing main stairs, they'll try and push down main stairs. They left Akwi above, which, again, you have to come back to. WYLDE, sloppy droning, gives away an easy kill. But still, they were able to get the 2 picks using the verticality. As soon as you lose that main stairs control, as soon as you lose that pressure that they applied last time, the diffuser goes down a heck of a lot easier. So they have adapted extremely well.
5 seconds to insertion.
But it still doesn't change the fact that they are still in a horrible position.
Yeah, it still doesn't change the fact that MKERS are 4-1 up. And because they're 4-1 up demo, they can do weird things like go into cache and
I wasn't
CCTV.
expecting this, yeah.
We spoke about it a couple of rounds ago, how we weren't expecting this site. Again, it still isn't a very popular site. There's a couple of different things that you can do with it. One of the more popular things at the moment is something that isn't being showcased here, and that is to bring Rook and Doc. Another is to play a mirror window on the breach, but it's a bit weird.
It's not weird, because one thing that this mirror window does is allows impact tricking to happen. Mentioned before about how Ace charges and Habana charges, and also at this extent Thermite charges, they are going to be impact tricked. If you don't know about why this mirror window is being placed, you open it up, Thermite goes to places, charge on the wall, or Ace or Habana, whatever happens. You can simply angle your throw. It will hit off the opening of the mirror window. The radius of the shrapnel will obviously extrude out, and it will destroy any bit of hard breach gadgetry on that wall. So that is one thing that you can go for, and it is a good strategy if you want to try and burn a bit of time and burn, obviously, the hard breach away from WYLDE. And whenever you're dealing with the WYLDE attacks, and WYLDE are a team that we know like to push in towards garage, you need a fair bit of hard breach, and you cannot be wasting that. There is four impact grenades that can be utilized in this.
It really relies on Gemini and Dora being in the right place at the right time here.
Look at all the Kairos left as well, Ollie. Wow.
Only 2. Gemini seeing a little bit of pressure here. Akwi has found himself a nice kill and is going to pick himself up a second, aggressively swinging on over and assisting Gemini in the garage there. Jay will find one back as a trade. Not going to be too concerned about that just yet, however, as with only 2 Kairos pellets left, I doubt this breach is getting open demo.
Yep, plenty of impact tricks still remaining. Also, if Habana wants to try and open up a sliver, I guess. But yeah, it's just...
What can you do?
It's going to have to be just from Garage. I mean, Canio is out here. Canio, mate, you have Diffuser. I don't think he can fit through that. I don't know. Could he go for the Dolphin dive through it? I'm not sure. Mr. Fantastic through it. Whatever he wants to go for. But yeah, he needs to get himself shifted. And the issue is now, he's left that cross. There is nobody now holding on to the exterior balcony, Ollie. WYLDE are I think they're done. There's no way. They don't even have the soft wall opened, Ollie. They get into the bomb site, they have to plant. Wait, can he jump through that?
I think he might be able to jump through that.
Is it big enough? Because if not, he has to go through a window, and you're just gonna... You're dead either way. There's Echo Cam still up, Ollie.
Still got a couple of thatches
left. There's a C4. No way. There's no way. Jump through the window. There we go. Immediately... Aces gets eliminated from below. Jay's just trying to push into the bomb site. They went for kills, Ollie. That has been the call. Let's just push in and try and kill them all.
Well, it doesn't seem like it's going to work entirely as Canale, he is getting the plant down with 0 seconds left to go. Does have to be cautious here. Could find himself in an engagement and will do just exactly that. Dora had a little bit of a heads up there. He didn't really wait for Aqui. If he'd have lost that, could have broken it down into 2 1v1s, but as such, Makers are going to be successful. I mean, let's be honest, WYLDE didn't have the tools for the job there. Losing out on the Thermite quite early, losing a lot of those Xcaros pellets as well. It didn't really make for easy attacking into CCTV and Cash, regardless of our thoughts on the site. It was a good site there for Makers.
Makers have studied the attack that WYLDE went for. And that's the exact same attack that WYLDE went for on Thursday, was they try and push in towards the garage from below, trying to pick off the players inside a catwalk. The difference is that Makers played a lot more aggressively. They're able to take the swings. You have to also question WYLDE. Right, sure, fair enough. There's going to be a mirror window. You're not going to be able to open up that breach for the Thermite because of the impact tricking. It still gives you an angle to stop people moving across the bomb sites. What did Jaeger do, Wally, that we've seen happen?
Immediately moved.
Went from one bomb site across the breach, jumped through the window, got a kill. How he's allowed to do that, I do not know.
Well, we do see the side switch now.
But also at the same time, I thought Makers, great adaptation. I think the impact tricking scared them off good enough. Yeah. Give credit to Makers. I think it was a great defense.
They brought a fair idea. I'm not a fan of the mirror window and the impact tricking because you've got to expose yourself and you've got to put yourself in harm's way.
I am, because I think as an attacker, it's something you're not used to, and you know it's just a pain.
It is a pain.
You know it's a pain, and I think it just completely puts you off your game as a hard breach.
Yeah. It worked well for Makers there. They've not really put many feet wrong so far tonight here on Club. Gemini.
Where's he been down from?
Maybe from kitchen door.
Yep.
Yeah, kitchen doorway there. Just a little narrow angle. Gemini likely will get himself recovered here. Recovered back onto 20 HP. He's just going to burn a little bit of time here. Makers, not only have they got plenty of time, but they've also got plenty of rounds to close this one out. They only need 2 to lock in Clubhouse and advance through the upper bracket.
Just the one lonely roamer in Jay. His jacuzzi has been opened up and decides maybe to fall back to the site, and he will look as if he's going to do so, Ollie. Down goes Canio. Where has that been from? Oh, he tried to rotate up and flank in towards Adam, Ollie, but he himself has been shut down. You can understand that WYLDE, they're under pressure, and I think they're trying to dictate the pace of how these defenses are going to go, and they're trying to catch them by surprise. They're trying to play aggressive, but it hasn't worked. And that's probably the worst thing you can happen, is you're trying to set the tempo, but it's just been used against you.
A saving grace for WYLDE right now is that they've got some low HP players on the side of Makers. Gemini and Aqui, both pretty much one shot at this point. That isn't going to deter the fact that they are going to be able to push Lolo. What a shot over onto Aces. Picks up a second onto BZ. He's got to do a lot of work here from directly underneath the hatch. Jay finds himself one before being immediately traded. Lolo, what a round you are having. 3 versus 1 now for Giesler. He is caught inside of the blender. Has to move out of the way of the nade. Immediately challenges onto the bottom of these main stairs. Picks up, He's breaking these down. I mean, we might actually get away with this. Can he get through the might and the force that has been Lolo in this round? He's already picked up 3, framing up for a 4th. Doro, he's going to be looking to push in through Dirt Tunnel as well. He does hold the diffuser, and there is going to be a whole minute left here. Cover is going to be provided as the plant does go down. A little bit of a glimpse there for Giesler is all he needs. A C4 over the top. Shot out mid-air! Doro planting a kill to close things out. Makers, it's going to put them onto match and series point.
It was fast. It was furious. It was all Olo. That man again, Ollie. What can you do?
You could say it was all I can't even say it with a straight face. Can't even say it with a straight face.
Get out of the studio. Get out.
All lollo the place.
Yep, get him gone. Now, get him removed. I will solo cast, just like the good old days of CL. Never needed you before, Ollie. Now you're just making a mockery.
Well, there is a mockery being made here. And it isn't Makers. 6 rounds to 1. When it's 6 rounds to 1 demo and you can't afford to lose a single round, what do? You go to Cash and CCTV and bring double French. Bring the Doc, bring the Rook. Bring the Bandit. And hope beyond all hope that you can keep a hold of Garage, as that is likely going to be a main focus here. Makers making changes accordingly. Going to be bringing double hard breach here. Letting go of the Book. Instead, going to be bringing the Ace just to assist Thermite in getting some of these walls open. And they're going to 6-pick into the Thatcher as well, just to try and combat the old Bandit tricking a little bit.
Just feels very bleak for Wild.
Doesn't look good, does it?
5 rounds in a row is what's needed. You went to Cash, which is unforgiving at times. I mean, the lineup is as B-tech and as basic as you want for Makers. Galore of hard breach, plenty of nades. Thatcher for good measure. We've mentioned before that Wild, they banned the Maverick so they can try and go for the Bandit trick. I feel as though they probably want to be in a better position to be really trying to pay off for their big attacker bans and trying to play around those, because right now for the Cash, it's going to be difficult. That's the exact same C4 that Kanye went for in the last game that we've seen them play Clubhouse, and I feel as if Makers were not ready for the Acqui. Again, we've talked about this. It does feel as if Lady Luck's on their side, Ollie.
It really is. Makers are getting away with so much here tonight, and it's not necessarily a bad thing, it's just siege timing for them. Been able to get the breach open there. Acqui is going to send a nade through. It's going to deal too much damage, if at all any, to anybody, but it will open up a little bit of the floor.
Look at Dora as well, ready to open up the other side, because Gisela knows he can't go for the Bandit trick if that single wall's going to be opened up. Down goes Aces. His Knight, Ollie, has gone from really, really good to nothing much. Ollie, 1 and 8 is where Aces may be finishing this game.
Yeah, it's really not good enough, and for a player of that caliber, we would certainly have expected a little bit more here. Still a lot of information being sent around the site. Acqui's been able to walk all the way in. He's got this info on a drone. He knows exactly what's becoming to him. Picks himself at 1, puts some damage in onto the Rook, but can't land the finishing blow. Jay potentially could get himself up here, but it's looking terrible for Kaneo and BZ. They've got a lot of work to do, as Dora, he's going to flood himself on through. Plants now going down. BZ going to make his way downstairs and forfeit the bomb site. Sorry, he's going to nail that diffuser to the ground. Live ping coming in, but it is all too late. We've seen Makers scurry and get themselves out of harm's way to hold this in a post plant. BZ going to get his first opportunity at an engagement here. He's got a yellow ping to work with, but really 30 seconds, 10 seconds per kill, as I like to say. BZ, you've got a tough task ahead of you. We've got a player hopped up over onto the desk inside of Cash. Makers just keeping things interesting here. Gemini, he will get taken on out. There is a hope. It is a very slim one, but a lot rests on the next 13 seconds. Don't forget, you need 7 seconds to hit that diffuser. And BZ, unfortunately for him, is not going to have enough time. Sorry, is going to deal the finishing blow there. And Makers are going to take this game and this map against Wild, locking their place into that upper bracket final against TENSTAR.
Makers demolishes them there in that last round, Ollie. Honestly, just straight in. Acqui, slippy movement. Wild, they'll be kicking themselves, because I think there were obviously there's massive rounds there that they just thrown away. They messed up too many rounds. That was it for Wild today, I think. Obviously, the first map today, I was very, very impressed. Second game, very close. And then Makers doing the reverse, getting the third map win in very clean succession. All credit to Makers. Some good adaptations.
Yeah.
You can tell that Makers studied the way Wild played on Clubhouse on Thursday. I think that was apparent. They knew the strategies they were going for with the attack. Wild, they just couldn't get into the rhythm of the aggressive nature that they like to bring. Wild just... It's one of those days that they'll be kicking themselves. I know they'll be kicking themselves, but Makers, yeah, just scary. They were scary today, which I think we didn't see that. The first half of both of the series, it was very slow, very kind of quiet from MKERS. And then as soon as that organ kicked in, it's just carried through. And I'm stunned. I didn't think it was going to go like this, honestly.
I didn't think it was going to go like this, to be honest. I'm really pleased and glad, though, that we've seen MKERS come out and give a big showing, because we've bigged them up in Challenger League before and they failed to deliver. We bigged them up again this time. We saw their opening game. We were like, wasn't as convincing as we would have liked for a team that were bigging up here to be one of the favourites. They've just come out there and they've performed like that. They've shown that they can perform at a variety of different levels as well. I think that's one of the things that I've really liked tonight. They've shown us aggression. They've shown us strategies. They've showed us nice slow plays. They've showed us wrap plays. They've showed us everything that we really wanted to see. And I'm really looking forward to seeing them go up against TENSTAR. We're going to throw this one back over to the desk. They're going to break this one down for us. Thank you.
Well, MKERS have done it. They're the ones to walk away with the win, coming through with the reverse sweep. And if you're wondering how it feels to get that reverse sweep, well, don't you worry, because we have Gemini ready for an interview and we can ask him ourselves. So Gemini, congratulations. Hello, welcome. Lovely to see you again. How are you feeling after that?
Hello, I'm feeling good. It's been a great match. Even though we throw the first map, but we are not makers if we don't have zero chance to fail and we are forced to win. Otherwise we are out.
Okay.
But it's fine. I told you we would have got the match and we did it.
Yeah, last week you were not as happy as you are today. Today you're very happy, smiles all around. So I would like to talk about that first map. I know you said it yourself. It was a little bit of a missed opportunity. So what happened there?
Well, we couldn't have a good start, so it was like a mental down as well at first, but we believed that we could manage to win with the defense, but we couldn't do it. We had literally zero defenses we won, so it was really hard playing on Cafe. So we just made a mental reset and we started playing really good like we normally do. Yeah. So that was just the standard, to be honest. And
How did you do the mental reset?
I don't know. We just took 5 minutes off. We took some fresh air. We just talked a bit about the game, and it was really simple.
Well, you guys looked like an absolute, complete different team. You guys were the MKERS that we wanted to see in Game 2. You've just completely flipped it around. You guys went so incredibly aggressive. WYLDE was not prepared. Was this a strategy that you had already in the back of your mind, or was it more something that just came on the fly?
No, not really, because we just said we're not sure about them, how they play. So we just said, let's see how are they moving, what they do, and we'll just adapt to their game style, and we managed to do it.
You managed to do it very well on the last map as well. So talk us through that. 7-1. That was incredible.
Yeah, we played really good, our defense, and we closed the map with the first 2 attacks. It was a really good map. I'm really happy about the clubhouse.
Well, you guys should be really happy. You did incredible. So you're now up against TENSTAR in those upper finals after what you've seen earlier, if you had a chance to see their games. Are you worried?
I mean, they're a really strong team, but we already played against them 2 times. We kind of know how they play, and we will just work hard to get the next match. And I think it will be a really fair match next time, so we will be prepared.
Well, I absolutely love to hear that. You guys really put in the effort from last week onto this week. You can really tell. So again, congratulations on your win. Have a lovely evening. You guys really deserve it.
You too. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Well, you heard it here. Some fresh air. Once again, you know, it's just scientific evidence that you need to have some fresh air and touch some grass, and you will perform better. But looking at the summary, I think this is even more scientific evidence, okay, to go get some fresh air, because look at MKERS.
This dominance. I mean, 7-1 against WYLDE, and this kind of leans into a little bit about what I was talking about. When MKERS know what you're going to do, and they've studied you, and they've watched the tape, you do not stand a chance. They knew what WYLDE were going to do. WYLDE play in a very similar way on this map. MKERS knew, and they shut it down. Akwi, one of the star players on this, shining bright. 10-5, 88% cost, 3-1 on that entry. Absolutely made a mess of WYLDE. They had no answer, and they had no answer to what MKERS were doing at all. The scoreline says it all. What a result from the Italian side.
Yeah, MKERS, they get 1 round, Gibson. 1 is all they get.
Yeah, WYLDE got 1 round in that game, and it was on there, you know, it was one of those funny rounds as well, because their whole attacking phase was just a little bit messy at times, and over the last 2 maps, I think they won no rounds on defense. They just absolutely outclassed on attack. And I feel like that's probably a result that MKERS probably really needed more than WYLDE, considering how the game last week went. You know, you reverse your mind back to the last Playday. They got the win against J-Lings in that situation where they were down significantly. Unfortunately, a player disconnected. So to me, they needed that result. They needed to come in, put in a very strong performance, and remind everybody why they were top of the power rankings going into these playoffs. So big thing as well, they shut down Aces with it. He didn't quite have all the build-up we gave him, and it was probably one of the poorest games we've seen him play in a long time.
Not the best series. I don't think it's not going to be a classic from Aces, certainly in this one. I mean, he is the big game player. He has that potential to stand up on Cafe. He found that 1v4 clutch was really influential on Cafe. After that, tapered off pretty significantly and couldn't find the same sort of flow. WYLDE realistically got shut down in the second half of that series considerably. And from that point on Oregon, they had no chance of getting their way back. MKERS woke up and they chose violence, and they chose to absolutely destroy WYLDE in the second half of that series.
Yeah, and as much as we've seen the clutches on that first map that came out from ACEND, it was actually on the final map where, you know, WYLDE 4-2, and still somehow MKERS are like, yeah, this is our map, guys. Like, go home. It's late.
Twice in the first 3 rounds, there was situations where in a 4v2, they should have clutched it out. And in the VOD review, the only thing I will say for them is it's going to be very easy to identify what went wrong in those 4v2s. I know you want to highlight Whippet, the second one in Jim Bedroom in particular.
So, I mean, on round 3, I believe we've got a clip to pull up for this one. WYLDE essentially just fumbled the bag, right? This C4 goes out, detonates on this. They should know at this point, right, probably shouldn't plant there again. Now, they recovered a C4. Dora had recovered that from the roof inside a kitchen, throws it on the exact same spot. It connects again, and they still don't react to it. They recovered a case once again, and they yet once again plant in a vulnerable position down below, knowing there's likely information. And 2 players were locked down below, off-site, in bar, plant on the bed, and you essentially win the round. No one made that call for the side of WYLDE, and they absolutely panicked here. MKERS had control, and the fact is those 2 C4 kills, from that moment, I knew that round was going to go to MKERS. WYLDE, small little factors of decision-making in rounds like this are huge factors. They finally, in this clip, Jay finally decides to go for it, but with such little time left and 2 players to deal with, they're going to walk up, they're going to get control, and they're going to win that round. And that's exactly what they've done in WYLDE, in positions, in situations that they've been so clinical in the past. They look to be a little bit of a muted side today.
That position where Jay actually tried to plant the diffuser in the end, that's probably where he should have went in the first place, if not the bed, because it's easy to cover. But as we said, it's an easy round for them to digest, and I think maybe we're taking a little bit away from just the heads-up play that MKERS made. You know, they realised the case was there, and they just said, you know what, the chances are they're going to go try to get it instantly again. They popped another C4 and they made it work. So as much as we can say WYLDE made mistakes here and there, MKERS just played a fantastic game, and even if WYLDE had have turned up the way that they can, I think MKERS would have probably won that game with the performance they put in.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. The way MKERS decided to play Clubhouse was not how they started the series. It was a very different side. Kind of it was almost like a flashback to group stage MKERS, where they were able to play in that aggressive fashion, where they just had the confidence because they knew what WYLDE were going to do. They'd done their study, they'd done their tape. I mean, that's when this team is dangerous. And when you look for the opposition and people look to, have to face them later on in this bracket, it's time to maybe, bring your auto-ban map out against a side like MKERS. You don't want to let them know what you're going to do.
Yeah, well, it looks like last week was a flat showing for MKERS. This week around, they really were able to show us what they're capable of, and against no other team than WYLDE. The only team before TENSTAR today, the 2-0 their competition absolutely flawlessly and had a really easy round. So it does also bring a couple of question marks to WYLDE and their resilience in terms of their mental, because it just felt like that a lot of the mistakes that they made were scrappy mistakes that we're not used to seeing from their end.
Yeah, it's not the WYLDE that we expected to see, but in a way it kind of is too. They play that crazy style of Siege where they can go in 7-2 the first map and then barely win a round over the course of the next two. It is the way WYLDE play. It's exciting. It's fun to watch. But I think WYLDE are a side that thrive on pressure. We've seen it before, and in the back of your mind at this, the upper bracket, there's always the safety net.
Yes.
You lose, you've got a second life. It's kind of, GG next. But for now, for WYLDE going into the lower bracket, that safety net's gone. And I think that's when the big game players will properly turn up and put in a performance for them.
Yeah, let's actually have a look at that bracket, because today's games have once again, as Gibson so kindly pointed out, impacted TENSTAR and MKERS. They are safely, snuggly secured in that upper finals, and then we're going to be looking towards the lower bracket, the second round. We already have WYLDE, we already have ACEND slotted in, but if anything, if you're really paying attention and you paid attention to school and you knew there's going to be an exam at the end of the broadcast, you'll be able to answer this question. How many teams are we going to be saying goodbye to?
We're going to say goodbye to 2 teams next
week.
Not next week, later on this week on Thursday.
You passed the test!
It was a tough one, actually. I got nervous. I got put on the spot there. But yes, I mean, unfortunately, for either Donovan, Death Row, Lamparty Hotel, or Jay Lings, one of those 4 are going, or 2 of those 4 are going to be going home at the end of this week. And you got to feel bad for them, because this is the best of the best. This is the best the European system has to offer at this level. And it'll be sad to see them go. But I will say, that upper bracket final, TENSTAR versus MKERS,
yes,
that is a rubber match. That is the trilogy between them. They've played each other twice already. Now, they were best of ones in the group stage, but they were instant classic matchup, right? The first time they met, MKERS absolutely blew TENSTAR out of the water. In the rematch on the final day of groups, TENSTAR came back with a vengeance and got a victory. And now, well, they get to sell it in a best of 3 in the upper bracket final. We'll have to wait a little bit to get our hands on that one, but it will be a very exciting one when that day rolls around.
Well, we said that today was going to be an exciting day, and that's exactly what happened. TENSTAR showed us exactly what they're made of against ACEND. ACEND respectfully got, slapped a little. It happens, happens to the best of us. Happens to everybody. I'm sure it happened to you in your ranked games as well, and to you, and definitely happened to me. But that was it from us for today. I think the expectations in terms of the games and how they went, the performances from the teams have all been met, and it's definitely a new bar that has been set here at the Challenger League, because looking at TENSTAR and MKERS today, oof. It's the competition is rough out here. So we're gonna be back again on Thursday. Yes, I said it earlier. There's gonna be 2 play days this week, so Thursday is going to be the next one. And as Demo leaked earlier on the cast, there's going to be a break after Thursday. So I know you guys are gonna be missing us for a while. So therefore, make sure you put some time in your diary, even though I know you probably don't have any plans. Anyway, we're gonna be back on Thursday evening, so we'll see you then. Have a good night, have good rest, and get some fresh air.